So what's happened since I last saw you?
I had some tea.
Oh.
And that was it.
Oh, shite. No, leave it.
Uh,
Good girl.
Fuck
Yeah,
me,
Martin.
who scalped him?
I know.
Yeah. Fiona doesn't know the difference between what 1 and 4 is.
Fucking hell.
Yeah. I didn't know my head was this
Evening,
shape.
How are we?
What, babe?
All right?
Tired.
Yeah, we're all perpendicular, I think.
Just.
Just.
Yeah. Hey there, Rob.
Hello.
Guten Tag.
Guten Abend.
Wie geht's?
You'd never know that I've got a fucking 9-year-old leaning on me, would you?
If your 9-year-old is shaped like a cat,
Angry Bird.
it's an angry bird. Oh, it's the black angry
Oh,
bird.
it's a black cat.
Oh, it's a black cat.
Oh, it is a
When-
black cat.
When Scraggy died, he was like a shadow. He was all over her. Right, thank you. And so to help her deal with it, that fucker arrived. Yes, look. And Rob.
I
There's
know,
Rob.
I can see it.
Oh, I'm just,
Ah, sweetie.
there you go.
Hi.
Right.
Yeah,
Just realised I've got
Hold on. There we go.
it turned up.
Right.
yeah.
That's who I went to see the other week.
Yeah.
Yeah, you were being arse that morning, weren't you? Because I rang Mum on the way there to get you out of bed to get to school, and you didn't. Anyway, what's going? How's the TX going?
Very nicely. Yes, it's rather good. Just paying it all back now.
Close, isn't it? Oh, I listened to that podcast of yours, the Mike Lindup one.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Luke messaged me this morning. Dad, you seen this? I went, yes, I listened to it last night. Yeah. Good one.
Very nice man. Very nice.
Yes. Yeah, everything I've heard about him from people that I know that have met him have said the same thing.
Mm.
He's just an absolute gentleman.
Yeah. Very unassuming, very humble, just very nice. I'd like to actually get Wally Badaru.
Oh, yeah.
That would be good. But don't know how active he is around these days. But
I
got
mean,
a
he was-
cracker being lined up though. Honestly, I can't wait. But I can't say anything.
I mean, Wally Badaru was around Sinfest France a year or two ago.
Oh, I see.
Did stuff for them, I think.
least
So
he's
we had
still
like a
active.
panel with him.
That'd be interesting to get him on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
When you asked him what if he was it ask him what he got at home when he said about the Rhodes, the Mini Moog, and the Profit 5, and I was thinking, fucking hell, he could replace all of those brand new now.
Yeah, for a lot of money, but yes, he could.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I think because he said that the Prophet 6, I think was it, that he bought when he retired the old 5.
Oh, Profit 8, wasn't it?
Oh, Prophet 8, that's it. Yeah. You'd think I'd know. I was there. But yeah, we did have a sort of a big sort of chat off. Well, it was edited out about. I mean, we did mention the Yamaha stuff, but we talked a bit more about that off piste, shall we say?
Mm.
And we're still talking. I mean, when I told him I'd got this, he was like, "Oh, is it everything you hoped it would have been?" And I was like, "Yeah, it kind of is." So.
Yeah, but did you? Hang on a minute. Did you tell him that he was the inspiration for the KX and all that?
Oh yeah. Well, I think because the thing is, I bought that KX off Athene, who is the podcast manager at Sound on Sound, and we both that's when we first met. Somehow it came up that we were both Level 42 fans. She's really into her kind of Brit funk, jazz funk, that kind of thing. That's her bag, really. And she said to me, "Oh yes, I bought this KX88 because of Mike Lindell." I said, "Yeah, I've always wanted one because of him." And then now I own her one, or what was her one. So, but yes, I showed him because he then started looking at the rack behind me because it was a bit brighter, and he said, "I recognise those and those, and I had those." And so, yeah. Be nice if I get some old sequences off him. Honestly, I've been looking for QX1 content. There's nothing. There's just absolutely nothing.
What? Because it's so impossible to use.
Yeah, probably. Yeah.
Oh, I mean, you could get Manny to ask Reinhold if he still has some stuff.
Yeah.
I think the last Spliff album definitely used it, and the Through album.
Yeah, it'd just be interesting to get some content so I could then not reverse engineer it, but just kind of look at how it. I mean, at the end of the day, I just need to get the manual down, sit down, and start messing around with it, and then waiting 10 minutes for it to load the next instruction from disk.
It can't be as terrible to use as an MC8 though.
I've never used an MC8, so I wouldn't know.
There's a great video of P. Higgs programming like 3 pages of his Bach invention, and just like one thing, and it just so it's like 3 minutes of watching paint dry, and in reality to program it in, it took him like an hour to do all the other stuff.
Jeez.
For them, there's like 1 minute of music.
I don't see much of P. Hicks these days. Not really saw much of him before, but
Well, I think he still does the optic in this.
I did actually think of cheating the other day, of like programming everything in Logic, and then just have hit record on that and hit play on Logic and have it spit it out into the QX. Yes.
So have we heard any word on Dom?
I haven't.
Lots of tests.
Lots of tests.
They still don't know what it is.
Shit. What is it?
R2D2.
Ah,
I know that, but what? It's just a model.
It's a projector.
Oh.
R2's got a little dial in the back of his head, and he can project an image. Well, you can't really. Yeah.
no.
That's C3PO.
There should be your gadgets, and there's me restoring one of these fucking things.
Now, this was my kids went into a charity shop. Well, my wife went into a charity shop, as they do, and they get clothes and stuff. And then they came back and they said, "We got you something. Here you go. Here's R2D2." They didn't realise that it was the projector as well. I said, "Oh, look, it does this."
Nice.
Bleep bloop. It's a little ARP 2600 in a white tin can.
Oh dear. Oh, the boys in the chat.
The boy.
My boy. My baby boy. Bless you.
Rick.
He made me chuckle. Him and his mum have been going through some bits, and they come across an old camcorder, and this thing must be 30 years old.
Uh-oh.
No. No.
Oh, Memento Mori. Sorry,
Oh, yeah.
I just spied that.
Yeah, and the JP8 as well.
Oh, I saw that one, yeah.
Yeah. And it was like, got to try and get it working. So we sorted out a jury rig, getting it working on the TV, and he's he's found all these old videos of oh Christ, films of me with a guitar that I had.
Get out.
Yeah, I know.
Banished.
Oh, what?
Fuck off! You got one in the background, didn't you?
What?
Didn't you have
used to
a
have one.
Yeah,
That's an offensive weapon. That's all it is.
is that what
Yeah,
you use on Fiona when she cuts your hair?
I use it for chopping down trees.
Oh, hang on, Matt, check your messages. Sex messages, favourite messages.
No, it's not an ostrich egg. It was a baked potato. But she does it with tuna and red onion and spices and things like that, and it's like it's beautiful.
Keep your tune up.
What's the matter with you, man?
I hate tuna. Sorry, I hate tinned tuna. Give me a nice big tuna steak, California style.
What? How about fresh tuna in your sushi?
Yeah, as long as I can. It's
Oh,
just that,
real fresh tuna.
yeah, fresh tuna is
like
okay.
amazing.
But it's like my wife, she'll open a can, of that stuff and she'll put it in there. It's like,
I was going to
That's
say,
good.
it's all,
Give it to the cats; they'll probably like it more than you anyway.
yeah.
I was going to say, I thought you had something against Poisson. The dearly did Poisson.
Fucking eyes.
No, you weren't going to get any anyway.
What's all this with the eyes then, Rob?
I have no idea. By all accounts, it's dry eyes, So I get this.
What have I told you about wanking on your back?
Shot in the dark.
Yeah.
Look, Mother, it's snowing.
Stop. It's just like I get this. I'll be looking at something, and all of a sudden, it just goes blurry.
Yeah, there you
Because
go.
I've got this gunk in my eye. And they're a little bit itchy, but not, all the time. It's just every now and again. And it's,
You're just confirming it.
yeah, I know. They've been actually today. They've been mostly all right. It's just like this evening. I'm wondering if it's a combination of lights and bollocks.
Oh, what? Refresh rates. Mixture of refresh rates will do it as well.
Yeah, it could do.
Yeah.
It's also my glasses. The fact that my prescription needs to change and my glasses themselves need to change. I need to get proper glasses for looking at this screen. God, I feel fucking old.
Because you are.
Yeah, all right.
Hey, I'm older.
Yeah, true.
There you go.
So
I'm so old.
I'm still waiting for my glaucoma procedure as well. So that's the list. I don't know. Jesus, I did check. I am definitely on it, but I got told that I needed this. It's a stupidly long name, and I can't remember what it is. But basically, they shine a laser in your eye, and it stimulates this mesh that's on the inside of your eye that helps with the drainage of the fluid.
Oh, okay.
So they do that, and they do that on the affected eye.
Steve Elbow, TX816 allergy.
No, it's oh, hang on, no. Had it started? Oh no. How long have I had the TX? Just 2
Imagine
weeks
if that was a
today.
thing.
Oh, yeah.
You have to put up with it.
Yeah, can you imagine that if it was all to do with the Yamaha obsession?
Yamaha-itis, yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
FM allergy.
I certainly got it this week.
Well, that's this year buggered then.
Mm. Oh, yeah.
Anybody entered the Rhodes contest?
No. Let me daft. I can't.
There's a contest.
What do you win?
Roads.
I got nowhere to put it.
No,
No, seriously, I got nowhere to put it.
Yeah, you've got to compose a piece to go with a film that you supply you.
Oh, I won't.
And you've got to prominently feature the Rhodes V8 plug-in.
No, I won't enter that. I'll give other people a chance. That's my excuse, and I'm sticking with it.
Fair enough.
Oh, shit. I see you still got the amoeba there, Rob.
So, which Rob?
The guy with the amoeba next to him.
Amoeba.
Yeah, the Amoeba A6.
Oh.
It's an Andromeda, not an amoeba.
It's amoeba.
I don't know. Should I turn it on and see what happens?
Go on.
Whether it powers up or not.
Go on, let us know.
Okay.
See what it do with GS1.
Cover your ears.
I was going to say, yeah, that's what happened to you, you know?
No smoke.
And it's
Any
a long
flames?
wait before it boots up. Yeah,
Yep.
Down the back.
yeah. If it continues to say Andromeda A6 on the display for another 30 seconds, it's just out the window. Yeah, bye.
No, I think it might be working.
Hello.
There you go.
Who knows the words?
I might do.
Thought you might.
But do I know the English words? Probably not.
I hate listening to that in English. I really hate listening to anything like that in English.
The model, that's like really terrible in English.
Yeah, just give me the German versions every day.
That's that's how it's done.
Exactly.
That's how it was written.
Yeah, exactly.
I think we're all a bit like that.
So there's only the four of us sad fucks tonight then.
I didn't
Time
even
gets
get.
up.
Nobody else coming in.
Don't look like it.
Come on.
Ollie was in the chat, but he's buggered off for his dinner by the look
You
of
get a
it.
far more interesting stew if you add more ingredients.
Particularly if the
Just hope
ingredients
nobody
aren't
called dog
completely...
shit joins. Because that will spoil the broth.
Oh, it would also help if the ingredients aren't all completely flaccid. And
Oh, there's a word.
Yeah. Cool, I haven't heard that in a couple of days.
could get your prostate checked out, Ben.
Yeah, apparently it's still there.
All too frequently, yes.
Oh, pretty lights.
Oh, look at that.
Oh,
Do you know one of
where's the doorbell?
the things I like about it? When you turn that on, they've all got a relay in them.
Mm-hmm.
So when it's like you press the button, and it goes. It's like a printer head realigning.
Yeah.
There we go.
So do you mount that on the wall near the door, or do you have it in the front room?
Ha ha ha.
Where's the little button? Eight oh eight prostate.
This one. No.
It's a weird doorbell you have there.
That's DHL.
do it with my left hand. Feels like somebody else is doing it.
Or in my life.
Your eyes thank you.
That's the one. You know what? Yeah.
Or his right hand.
Can't even do it with that, yeah.
Avon calling. My stuff works.
Have I got the DX composite piano for the TX816? Which one? I've got this one. Which... It's alright. But there's another one. I don't know where it is. But yeah, this is the... So each module's doing something slightly different down the thing.
Oh, Kent, you know that rolling block I sent you and said that guy was selling?
Mm.
He's fucking knocked 50 quid off of it. It's 150 quid now.
Go for it.
I'm fucking so tempted.
Go for it, boy.
And there's a fucking a Hydrosynth in Plymouth for 400 now. I'm just
Wow.
like, oh shit! Stop it, guys. I don't know.
Yeah, I'd go for the Hydrosynth rather than the...
That would be my thinking.
Yeah, for all of the above reasons.
Mm.
1,000 reasons why you should.
I thought of a reason to come down and see you, Kemp.
You have?
Yeah, I've got that DX7, haven't I? That I fixed the keyboard on it for you, but the memory thing, I guess it's probably chips more than anything.
Mm.
But I wouldn't know
Trying
where
to
to start.
remember off the top of my head what the RAM chips on that are.
It might have something to do with the battery, which is
Oh, that's
hot glued onto the motherboard. But I think I've done all I can do. So I replaced the 10 key mechanism
Yeah.
and the broken keys. So that's all done. So that's works. It
Yeah,
just doesn't
Ty's
tend to-
bringing his one down soon.
But I can bring that back down to you, and then I can go and pick up my paintings from Maidenhead.
Indeed.
How long does it take you to get to Kempston, Rob?
Depending on the traffic, if I don't have any issues on the M25, probably about hour and 45. If I cane it a little, but not too much. I don't have to go crazy. As long as I get over the bridge and round, I'm good. So. Yeah, about hour and 45. On a good day.
Taxi.
Sorry?
Playing the theme tune to Taxi, isn't it?
Yeah.
Or maybe once upon a time. A long time ago. When I was still hip and had sex with women. God, that was a long time ago, thank you.
Now this woman has sex with hips.
Yeah. The last woman I had sex with was wearing a loincloth.
I knew Fiona had some weird clothes in her wardrobe.
I told her a joke I saw on Facebook. I had to read it out to her because it just made me laugh because it was that one where it hits you and then it hits you again.
Mm.
And somebody put the post they put up was what's the first thing you do after sex? And loads of people have put different things. And then there was this one where he goes, I put my clothes back on and continue with the autopsy. But I never tell anybody because, after all, I am a vet. It was like double punch. Boom.
Well, there was one on Facebook today that was, what was considered cool in the 1970s but is illegal now, and my response was Radio 1 DJs.
Yeah, I was going to say Jim will fix it.
Oh, fucking hell.
Yeah, what was the other Jim will fix it? You go, that was it. Somebody put up a photograph of a Jim will fix it badge and said underneath, oh God, I remember winning this. This is when I had to guess the weight of 2 snooker balls in a sack with blindfolded.
Oh,
Yeah.
Oh, shit.
May have to elaborate on that for people who are not aware of who Jimmy Savile was or Jim will fix it is. Needless to say, you probably don't want to know.
Actually, I think because after that Netflix documentary about him, I think the American people kind of got up to speed.
Oh, okay. Fair dues.
Obviously, anybody outside of America, that's irrelevant.
It's bad when a kids' TV programme like The Tweenies, but the BBC removed one of the episodes because one of the characters wore a gold lame fucking tracksuit.
Oh my word!
Yeah, but it's taken things too far.
Yeah. Oh, fuck.
Doesn't one of Alex Ball's characters wear a gold lame suit? Well, you can't ban it for that, can you?
Oh, no,
There's always something that will take it too far.
Do you know what?
What do you mean, Alex's character?
I watched the Geert Van Schlanger episode again, the PSN one.
Oh yeah.
And the first 5 minutes, you look at Ben's face. He is trying to deadpan it, and he just can't do it.
Yeah.
Fuck. Has me rolling up every time that does. Oh, plenty of the cage. Oh, God.
A schmok and a pancake?
Say again?
A schmok and a pancake? Flapjack en een sigaret? Pipe en een crepe? Bong en de blitz?
He just rolls it out, doesn't he? I don't know how he does it.
Oh, I don't know. I wouldn't expect that from a synth, really. That nice.
What noise is that?
Getting the fender from a Hydra. Oh. Avon calling.
It's the DX at the door. Robbie's going, fuck off.
Oh. Oi.
There's some of these patches you have to really sustain them to hear the way they're developing. Which one is it? Is it that one? No. Oh yeah, is it this one? It would be if my MIDI connect. Oh, I need to switch this.
very Blade Runner. Copyright strike, right there. It's only. Yeah, did I see? I think it was in passing. I was very, very busy at the time. Didn't get a chance to look at it. Something about. I think it might have been Gaz, and he was supposedly done a video demonstrating this live session streaming unit.
You did that with Robin Vincent, didn't he?
Was it?
I think so.
I only briefly saw it, but I was in the middle of going from one sense to another and went, oh, I must check that, and ran off. But it looked like something to do with synchronised live streaming.
Oh, yeah.
So whether it all comes to that and then goes out together, it's some way of time stamping it or something, I don't know. Because you can't change the laws of physics, Captain. Yeah, Captain Robin, there you go.
I mean, you can't run your own private fiber link if you want the best speed possible.
But it won't be good enough for synchronising somebody playing with a drum machine.
Well, it depends how far
Where the
away
drum
you are.
machine's one side, yeah, I mean, there's too many variables, isn't there? So it must actually, all the streams must meet together in some way.
Don't cross the streams.
Oh no, never cross the stream. Never cross the streams.
What could possibly go wrong?
You get your feet wet.
That's what I've been always doing wrong.
Yeah. I hate that. Oh, what are you doing? In or out? Would you? Oh, God's sake, dog. Hang on. Somebody's removed the wedge from the door. There you go, sweet.
Tip tapping the feet out.
Bloody thing. There. That'll get open. Oh, you're back in. Noah. Noah's very contrary-wise tonight. Aren't you, Nosy? There is no more baked potato left. Go downstairs and see your mum. She might have some left.
Hello, not a Rob.
There he goes.
How are you doing?
Hello, buddy.
How are you doing? Can you hear me, actually?
Yeah.
Oh.
You're not that far away. I couldn't believe I was talking about my Irish grandmother today.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, my God. Why was I talking about that? Good God.
When was that?
Oh, we were just talking about, what was it? Sort of like how...
Our grandparents, weren't we?
Yeah, grandparents and Catholicism. And it's like, yeah, no. But she was, a holier-than-thou devout Catholic. In the true sense of the word. From the countryside.
It's funny how it seems to have, like, it's still strong here, but it has fizzled out. It used to be oppressively strong.
Yeah.
And even when I arrived. And it's become sort of what it's like in pretty much every country now. It's like, well, if you're into it, you're into it. But if not, it's okay.
Yeah.
But I remember I had a girlfriend when I arrived, and they were shocked and amazed that I wouldn't go to mass on Sunday. And and said, "But just go anyway. Why, and just sit there and don't say anything." They couldn't understand that I wouldn't go in the first place.
Yeah.
Funny old bunch.
You right? No, I finished my baked potato. No, honestly,
One by one, and they're going to go down.
yeah. Yeah, she's finished hers. You got any?
How many dogs have you?
4.
Wow.
We were only going to have 1, and then somehow ended up with another 2, and then the 4th one was more a case of necessity, really.
On a more disparate bunch of personalities in dogs you could never meet.
Yeah.
Aren't
And
they?
they all get on wonderfully, but they're all
So different.
massively different from each other. Yeah. Hey.
Yeah, I was definitely more into cats before I met my wife, and then we got a collie.
Yeah.
Yeah, we've no cats. With 2 cats, and they're gone now. But yeah, no, it's yeah. I'm a dog person now.
I used to like cats, but James Corden fucked that up.
Why did you have James Corden as a cat? That's an unusual pet to have.
You've not seen the film?
No.
Don't.
bother.
Of course, I haven't seen the film. It's got James fucking Corden in it. I thought that was the warning, you idiot. Why were you watching it?
James Corden isn't the worst part.
Really?
I
How
think
bad
the
is it?
Second, it is so appalling. I mean, it's impossible to describe it. I mean, don't see it because you're never going to get that money or time back. but also,
And there you have it.
it puts the room on a better level than it used to be.
Oh, right, okay.
Yeah, it makes Tommy Wiseau look a professional.
Robert's film review 23.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Are you talking about the film about the film? About the room?
No. I mean, the actual The Room.
Oh yeah.
But I guess, yeah, Cats does make that film seem a lot better than I always thought it to be.
I didn't even know this film existed. I think this is the equivalent of somebody throwing a dog shit at you, but you weren't looking, but it still missed.
I'm gonna disagree with Rob. You have to watch it. It's wonderful.
In the interest of balance.
Yeah.
No, the Room I can get, but Cats, no.
Oh, hang on a minute. We're talking about the
Yeah, I got confused as well. Yeah, sorry.
yeah. Oh, the musical Cats.
No, I no to that, right?
Right. Okay. Yeah. I mean,
No, not the musical, but the film based on the musical, but...
who was the
Yeah.
casting director? Himmler. God's sake.
No,
James
they
Corden.
couldn't
I
get
know,
him
James
beca-
Corden.
They couldn't
He's a
get him
pussy.
there because he's been dead for too long.
Is he?
Yeah,
What's the amount of time you can be dead while it's still all right then? There's only so long you can be dead before that. No, that's too long now. I'm gonna hurt somebody in a minute if I don't find a cigarette paper. What? Pardon? Sorry about that. Oh dear. Where are they? They were here.
No, it's fucked off because you didn't give him any spark.
I knew that wasn't my sense because it didn't have 9 fucking minutes of reverb on the end of it.
How's the CX5? Ollie, how's the CX5?
I don't have a CX5.
CX5M.
Oh, this all right. Sorry. Yeah.
He doesn't know what you're talking about until you put the
Don't
M
deny
on
it.
the end.
You have got one. Okay. It's not that embarrassing.
It's working. Yeah. No, it's cool. It's working. I modded the I need to edit the video now. I got the footage and all, but I modded the MIDI card as well.
Oh, the SFG. Yeah.
Yeah, to SFG 5 is it or
yeah.
something like that. So, and I just need to test it tomorrow and make sure everything's all right, and actually use it on media in and out properly.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, no, it's cool. I've had it for ages, and I didn't have a power supply, so I couldn't even check if it was working. So what I did is I used a ZX Spectrum Sinclair Spectrum 3 Plus power supply.
Oh wow, okay.
Which has like a URAC power supply, really. It just has the -12 and +12 and +5. So just made a change of the DIN connector.
Mm-hmm.
Those 13-pin DIN connector are kind of weird to find, but I did have one somewhere. So yeah. So yeah, it's working fine. It's just the power supply for these is really the rare item, because I've seen a lot of these computers come up for sale, but they're always missing the power supply.
Odd, isn't it?
Yeah.
Because I mean, it's not like
that doesn't survive.
Well, I mean, because they're huge.
Yeah.
It's this massive, great black box with a switch on it. You have to turn the power supply on first, and then turn the computer on. So yeah, it's a weird thing.
But there's a guy that makes new and better power supply for stuff like the Sinclair computers, the Amiga and Commodore stuff, and they're kind of cool and handy. But I need to get onto him to actually make some for the MSX, because stuff like that, it's not just a straight 5 volt or 9 volt. It's just there's a whole range of supplies that you need to. Initially, I was going to use one of those Meanwell power supplies, and just kind of sort of MacGyver it into the, But no, that works better actually. So yeah,
cool, good stuff.
And I just need to edit the video. I'll have it maybe next week or the week after.
Look forward to that.
And then I did. I saw you mention the sponsorship videos on the.
Oh, PCB Ways, yeah.
Yeah, Post-it Network, and that was an interesting topic actually.
Yeah.
What's his name? Your man.
Jeremy. Red Meat. I was saying Red Dead. Red Meat recording. Yeah.
Red Dead.
Well,
that was
mixed up.
That was a weird stance.
Yeah, I think I change my mind every day. Sometimes I think, no, he's got a point. He's doing good work and he needs to pay bills. And on the other hand, I'm thinking, well, is that really why you got into this particular game? And I don't know. Yeah,
everybody needs to pay bills.
Yeah.
But when you set up your business one way and then complain that it's set up that way, but then that's on you. It's not on everybody else. It's really down to that. I mean, he put himself in that niche of doing not necessarily reviews, but at least demos. And everybody's doing demos every day. If we use the software and release something, we're doing a demo of the. So it's.
Yeah. But I think it was meant, when we talked about it yesterday, I think Kent said it and others did as well, that if you want to make great video content and you want to get paid for it by the people that supply you with the subject matter for that, well then check out their job boards. Because doing reviews of other people's other people's stuff online, that's your business. Your business model is you are a YouTuber, and you've done that.
Yeah.
To earn money that way, not that way, and then you have this conflict of if company X pay you to make that video, are we going to want to watch that because we know that you're being paid? And you might be the most honest, genuine person in the world, but lots of people are going to say, well,
Yeah, I don't necessarily think he sees what he's doing as reviews, more sort of tech demos.
Yeah. Which
you could argue, well, then, maybe there's a case then for being paid to do a demo without necessarily giving your opinion about the tool. But, but even that, I mean, like I said, everybody's doing that. We're all doing it whenever we use something. So why should you get paid as opposed to, you know, somebody else. Also, the other thing, I wasn't aware, like that channel wasn't necessarily on my radar. Probably won't be, but but there when you're a YouTuber, there's a bubble that you sort of evolve in, and it's because you're surrounded by comments and people telling you everything you do is great. You know, I know this, yeah, or not, but that's very rare. Like the overwhelming majority of the comments and interaction you have is with people that like what you do. So you sort of have a very inflated and probably not entirely realistic vision of your own worth and what it is you do and the merits of what you do. So I don't know. That video actually rubbed me the wrong way altogether.
It did for me to start with, and then by the time I got to the end of it, I was less rubbed up.
Yeah.
You know, I could kind of see where he was coming from, not necessarily agree with it, but I could appreciate his viewpoint. But it is like saying, you know, I'm going to set off doing this, and then I'm going to complain about that. But that, if it wasn't for that, I wouldn't be able to do this, or wouldn't be, you know, wouldn't have got where I was. And I honestly, thinking about the companies I've dealt with and deal with, I'd be very surprised if they paid for that content, unless it was, like you say, it was completely opinionless and was purely a demonstration. Then they might as well just hire you into their marketing team.
Video game companies don't pay video game journalists to review their game. It's not how it works, you know.
Exactly.
No.
Yeah, it's interesting. I think it's worth talking about. But we will see.
I think it's worth talking about mostly because it sort of highlights and exposes this sort of entitlement a lot of YouTubers feel about what it is they're doing, because you know, we all have YouTube channels here. We're not part of the industry really in that sense with our YouTube channel. We just created a side industry that sort of piggybacks on it. But
yeah, I think a lot of YouTubers think they're in the industry now because they created a channel.
Yeah.
No, you're not. You're not in the industry until you're in the industry, and then you won't be making much money at all, because nobody in the industry makes any money apart from the people at the very top.
Yeah, exactly.
And you know, as soon as you learn that lesson, the better. It's quite shocking, actually.
Now, you can make good money on YouTube and being a YouTuber, influencer, or whatever, but it's here.
Yeah.
You know, the music industry is right here. But
and the other thing is, as you said, there are those names that we all know, but there's hundreds, if not thousands, of others that aren't quite as professional, that don't have all the gear, but are as enthusiastic and passionate and as knowledgeable as some of these others, but they only have a few hundred subscribers. But you know, sometimes they come up with some really good content, and you ignore the fact that it's a little bit dark, or they don't have 4K capability, or but it's the quality of the content. And I sometimes wonder if these people, they maybe started doing this some years ago, and now they're just a bit resentful because like anyone can do it. And who are these people treading on my toes? And what makes, I don't know.
Yeah, that's a good point, because the level, the requirement to even make a video was much higher. Even in not that many years ago. In fact, in 2012, I mean, you needed a proper camera, and now you can do everything with your mobile phone.
Yeah.
One of my channels is just mobile phone footage.
Yes. Yeah. Yes. We shall see. We'll see how it will play. Well, I mean, it'll be interesting just to monitor Jeremy's channel. To see how that goes over the next year, and is he still producing great content, and is he able to pay all his bills and feel that he's valued for what he does, which he currently clearly doesn't at the moment.
You know what it struck me as? It's somebody who's burnt out and needs a change. He needs a change in his channel and in what he's doing. He mentioned Alex Ball wanting to do similar videos like that. Maybe that's the solution for him. But yeah, it's I just saw somebody have a rant about his work, like saying he doesn't like his work essentially anymore. That's what it came across.
Yeah, I didn't think of that. Yeah. See, Alex is quite a unique.
Good luck trying to do anything like Alex Ball. Yeah.
Because he has all of the qualities, not most of them, not some of them. He has everything. You know, he has an entertaining demeanor. He has all the chops.
Yeah.
He gets access to a lot of, really cool, mostly vintage gear. And then every now and again he'll do something like he did for Isla Instruments with the S2400. He'll do the video manual. He'll do all that kind of stuff. And clearly, and he says, they pay me to do this, and he does get contracted to do
that's
certain
fine.
things. Yeah, but in between all that, he does these really cool, funny, exciting, interesting, educational videos.
He's funny, like that really works for him.
And he's very he's got a great comedic talent, I think, as well. Yeah, bastard, hate him. Absolute hate.
If I want to pick me up, I watch his make porn music videos.
Yes, yeah. And I've hung out with him in person in real life, and he's even more sickeningly nice, and I hate him even more. So
Yeah, even the dogs were all over him.
yeah,
But instead of jumping up, they're all there going like this at him. Fluttering their eyebrows.
I guess I think I do probably have a man crush on him. There you go. I said it.
There you go. It's fine.
Somebody was asking about recording the chats or something and releasing them.
Yeah,
There's a sound bite.
Thanks,
an album of Chatty's tracks for the benefit of PSN. Okay, bit like Sonic. Yeah, see that? Yeah, that would be my first.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, it's been done.
Simpsons did it.
Yeah,
Yeah, but lots of things have been done before. It's how you do it.
it's true. It's true. We'll have to set a theme, like doorbells or something
Yeah.
like that.
Yeah.
Call it Debbie Does DX.
Yeah, you've all got to go out and you could buy yourself a DX7.
Sold mine.
Oh, didn't realise that was on.
Robbie wins.
Probably got them all. Nobody else can buy it.
Yeah, Robbie's just won. That was it.
That's it.
Yeah, that was the track.
Like lots of nice fart noises for that synced network.
Prolapse. Well, yeah, that's what we were debating last night what the P stood for. It clearly isn't professional.
Oh God.
No, it's the Pet Shop Network. That's what it is.
Certainly feels like it around here sometimes.
Yeah.
Matt, did you say you had a CX5M as well?
Oh God, years ago. When did I have it? 1994. I had that. It's the one and only time I've ever performed a song of my own live, and I used it at my wedding.
Wow.
It's on video somewhere. I'm hoping it fucking stays there. Yeah. God, that was a day. Yes. Yeah.
So you had,
Whose wedding was it?
Mine.
So you had the computer playing like
It was playing live. It was sequencing live.
It's the
wow.
only thing he remembers from that day.
Funny enough, it's the only track I can still play to this day. And it's like, oh god, yeah, yeah. Only time I've ever performed anything I've written to anyone else, and it was in front of 90 odd people. Shitting myself that day, but yes, yeah, it was the first. Yeah, it was the first time I ever had the ability to get what was in my head out.
Yeah.
You know. Yeah, and I sold it for 20 quid.
Wow.
Yeah, we've all done that, mate.
Yeah.
It's the price of them now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There were. I still have a few. I have those brochures to send you, Rob. I keep forgetting.
Oh yeah.
But
Yeah, as well. Don't worry.
but I have a few brochures, or magazine articles about the CX5M to send you as well, because I found a few more in the MSX pile of MSX magazines I have.
Cool.
But I started reading them a while back. But the enthusiasm for that machine in the MSX community was huge, because that was the first time they had a proper music computer for the MSX anyway.
Yeah. Well, I think I've mentioned before that my step cousins or something, went round to see them one day, and they just got a CX5M, and I knew what it was, and they're playing some really rubbish video game on it, and I'm like, but you can do this, and they were like, huh? I had to go back to my Commodore 64, which, to be fair, wasn't, awful. So, but yeah, I really hankered after one. But I think I kind of had. It was a bit like the Fairlight. Actually, it sounds really weird, but when I actually got one and started playing, I was like a little bit kind of let. I know that if I'd have got it then, it would have been the best thing since sliced bread. But because now, obviously, we're spoilt for quality and choice, you sort of go, oh, is that it? Okay.
Yeah.
That's kind of the relationship I have with that machine here, like his CX5M, because
Yeah.
like it's cool, it's vintage, but am I gonna use it? Maybe for one video just to say I've used it, but that's it.
Well, mine sat over there for ages, all connected. Literally, I could power it on, and there's a little TV screen over there I could use it with. And it just sat there, and it got dustier and dustier. And I thought, nah,
there you go.
Yeah. So I put it in its box, and it's now safely stowed away. I shan't be bothering with it much. So I did have this kind of dream. I thought, oh yeah, I'll get the DX7 editor. Or have I got? I can't remember if I got it or not. But and then I'll when I get the eventually get a genuine DX7, I'll pair it all up, and really no, because it's awful to have. I don't even have the mouse for the
Oh
CS5.
yeah.
So it's all keyboard, and it's all just to change one setting. Whereas I can just come on here and or put the laptop up, and there's editors are plenty, and you just go done. So no, like I say, it's cute for a demonstration, but.
Well, are you talking about the hardware in general, or?
Well, no, I mean it's the computer itself. I mean it's nice. It looks nice, and it sounds. I like the clicky clacky keyboard, and but it's just I'm lazy, and if I can do something quicker and easier, then I will. So it's just it's romantic, but that's about it.
I think that's it. It's romantic. I like the idea of maybe doing one track on it or something like that. Getting a video out of it, and then it's going to go on the shelf probably forever. Yeah.
I mean, I keep thinking about trying to pick up a genuine Commodore 64, because I've still got the plug-in modules and the software for what was it called, SFX Sound Studio or something like that. And I know that if I did that, I would get it. I'd plug it in. I go, cool, look at that, memories, nostalgia. Bored, turn it off, put it away again. It's.
Do you want a C64?
I would love one, but I know that.
I have 5 or 6.
But the thing is, I'd plug it in and I'd go.
Yeah, that's what happens. Yeah, yeah.
I mean, I've got a C64 emulator on here, and I've managed to find most of the games that I used to play.
Yeah.
And every now and again, I'm feeling a bit nostalgic. I'll just play it, and then you realise that they were great back then, but they're not so great now. There are a handful that the gameplay is unbeatable, but the rest of it was just.
Well, send me a message tomorrow if you want it. I'll send you one. I have a spare Messiah card as well for it.
Oh wow!
And there's a new card called the Kerberos, a card that does MIDI in and out, and you can use the synth card with it as well and control it through MIDI. And it there was you could buy the synth card separately, but you had to get a MIDI adapter card, so it was just like you're piggybacking multiple cards on top of each other. So this is all in one.
Okay.
And you can use that just as it's actually handy for if you want to get that C64 lead sound, but have proper synths and proper pads and whatever else with it.
Yeah.
But then again, you can do that, through software anyway.
The theme music to Whizball. Do you ever play Whizball on the Commodore 64?
I remember. Yeah, I remember Whizball. I don't remember
the opening was that sound. It was that. It's like holding it like a guitar string. Yeah. It was, who was that? That was the Sensible Brothers that made Whizball, wasn't it? I think before they went on to great success with the Amiga, and Sensi Soccer, and all that stuff. Sure, it was Sensible.
Bitmap Brothers, or
no? I'm gonna have to look it up. Yeah, I was so in because my dad bought it originally.
Isn't that Microprose?
Microprose, yeah.
That did Sensible Soccer would have been
Microprose Golf. Oh,
but Whizball was
love that.
Ocean, I think. It's such a great game. I had the Competition Pro joystick, which I'd love to know where that went.
So that's an old restoration here that needed a new LED, Rob.
Oh,
I've 4 or 5 of these, so you're welcome to one. I don't need it. What I have done with it is actually made this. So it's an Arduino MIDI controller.
Oh wow!
There's a screen here.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, there's just an Arduino, and it's designed to control the synth card on the C64.
Wow, that's cool.
So I used that a few times with it just to make a lead.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't need that. It's just I made that so I could actually stream it live.
Mm-hmm.
That kind of way.
Yeah, Sensible Software. John Hare and Chris Yates.
Oh, okay. Hey, Ian.
Hi, guys.
All right, mate.
Yeah, because it was Martin
good.
Galway's music.
Yeah.
It's like I've already just seen you guys.
I know.
Apart from Ollie and Robert and Matt.
Was Whizball the one that was sort of kind of like rollerball, in a way?
Whizball, basically, the premise of Whizball was that you were a wizard in a ball.
Oh, okay. No, I'm thinking of something else.
And you were in a land where something or someone, I can't remember, it was like aliens. It's always like aliens. Had stripped all the colour from the world, and what you had to do is you were the wizard in your ball, and you had a cat, your wizard's cat, because all wizards have cats, don't they? Natch. And he was in a smaller ball, and
Speedball.
it was
That's it. Thank you.
Yeah, you had to bounce around this whole environment and then collect the colours to then repopulate the colour in the landscape, and then you'd move on to the next level. And it was kind of a shoot 'em up. So you were bouncing, and there was a lot of. It was for its time. It was quite advanced. The physics of the bouncing ball, you felt the inertia and everything, and you couldn't just like stop and change direction because you were moving. So you had to kind of like apply the right amount of direction in the opposite direction to kind of slow you down. It was really good, really addictive. But,
I remember playing it. We didn't have the. I suppose there was a few, but not that many in France. The C64, but my mother used to send me to her friend in Cornwall every summer for about a couple of weeks, and he had a C64. So that's the only time I got to play any of the, and that's all we did. Literally for 2 weeks, we'd just be in his room, just playing C64 games in beautiful Cornwall.
Yeah.
I used to sell them back in the day.
Wow.
Yeah. One of the first jobs I had, about 17-year-old working in this a company called Lasky's, who have long gone.
I remember them.
But yeah, so C64s, new brain computers. I bought an Atari 400 because the graphics were better. The Apple II, we used to play games on the Apple II. Great fun.
I lost half my life to a game called Mercenary.
Oh, I remember that.
Do you remember that?
That rings a bell.
Yeah. I used to like all the international karate and Way of the Exploding Fist. And then they did actually do an arcade conversion. Obviously, it wasn't exact. Was it Kung Fu Fighter or something?
Kung Fu Master.
Kung Fu Master, that's it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I had it. I had the machine.
Oh, you bastard. I'm coming to Ireland. I'm coming to Ireland. Yeah. But we used to go to... My mum and dad split up at the end of... 82. And shortly after that, Dad bought the Commodore 64. And so I always used to look forward to going to see my dad at weekends because I could play on the Commodore 64. And the only game that Dad had was Mr. Wimpy. If you remember Mr. Wimpy.
No.
So think of a platform scroller where you've got 4 levels. And what you have to do as the chef at Mr. Wimpy is you have to build the burgers.
Yeah,
so
I remember this game.
You climb up the ladder and you walk across the base of the burger and it makes it drop down to the bottom level. And you have 3 of these burgers that you have to build. And then the next level is the burger. And then the next level is the lettuce. And then the next level is the top thing. So you have to construct the burgers by walking across. And, of course, you've got the ketchup bottle is coming to get you. Sort of.
So it's Burger Time, the arcade game then?
I guess it was probably, yeah, but it was called Mr. Wimpy. I think it was an Ocean game. And it was, it was properly branded and, by Wimpy. And he would he'd finish working in the restaurant at 1 a.m. in the morning, and he would come upstairs for like 2 or 3 hours and just play this game constantly. And that's all he ever wanted to use it for. So we used to then go for dinner on a Sunday or lunch at one of his friends' restaurants, because that's what restaurateurs do. They go to each other's restaurants and cadge a free meal from each other. And next door to this restaurant was a good old-fashioned, independent video rental store. So it's just one bloke, he's got a little hovel and he's got a whole bunch of videos, and probably some of them are knockoff, and if you ask him nicely he'll get something out from under the counter. But he also rented out video games, and so we would go and rent a video game for a week on cassette. And you can imagine, these cassettes are swapping around houses, being left in all sorts of conditions. So they struggled to work. You get it to work like 2 hours before you had to send it, take it back. So those were the days. And I could only ever afford to buy like the $1.99 Firebird games, those cheap bargain ones to start with.
The Specky was big in the UK, wasn't it?
It was, but it was awful.
Oh, it was
Sure.
I mean,
Richard, you're still going on about that bloody burger. Seriously, you're still alive, all right?
should be called Kent's Burgers.
Yeah.
No, the Spectrum. There was the big thing here. I guess it was everywhere. You're either a Spectrum kid or you're a Commodore kid. You were one or the other.
No, I was both. Sorry.
Really?
Yeah. I couldn't help it. I had both.
Yeah, you had the odd one in the class whose parents thought it was better value to buy you a Dragon 32, and we would all laugh at you.
Yeah.
We would all laugh at them.
Yeah.
But you either Commodore or you Spectrum. And
Yeah, my first home computer was an Alice
oh gosh,
32. Yeah.
I remember them.
It's probably very much like the Dragon. It was
the
a
guy,
tiny-
the guy that does the synthesized event at the Centre for Computing History in Cambridge is probably one of this country's leading Dragon 32 expert owners, and he just buys every example of that architecture that he can find. And
Oh, yeah.
there was more than one, which surprised me because they had a reputation, I think, at the when they were first launched, of the thing overheating and
Yeah.
just big. It would overheat at the top, and all the plastic would just
Case
melt
would
down.
sag.
Onto, yeah. Terrible reputation. with
Oh
that.
yeah. Mind you, an ST could do that if you left it on long enough.
Well, I
it
suppose.
Sag, well, it sagged slightly,
Yeah.
but it had a metal shield inside it, didn't it?
And my friend got an Auric 1.
Oh dear.
Yeah. But actually, funnily enough, at that computer museum, I met, or found out, should I say, I'd met the guy before, but I found out he was like one of the guys behind the Auric 1. It turns out he now works for IK Multimedia. So, yeah. Small world,
Yeah. Tiny planet.
indeed. Yes. Then my dad gave me the Commodore 64, and he moved to the Amstrad CPC 464
Yeah.
because he wanted it for business.
Business. Yeah. I
Sure.
In the end, he just bought games for it.
I took a job and spent bloody months, not programming, but inputting data into a bloody Amstrad.
Horrible thing. And then I sold my C64 to some kid in the village, and put the rest towards a Commodore 128.
Oh yeah.
And I convinced myself this was going to be the next best thing because you had the C64 mode, you had the C128 mode, and then you had the CPM mode. And I thought, we're programming the research machines 380Z at school. The big, it looked like a black Fairlight. And so I thought, that's a CPM machine that uses a Z80 processor. I thought, I'll be able to do all my schoolwork. Nope, just played Commodore 64 games on it. And then I sold that to a friend and I have no idea where that ended up.
We did used to, because when I worked for Lasky's, we did used to get people coming back, especially with Spectrums, and saying it doesn't work. I plugged it into my TV and nothing happens. Well, you have to program it or get it to do, load a game into it or something.
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't buy any games.
Doesn't come with applications.
Yeah, exactly.
Wow.
But I remember my uncle and I building the ZX80 kit because it was cheaper to buy as a kit,
Mm.
and just being astounded that you could, put your name on the screen. 10 print Rob 20
Yeah,
Booty,
yeah,
10.
exactly. Yeah, that's what we used to demo it with. Yeah, what's your name? Put your name in.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That was my first interaction with the MSX. I'd never seen a computer before. It was at my dad's.
Mhm.
But when my parents were divorced as well, so when I go back to my mother, there was no computer whatsoever. But my dad had the MSX. But I remember walking in the room and you'd program 10 print. Hello, Ollie. or
Yeah.
bonjour.
Yeah.
But I thought the computer was talking to me at the time. So I froze and I just didn't know what to do.
Wow.
And I did that. My first question was, can it see me? I was 7 or 6 or something like that. Yeah.
Nowadays, ask that same question, the
Yeah,
answer
it can
is
see a
completely
voice, yes,
different.
Yeah.
It can hear you. It can.
Yeah. I remember when I got strip poker on the Commodore 64. And I can even remember how excited I was and then how disappointed.
Yeah.
This horrible sort of 8-bit pixelated representation of a woman without a top on.
That's when your eye trouble started, wasn't it?
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh dear.
I started. I'm just answering to Azioed in the chat, but I started building an Amiga 1200.
Okay.
There's people have reproed the motherboard.
Mm-hmm.
So I started like there's so many parts in it, but I started actually rebuilding it or building one from scratch. It's going to be far more expensive than buying one.
Yeah, but it's not as much fun. So.
Yeah.
No, I've always thought I'd love to get an Atari ST, and there was one recently, not far from here, and I think it was a 520 STFM with a monitor and the mouse and some software and stuff, and it was all fully operational. But again, it was that thing of I'll get it, I'll go ooh nostalgia, and then get bored of it, and it would just take up more space. So.
Yeah, but you could only You could only have it in high res in monochrome.
Yeah.
I used to hate that. It's like, but I want it in 644.
I have an MSX, but CRT and MSX Philips MSX permanently plugged in, and I have a Amiga 1200 already.
Mm-hmm.
It's permanently plugged in. The only thing I do is I run demos on it.
Right.
You know, the old demos.
Yeah.
So that's really all I do with it. If I'm soldering something or if I'm working something, I just have those in the background.
Okay.
But yeah, the novelty does go away very quickly.
Yeah. Because do you remember when there's obviously this current trend of relaunching these machines, and they're basically it's an Arduino or something, or a Pi that's emulating it all, but they build a case to make. I got the Spectrum one of those because they were knocking them out cheap one. It was just after Christmas, and some place was knocking them out 15 quid or something. And it looks like a Spectrum and it feels like a Spectrum, but you need to have. I think you need to have your mobile phone. It's basically a Bluetooth keyboard. That's all it really is.
Oh yeah.
And all the software's on your mobile, so you then share it or on your machine here. But when I saw those, Ataris and Commodores that they're doing now, and I think some of the latest ones you can actually, if you can find the ROM for whatever piece of software it is, you can install it via USB or something, which was kind of appealing. But it's got to be the real deal, I suppose.
Yeah, the Amiga had the better graphics. Just slightly.
Which one had the MIDI ports built in? Was that the Amiga?
ST.
Oh, that was the ST that had.
Yeah. That was my first venture into music and computers.
Yeah, same here. Well, actually, no, Commodore 64 was mine, but I remember going into a studio. I don't say studio, it was like a bedroom studio of one of the guys in the band. He shared a house with a DJ, and they had this room that used to do all their kind of stuff in. They'd got the ST in there, and it was just like, oh wow, that's professionals. That's...
Well, it's really funny actually because it was a case of I got the ST, had the MIDI ports and all the rest of it, and said, you can connect it up to a synthesizer and play data backwards and forwards and stuff like that. All I want now is a keyboard that has a MIDI port on it.
Yeah.
Because every keyboard I had didn't have a MIDI port.
Yeah.
That's the one thing that would have made the Poly 6 really, really sweet if it had the MIDI on it back then. But we had to wait for the Poly 61, which I never liked.
But for Poly 61 didn't have MIDI either. It was only for Poly 61M.
Was it Poly 61M? Yeah.
Yeah, it was only 2 years after the fact, but everybody else had MIDI.
Yeah, because I remember I borrowed the DX7 off a guy, and we connected it to... What was the other old piece of crap we had knocking around? It was my first venture into MIDI. What the hell was the synth? I forget what the synth was. But it was the DX7's MIDI was not the same as this other keyboard's MIDI. It was something to do with one of them wouldn't or didn't recognise note off.
Early revisions.
Very early MIDI, and there was lots of different standards between the keyboards.
Yes,
it was mental.
Well, it was,
yeah. So you play on one keyboard, but the other one wouldn't shut the hell up. It still played the last note you played on it. It's like, I'm glad they got that sorted out.
But it's funny though, like the ST had built-in MIDI ports, clearly because they understood this thing could be used in that context, and yet computers didn't come with MIDI ports ever again. So certainly not the traditional MIDI ports until eventually, obviously, USB MIDI. But in between, then you had to buy something else, or use the serial. I remember, I got my SC88. Roland did a cable that plugged into your printer port, that then gave you a serial connection that you could plug into the SC88. And if you'd got Cubase like I had at the time and a printer, the thing that was sticking out the back of your computer was like that, so you had to move your computer forward to get all that bloody stuff in.
Yeah, I have a MIDI module for my Amiga, and again, it goes on the printer port. And I didn't even know it existed at the time. Like, it would have been just amazing to have one of these.
Yeah. I'm sure there were MIDI connectors for the Commodore 64 at one point, wasn't it? Because it was kind of around that time.
Yeah,
it would have plugged in
the cartridge thing that plugged in the back.
Yeah, it would have been something that plugged in the back, I'm sure.
Yeah.
Because the FM expander unit I've got has got two connections. One is audio, just a single RCA jack, and then the other is where you plug in the 61 note controller, which is a like a custom connection sort of thing.
Yeah, there was some cutting edge sampler thingy a mate of mine had for his computer, and we were listening to it playing back a sample, and we were like, it's like a Fairlight. No, but
there was an expansion for the
was.
Spectrum, wasn't there? There was Spectrum, which was sample based, but there was a thing that you could plug into the back of a Spectrum. I know that because my friend got one, and it was just like, oh my god, you can go, nah, and it would play it back. But that's about as long as the sample would be.
Yeah. 1 second at something like 4K or something.
Well, I think you could sort of sample into the C64. I mean, not really, but sort of. You could have used the said VCA because it had a massive click. So if you're really clever, you could get it to play back 4-bit samples.
Wasn't that clever? It was never that clever.
Like many games in the later C64 games then had some shit samples in there, which just abused it for that way.
Yeah.
I'm getting fed up with Arturia telling me that I have 38 updates to do.
Yes, they did a little batch, didn't they?
It just keeps telling me every 2 or 3 minutes going, guess what?
Apparently a friend of mine is on the telly.
Well, tell them to get off. They're quite thin and
Do you have any
delicate.
friends, Rob?
It's either... Hang on, your friend is on the telly. Hang on. Richard. Mr. Hilton's on the television. He's on BBC One with Michael McIntyre.
No, he's not. He's in the chat.
No, he's not. He's in the Palladium. Yeah. Yeah, she just put Richard Chic. He is. He's chic.
Generally, there he is. There, look.
He's a freak. He's
in the chat. He's not on telly.
How's
Somebody
that
looks
possible?
like him. Somebody looks like him.
I said, no, he's not. He's here with me. There you go. That'll confuse her.
One of them is lying.
Yeah. Maybe there's another Richard Hilton.
Yeah.
That's what it might be.
There's only one Richard.
No,
Hilton,
normally
sorry.
there's a clip.
Stunt Rich.
You know, Stunt Rich. Oh no, because you know what an abbreviation of Richard is, don't you?
Yeah.
I'll leave it. I'll just leave it there.
Yeah.
If you've ever watched the film Orgasmo, you'll know what I'm talking about. I completely forgot what I was going to say. Oh, that's it. Yeah, the thing that I normally get is I've got a friend who was. Do you remember Tick and Tock? He used to do all the robotic stuff. Tim Dry, who was Tick, I think. Every time if any program does anything about New Romantics, they will show some clips from like like the Rum Runner or Steve Strange's place, Blitz, and it will always feature Tim. He should be on some sort of residual because it's always being shown on telly, especially when they talk about that stuff. So that's usually the one what it is. But there you go. I knew he was going to be on because they played the trailer for the Michael McIntyre thing the other day, and I said, she could be on that. There you go.
Excellent. Oh, he's back.
He's back. He'll make his mind up in a minute.
There you go.
Hey, sorry, I had a little tech glitch there. How are you guys doing?
Hi, Andy.
We're kind of
Just
definitely
chilling.
yeah.
Talking about old computers and stuff. Old MIDI. I remember the old joystick port MIDI on the Sound Blaster. Piece of crap.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, Eccles joystick port.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But good stuff.
Yeah. No, I got, what was it? The Teratech EWS 64.
Oh God, yeah.
Or XL or something, where it had the brushed aluminium MIDI and optical and all that cobblers that went into one of the drive bays on the front.
Yeah.
And you could actually expand it up to, I think, almost 4 meg with 30-pin sims.
Wow.
And it was my first exposure to a software plugin.
Right. Yeah.
It came with this big synth software plugin.
Was that the one where you could also put the hardware Waldorf Microwave 2 inside of it? Or was that a different later Teratech?
No, that might be later. Yeah, I think this was their fledgling product, I believe. So it was basically. I mean, at the end of the day, it was basically an EWS 64, 32. Well, Sound Blaster card, in essence, but it was their own design. But I sold every synthesizer I owned to buy it.
Oh jeez.
So it was just, that was it now. I just had this computer and I go, oh, that's all I'll ever need. I'm done.
Not yet. So my first proper sound card was a Sound Blaster Or 32, I think. And then I got the Or 64.
Yeah, the AWE 32 was the...
Yeah, and then I got the Or 64 and I thought it was the absolute dog's leathery bits.
Yeah.
Did you have the
exactly
digital
same card.
upgrade board for it with SPDIF and all that?
No, not on that one. I only got that stuff when I got the what was it? The Audigy
Oh, Audigy, yeah.
Platinum EX, I think it was, and that had the breakout. So you had the main board, then you had a second board, like a daughter board, and then you had the big umbilical that then plugged into a black box that had MIDI and audio ins and audio outs.
Yeah. I think I went
Optical,
eventually all the way up to, was it Apogee 4? Was it? Or 3? Because, a few months or something, there'd be a new Apogee coming out or something.
So I used to work for a company called Symantec back in Dublin, and beside Symantec was a company called Creative Labs, and they used to do just parties together. So I met this girl who was working at Creative Labs, and we ended up spending a few months together. But I have to admit, I was only with her because I could get an employee discount at Creative Labs to get any graphic
I'm
cards.
shocked. No, I'm not.
That was great.
Oh dear.
Yeah.
Yeah, I used to get pretty much whenever anything just came out. Very often they'd get, because it was the assembly line, so they'd get stuff like damaged or fallen. So you get, graphic cards or speakers for, 10, 20 quid.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I loved the AWE 32 because it was the first sound card where you could change its interrupt
Which you need
and its memory
frequently.
address to make it work with other games that normally wouldn't have it.
Yeah.
It was brilliant.
Well, I got that upgrade board for it because I was gonna buy a DAT recorder.
Oh,
for a field recording. I was into field recording for a long time before I got back into music, and yeah, I got all this crap and I never fucking used it.
well, do you know
I used
what?
a DAT, but I didn't use the digital board. You know.
Well, we spent a fortune buying a DAT. We bought this as a Sony. Was it 770? I think it was a 770 or something. It was
The little
beautiful machine.
portable Sony. Yeah.
No, it was a big bastard.
Oh wow.
Like hi-fi type one.
Yeah.
And go, great, we've got a DAT because it's like these are the nuts. And that's when we realised that it's only as good as the quality of the signal you put in.
Yeah.
Or, in fact, it just shows up any noise that you had in the studio. Okay, where's that noise coming from? Oh, it's always been there, is it? Oh, okay.
ZE700, I've got one down here.
Yeah.
My little Sony was pretty good. I even took it to Hawaii on a trip and recorded birds there and stuff, and with a parabolic mic and stuff. It was a pretty good little recorder.
All I could afford was a mini disc. Couldn't do that.
Well, this is when DAT was getting cheap. I mean, I bought this is late '90s, I think, something like that.
Why didn't the mini disc take off?
Kept losing.
Because it's compressed. Well, yeah.
Yeah,
When
the
you had
HVAC compression was pretty. Ugh.
The
But
initial ones were like 12-bit, right? Weren't they 12-bit?
yeah, some of
Oh,
that.
is it? Okay.
They got better, but by the time they got better,
Nobody wanted it.
CDRs. No, CDRs were common. You know, you
Yeah.
could just rip a disc anywhere, and
Yeah.
you didn't. Mini disc was just another format, and
and
even
then MP3
DCC.
became a thing.
Yeah,
that's true,
It
actually,
was
yeah.
all the timing. You know, it was just bad timing.
Mini disc didn't frisbee as far as normal discs. But they got
That's
nothing
still-
on vinyl.
Yeah, I mean,
That's-
this probably
that's fuckers go
appeared
on forever.
a couple of years too late. Then
It was just like technology was just like, you know, every 6 months something was new
Yeah.
and changing and advancing, and by the time, I mean, I remember used to go into Virgin Megastore, and the mini disc section was just a stand, one single stand with, you know, sort of a dozen rows of what was, you know, not a lot of stuff because not everyone was signed to a label that would, you know, was producing mini discs. So I mean, I've got some Stereophonic stuff, and I've got the both Titanic soundtrack albums on mini disc. I just thought it was great because I could, you know, Velcro it onto the dashboard of the car, and it, you know, it had good shock protection on it as well, and that was quite good. And it was a recorder, so I thought, oh yeah, I can use it for my music. And no,
I couldn't find a single shop in Dublin that sold
No, that
actual
was the thing.
releases.
Dan.
So
Yeah.
I buy the original CD and blank mini discs and
Exactly, yeah.
do my stuff.
And,
Yeah, look at the
and you were
cat
stuffed
there.
if you went for the DCC, the Philips version, because even though that was backwards compatible with all, you know, regular audio tapes, there was fuck all content available really for DCC.
Here, Ty, did Fiona do your
I-
hair?
Do my hair.
Yeah.
No, she stuck his hands to her head. He said, no, but-
Oh my god, has she done your hair?
Have you noticed? But,
I can't really see because your cans are on. Take your cans off. Fuck me. Wow.
yeah, she does. I told her, you know,
He's like
So
one
when
of
do
those
the pa-
parakeets,
when do-
isn't he?
the
when
little
do the
triangle
when
with the
do-
bit sticking out of it is a 4. That's a
Okay.
1, you bitch.
Okay, so when do the divorce papers come through?
Yeah,
Married first, divorce, right?
it was all like,
Oh yeah.
and then it stopped, and then she goes, oh.
Ah, brilliant. Yeah, I love her. Well done, Fee.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm doing her hair tomorrow.
Well, there could always be a different bzzz sound coming from that room.
Are you talking to me again?
Well, yeah, maybe, yeah.
Yeah.
How are you, darling?
Well, Jane cuts my hair, and she does a great job.
Yeah.
The fact that
looks
you got
fine.
hair to cut is sickening.
I cut my own.
Yeah. Oh, what? Do you know what? I've got a kind of one of those kind of things. But is that a what's that one called? Is that one of the? Oh,
So-
one of them's.
A Remington one.
Oh, it's not the one I'm thinking of. There's one that's called the whatever it is that's meant to be great, but some reports make it sound like it's great, some make it sound like it's shit.
That's
But-
all
Yeah, I've got
I'm
a,
sure I've seen that thing before on Thunderbirds.
Yeah.
What is this cutting off hair you're talking about?
Right, I just realised. Yeah, fuck off you. I've just realised, Robert. I haven't seen you here for ages.
Well, it hasn't been on.
I haven't seen anybody here.
Yeah,
for
but
ages.
no. But what I'd noticed was there were quite a few recently where I'd kind of pop my head in and then disappear, and then 10 minutes later, Robert would suddenly appear on. So I'm kind of taking it personally that he basically just sit there.
Just burying the bodies.
I just taking it personally that Robert's sitting there going, no, wait for that cunt to disappear. Then I'll stick my face in.
Okay, sure. I can do that as well.
God, you're so confused. Oh, brilliant. Anyway, are we all well?
Yeah,
Yeah.
kinda. You?
Yeah, I'm all right, thank you.
How did it go at the garage?
Oh, cunts. No,
it might be.
Sheeting,
Yeah.
the Porsche heating system.
yeah. It's I told Kent about it. So basically, this whole thing, I waited for weeks for the Porsche assistants to come, and they booked in a slot for some point this week. So I'd waited for almost 3 weeks for them to book this slot. I got an email, a message at whatever time in the morning saying, with our partners, the Cotswold, whatever they were, company that were going to come and collect the car, even though I told them I just wanted them to drive it in. So this low loader suddenly appeared hours late, and I just said, okay, well, are you going to be driving it? Because it just said all I wanted was requesting for driver. And he just pointed at the low loader and went, no, it's going on that. I went, well, I did request it. It just got driven in. And he just pointed, well, it's not. It's going on that. Okay. So then he referred to the car, because it's electric car, as a Duracell. Is it a Duracell? This guy is really getting on my tits. Anyway, he does the most awful, 11-point turn to get it in position behind this low loader, puts down the low loader, at which point he gets out the car and starts getting the attachments to winch it on. And then they're going, are you not just going to drive it on? And he's turned around, this is the exact phrase, no, because the low loader's too small for that car, so I stand less chance of damaging it if I winch it on. At which point I went, yeah, okay, stop, this is it, it's all over. Yeah. So I ended up having to drive it there myself. I hadn't told this bloke to fuck off, basically. How much confidence does it feel? I stand less chance of damaging it if I winch it on because this low loader is too small for that car. So yeah, not a happy bunny. So
and what's wrong with it? I missed what was wrong with it.
Oh, basically, I find out now that Taycans across the world, their heating fails. And I said to Kent before, you suddenly forget that when you get your first car and there's no heating in it, you suddenly forget what it's like, those days of driving along, having to not being able to breathe because everything steams up. And yeah, and I tell you, the journey from here to the sports centre was fucking freezing. I forget, it was a car with no heating on. But they know it, Porsche know it, and they basically, you don't even get, it doesn't even go, you don't deal with the garage directly, you have to contact Porsche assistants, they sort you out a hire car, they sort out everything, because it's a common known fault. Wow. They're all going, so basically, anyone that's looking at getting a Taycan, the heating system.
That's why they call it a Taken, you got taken, so.
Yeah. Vorsprung Dirk, fuck it.
Yeah. No, that's Audi.
Wrong brand. Yeah.
Never mind.
But close.
Yeah.
They're all owned by VAG, so.
Yeah. So,
VAG.
So. Sorry, I just got distracted by VAG then.
It wouldn't be the first time.
It wouldn't be the first time. But anyway, so yes. Here. Oh, I should also point out that it's gone back. And the garage were very honest with me because I basically just turned around and went, look, I'm not being funny. You know what the fault is. Why can't you just order a load of these parts in? And they've already got four just on back order. They've got 4 cars just sat there waiting for these parts. And Porsche have got them over a barrel because basically Porsche won't even they've got supply problems and they won't even think about supplying it until they've seen the car. And basically these 4 cars have sat there for weeks already. So my car is going to be there for I don't know how long whilst they wait for this part to arrive. So it's not a great situation. So it's
Well,
but
you
there
haven't
you
got
go.
anywhere to go. You're all right.
Of course I'm not. Yeah, exactly. And it's not like I haven't got other cars, so it's
true.
fine. But they are going to. Apparently, the Enterprise are getting over some kind of car. And my only thing I said was that's fine as long as it's not a fucking BMW. That's fine. Because
Vauxhall
BMW.
Corsa.
I'd rather have a Vauxhall Corsa. I'd rather have anything. BMW will never come on this drive. Fucking
VX220.
Oh, do you know what? I had a whole VXO220 conversation the other day. I'm really, 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 really tempted to just get one as another just plaything because I loved that car. I loved that car. And
get the Lotus.
No, I had a Lotus. The 220 is so much better than the Elise to drive.
Really?
The gearbox a completely different league. The engine completely different league. Honestly, the two because I had an Elise and got rid of the Elise to get a 220. The 220 is so much better than the Elise. If you get a VX 220 turbo, it was a dream car. It had all the
Mustang.
handling.
Stop being a pussy.
Oh, fuck off! It had all the handling. You don't understand the word hand. You've got a Mustang. You don't understand the word handling.
People
the
get out of your
handling.
way. You don't need to handle anything.
The 220 had all the 220 had all the handling of an Elise, but with it just felt a whole lot better and had ABS and
I
had,
remember it in Need for Speed. It was nice.
Oh, it's a beautiful car. Anyway, genuinely, I had this. I had another real urge, and I'm very tempted just as another little plaything that just sits there. But anyway, we'll see.
So I had my head turned the other day by a car, and I almost. So do you know K cars? The Japanese concept of K cars, which is engines no bigger than 600 cc.
Oh, the little. Yeah.
The Japanese government many years ago said all manufacturers must make at least one car that conforms to this specification. Can't be bigger than this. Can't have an engine bigger than 600 cc. It was all to do with the fact that they live on a small island. There's not a lot of space. And I was driving past a garage. This must have been 20 odd years ago, probably 25 years ago, and there was a Honda Beat in like Ferrari red. It was that kind of lovely red. And I'd never seen one before. And I took it out for a test drive and just fell in love with it. It was 0 to 60 in like 12 seconds, but it felt like
12 hours.
Because you were in this little thing, and the engine's literally right behind your head, and the sound was great, and it's just fun. So I fell in love with these cars, and I almost bought it and never did.
Where's the grass box go?
It does. But the thing is that like if you'd have given that concept to British Leyland or whatever, they'd have come up with this horrible box thing. But the Japanese were like, okay, we'll roll with this, and they come up with there was the Mitsubishi was the GZ1. There was the
Suzuki Cappuccino. I had a friend with a Cappuccino.
Daihatsu Koken. All of these brilliant little cars. Well, the other day in my feed, somebody posted this, and all of a sudden I was just like, I've got to get a K car. That's my midlife crisis. And
God, that's one hell of a midlife crisis. Getting a K car.
That's a weird one. Yeah.
Fuck me. Oh, I saw that. Yeah.
Oh, that's quite nice.
Whoa, hang on a minute.
Come on, look at the
got
styling.
white wheels. It's got white wheels for fuck's sake.
Yeah, you can spray them. Fuck it. That's actually quite a nice shape, though.
Look at that.
Yeah, I did see. I saw that.
That is
On,
sweet. I like that.
I think it was on Piston Heads. I think.
Yeah, it is. It is on Piston Heads, and it's been imported. I mean, look, it's like 830 kilo curb weight. I mean, it's just like you fart and it would roll over.
Yeah.
64 brake horsepower at 6,000. But it does 60 miles to the gallon. But list price, or the price of these bikes they're doing it for, 26,995.
Yeah, but that's.
But it's had the Mugen kit on it and all sorts of. It just looks amazing. I was like, yeah. And then I started watching VW Phaeton videos, and I would love
you got
to get
me
a
looking at them now.
Can I say, if you looked on Piston Heads, did you see the when the guy drove a TVR for the first time, drove a Sagaris? Did you see that one?
No.
Go look on Piston Heads. There's basically a guy who's a young guy, never driven a TVR before, and he goes and takes the Sagaris out for his first experience of a TVR, and basically just essentially just wets himself and leaves a small stain on the seat, and falls in
Is this
love
before
with
or after he ends up with the
falls in
lay-by
love-
with the bonnet up?
True. Well, no, the thing is, it's Sagaris. So basically, in terms of handling, it's. I mean, the whole point of the story was basically this was when they finally got it sorted. It was the last car they sorted, and then literally a year later go under.
Yeah.
So it was. But the irony of it, but. I think I mean I'm not going to go into, but I basically I ordered a Sagaris, and when it got delivered, I cancelled it, and that got a Tuscan 2 instead. But if you've never, it's one of those things that this is what started me off in the 220 conversation, because it was one of those things that just got me sitting there going, oh, when you're just thinking, oh, maybe I should get one of these. It's just memory lane again. I should get one of these just to play with. But go and have a look at it, because if you've never, he explains really well what's so different about TVRs to any other car, and he's he's obviously driven a lot of cars, and he said they're unlike anything else, and they're just unlike everything, but he explains very well why why they're different, but they are beautiful. But anyway, but again, I sat there going,
It reminds me, I've got to start the Mustang up tomorrow. It's Sunday morning tomorrow.
Yes. Wait for neighbours.
is this your Sunday morning?
Yep. Every Sunday morning, I fire up the Mustang.
Oh, they love you where you live.
Yeah, they do.
Give us the fucking church bells. Yeah.
Actually, you can barely hear it over the clay pigeon shooting they're doing over the radio.
Well, I got very excited the other day. Do you remember I said to you, Kent, about I was going to try and rearrange something so I could actually try and fit in an extra keyboard?
And
I've managed to do it. I've managed to fit in. I've managed to fit something else in. The MPX, the MPCX has had to. I don't think it's going to go, but I'm going to have to rearrange some stuff. But I've moved everything around so I can get an extra keyboard in.
Yeah.
Which now means that the Mini Freak and the Osmos are permanently in, as well as the other 4 at the back. So
what's going to go in this gap?
Well, no. What the problem was going to be is the fact that, remember I told you about the 4 on the back wall, is that one of those was going to have to go to get the Osmos in, and I've now managed to swing it around so that nothing does have to go on the back wall.
Have you tried interacting it with sample libraries?
No. I literally finished that episode of the thing I'm on. I literally finished that on Friday, but today's my first day of not having to worry about that. So all I did was move it round, got very excited with myself, got slightly excited and hard, and then
still no notes.
No. On episode 1 is done. That's it. It's gone.
Okay.
No
but
notes.
You've given them enough to do the other episode now.
Yeah, but no notes back. A whole episode with my feedback was nothing, other than I haven't even had recognition that they've downloaded it at all. It's got in. Yeah, nothing.
It's
but that's my
probably a
feedback.
good sign.
Oh, it is. I mean, it's done. So
Yeah.
that's fine by me.
Yeah.
So I basically got a weekend off, which is great.
Are you going to use the Osmos on a track of yours?
I haven't yet. No, I haven't used it in anger at all. This is the problem. Is the thing that I'm working on at the moment and will be on the next episode. It's not Osmos. It's everything except kind of Osmos kind of track. But I have to say, so when I've been working on it, when I've been loading in stuff, I've had the Osmos just sat there, just plugged in all the time. So every time I'm loading stuff in, I'm there having a quick fondle with it. And
the fluty bit you played on PSN was great. It was really nice.
Oh, thank you. No, it's great. It sounds it's that kind of stuff. It does literally, it just falls out of it. But I'm finding lots of other stuff that is coming out of it. I know everyone's just getting. And I said, on the show with Robbie, it's just. I know everyone's so sick of seeing it now, and they are, because it's fucking everywhere.
I get my next month. I can't wait. So.
It's honestly
that video is one of our most successful videos ever.
Is it really?
Yeah.
Fucking people need to get a life.
I know.
And
true anyway, but
no. Is it really? That's fantastic. I mean, it's a great instrument, and I think
got over 3 months to go.
I just honestly, it is as special as everyone is saying it is. It really is. It's every time I play it, I just find something else that I get excited about with it, which is, that takes... These days, it's not like when we were younger. It's not like when we'd find a new synth and you'd find something new all the time. Now, let's be honest, when a new synth arrives, the excitement level is not as it was when we were teenagers. Let's be honest. And this is that kind of level of you're suddenly just discovering new stuff, going, oh my god! All of a sudden, there's a world that I never thought would be possible on a keyboard that is suddenly at your fingertips. And
I'm very annoyed at it
why?
because the day before I got myself a keyboard. The day before.
Whoa!
There's room for both.
Fuck.
What's the matter with you?
Now they are different. They are different. It's just that one's better than the other. That's all.
Yeah.
But they are different.
Yeah, that's the vibe I'm picking up.
No. Could you? I mean, joking aside. No. Seaboard's great. I'm not going to tell you what to do. Seaboard's great.
I'm happy with it, but I
brilliant.
just got it. I was happy with it, and then the next day I'm looking at this review or the footage of the release.
Yeah.
Yeah,
but we've all, honestly. But Kent's right. There is room for both. There really is. They are different things, but it's.
I would say, as a guitar player,
Yeah.
I really enjoy the feel of the Seaboard. And I'm
Yeah.
not
Great. I
sure-
can understand.
I'm not sure the
that.
osmosis would
As a
be.
guitar player, you should have bought an instrument.
He's
Do you know
always
what?
there.
He
with
has-
it.
I'm not always
There
there,
he
am
is.
I?
There he
No, the
is.
thing is, do you know what? He has a point. He does have a point. it
Yeah,
has to be said.
absolutely. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a good point. Which is the reason that I never did do the whole instrument thing. So.
Yeah. When the word instrument is mentioned, people go, "Where's Ian?"
Yeah.
The thing is,
Where is
it is only it's only the same as it's that old classic that Clarkson always comes up with, where if you're sitting there, someone gives you a couple of $100,000 to go and spend on a car, and you're sitting there going, "Okay, do I get the Lambo or the Ferrari or the Aston?" They're all great cars. They're all going to be great, and it's only when you're sat at the traffic lights and you look over and see one of the others, it's only at that point that you're not happy with what you've got.
Yeah.
So the reality is, all of them, whatever you get, if it's going to be great, it's going to be brilliant. It's just you always will have that moment of, "Fuck, why didn't I get that?" So
I couldn't get on with the Rolly at all when I played it.
it's.
We had
Do you
one
know
for
what?
3
I
months.
think I said the problem with the thing is with the Rolly is the fact that you either kind of accept what it can do and how it feels and dedicate some time to learn that as a completely different instrument. But the moment you go in with the mindset of, well, it's laid out like a keyboard, therefore I'm going to play it like a keyboard and it's going to feel like a keyboard, you're screwed. You've got to almost see it like it's nothing to do with the keyboard.
I think that
Like,
was my problem with it actually.
Mm-hmm.
The
Yeah,
fact
it's all
that-
mental.
Yeah,
It's all mental. It's
because
how
when
you
when I
approach it.
approached the instrument, it's like, okay, this is completely different to anything I've ever played before. I am going to have to learn this.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It's all
Yeah.
mental.
Yeah.
And the Seaboard is exactly the same as that. Which, you have to give it the time. I think this is what I said with Robbie. Really, the main difference is with the Osmos, because it's got enough of association with the keyboard. You can kind of get by with. You still have to be learn. You still have to be very accurate in terms of how you're playing, but it's easier to just adapt to it quicker.
Did you
And,
see that video that I think it was Perfect Circuit? It was one of the American stores, and they kind of set an Osmos up, and then just invited members of their staff, I think, just to come in, completely sight unseen, and just start playing with it. And it was kind of interesting to see how they took to it, because they clearly were able to to play a normal keyboard, and it was just interesting to see how they then sort of like, oh look, if I do this, it does this, and
That's honestly.
Is it a keyboard with added benefits, as in you can play it like a keyboard, exactly
Yeah.
like a keyboard?
You
and
can
then extend-
if you turn off the sensitivity parameters to make it not transmit, kind of all the sideways bends and all the extra depth and all that kind of thing. You can set it so you turn all of that off, and then it becomes just a normal keyboard. And it's a different kind of feel to a normal keyboard. It's quite
That's
a
what I mean,
spongier version. It's
Okay.
still perfectly usable as a controller, but it would be. You'd be using a percent. It'd be like going and getting in a supercar and someone going, okay, well you can only drive it up to 30 miles an hour. That's it.
Yeah.
You can't go above second gear. It's that kind of thing. You can use it that way, but you'd be losing such a lot of what makes it special.
But the
All
other
my
thing I
analogies seem
found-
to come to cars.
The other thing I found, I don't know if you agree with this, Ty, but when I got the Grand, I found that was as different again.
Yeah, the Grand is different.
Yeah.
It is different to the Rise. The Grand, you have no choice with the Grand. If you think that the Rise was difficult to, you couldn't really take to straight away. The Grand was basically like someone just giving you a big lump of rubber and just going, knock yourself out, see what you can do with this. Because
It's
the
literally
feel,
like, I played a note and it was in tune today.
yay!
Yeah.
Because it's a lot. It's you really. I mean, I said this years ago. I was incredibly lucky that back in the day when I was at uni, my piano lecturer was absolutely such a pain in the arse that when you play, you always play the notes as accurately as you possibly can play them, and so he was really fastidious about where you placed your hands and your fingering and all that kind of thing, which kind of means that you need to be incredibly accurate with one of the Grands. You incredibly accurate, and that's why you don't hear that many people playing the Grands really well, because it's the Osmos has a certain amount of that, but I mean I've seen some things online where fuck's sake, it's great, but they're not showing it off to its best. You have to be quite accurate with these things. But anyway, look, it's all practice. They're all instruments. They're all great, and everyone will get their own thing out of it. So it makes no difference whether it's that or it's a fucking Timbre Wolf. Okay, no, there is a limit. Sorry.
At the moment,
until you get your hands on it.
We'll see.
The Hydrosensor's come in today, by the way. That's come into the equation. The Hydrosensor's come into this studio, which is a bit of a thing. So that may be seeing a permanent fixture. Also, I kind of spent some time on the Quantum as well to see whether I should update it, and the general conclusion is I'd be a fucking idiot to update it, only for the fact that underneath it I've got a Poly Aftertouch keyboard, which would obviously defy one of the things, and the extra sample memory is great, but only if you're going to be loading in stuff to basically do all the granular and sampling stuff, which I don't really need it for that. So the fact that I've still got whatever it is, 4 meg or something, 4 gig or whatever is enough. And so I kind of worked out the logistics, and it would be total waste of time for me to update it. But all I would say is if you haven't got a Quantum, if anyone's not got a Quantum and is seriously looking at one, they are fantastic. Exactly as Robbie said on the show, really. They're fucking amazing keyboards. But, the new one looks even better. But I would be a total dickhead to replace... which, let's be honest, never stopped me
Ty's
before.
ordering one next week.
Yeah, exactly. It's never stopped me before. But, no, so it's...
End of the tax year, right?
Say again?
End of the tax year, but that's when you order it.
Oh my God! Believe me, the end of this tax year, there are so many things now that, there's that echoes back again. It always seems to appear in February, March. Don't know. No, it's I've got to. There's loads of things that are going to be coming in. I had the conversation with Kevin the other day, didn't I? Turning around and going, "Oh, I really do like the idea of that Colossus," but I don't know. It's one of those things. It's a bit like, honestly, it's a bit like Robbie and the Fairlight. Really, you know how at times you kind of have things that are I've got to have that, and then you have this would be quite nice if, and then you have the things that are always kind of just sit there on the kind of the outskirts, going, oh, that would be lovely, but they sit there on the outskirts for a long time, and each year new stuff comes in, going, oh no, I have to have this, and that's kind of where the Fairlight is, and it's kind of where the Colossus is, where it's just kind of it's there, and it's always there.
Well,
and
that's encouraging to hear.
But no, it is though. It's always kind of there, but it's just that it's not one of those things. There is a whole load of stuff where I'm going,
maybe I'll just bring it over for you to play with.
Yeah.
Do that. That's fine by me. Yeah.
Hire a van.
He is strong. I will
know-
resist.
You know you're always welcome, Robbie. You know that.
I know.
Ty, do you buy stuff if you have a need for them, or is it just?
Need for? Fuck me. When did that stop? That ended
Alright.
about.
That answered that.
No, it's true. I mean, look. I mean, I've said this to Kent and Robbie know this all so many times, but genuinely speaking, I'm in the unbelievably fortunate position. I don't need anything, and I haven't genuinely needed anything for years and years and years and years and years. And I'm just no. But don't get me wrong, there are odd things where I convince myself I need them.
And what I mean is a commercial need, like as in something you need to use for a project or something like that.
It normally depends if it's the girlfriend or my accountant that's asking. But genuinely need. No.
Yeah, gotcha.
I already no.
You pretty got it covered.
Yeah, no. I'm very lucky. I'm very lucky. I have more than I ever need. No, and even to the extent that kind of there was a time where I sit there going, well, I need to update sample libraries, or I need to update computers, or I need to update. Do you know what I mean? That side of things, the more mundane side of things, the boring side of things. Yeah. But even that, the reality is now that it's because I've kind of bought, not ahead of the game, but like every time I'd buy a computer, I'd always buy a totally maxed out computer with the fastest processor, with the most amount of this. And so it kind of just always means that, even as Robbie, we always say about Macs and things, even you can still have machines that are like 10 years old that are still ahead of the game in so many ways and are still functioning on a day-to-day basis incredibly well. So no, I mean, it literally, I'd probably say, in all seriousness, to answer your question, I'd probably say maybe once every 5 years, there's normally one thing or two things that I need to keep up to date with. Everything else, realistically, is just, it's all really, it's just.
But
really
if anyone
nice.
here really needs stuff, it would be you, because you're doing all this professionally for,
That's what I mean.
But that's the thing. This is the other thing that people always forget about this, is that as much as I love all the gear, and everyone knows I love all the gear and I love it all, but this is my job. This is what I have to do on a day-to-day basis. And the reason that I'm fortunate enough to be able to spend all this huge money is the fact that I need stuff, and it's an excuse to buy all the stuff I would love to buy anyway. And my argument is always really simple. It's been this for decades, since when I started out, which is, if you stuck Lewis Hamilton in a Mini on an F1 race, no matter how great Lewis Hamilton is, he'd still be fucking last.
Yeah.
And the way I always look, I can tell you for a fact, I can tell you how many jobs over the years I've got when I used to have to pitch. I'm very fortunate I don't now, but when I used to have to pitch, I used to get pitches, nothing to do with my talent, nothing to do with my ability. It was the fact that I would give them stuff that sounded like a real orchestra. And you've got to imagine you're dealing with directors and producers who don't really know, and they get other pitches from people who hadn't spent the amount of money on getting those amazing big sample libraries. They were doing it on like a GM module or something. And so many directors wouldn't be able to. All they noticed was mine sounded big and huge and epic, and theirs sounded like a demo. And so in those
General MIDI.
circumstances, exactly. No, you think you're joking. I've heard some of these. It was General MIDI, and at that stage, they're sitting there going, "Well, this one sounds like it's fucking finished. Oh, this one sounds like it's musically. The other one could have been 1,000,000 times better than mine." But I always from day one, even when I had no money, I'd always spend money on trying to get the best that I could. Yeah. And I always invested back into, because I see it's a business. It's a business. This is what I have to do every day of the week. And if I can find anything that makes my life easier or makes my stuff sound bigger or better or bells and whistles, I spend the money on it. And so, please, I always say this to anyone that it's not a job, anyone that it's a beautiful hobby that we all love, anyone that doesn't make money from it. And I've said this to Kent, and Kent will tell you this, I've had stroke arguments with Kent, with me going, why the fuck are you buying another string library? Why are you buying? Because you're not making your money out of it. And so you've got enough string libraries, Kent. You do not need any more string libraries because you're not making money back in it. Whereas, but with me, I use one sound out of one library once, and it's paid for itself by doing that job. Do you know what I mean? So it's a very different thing. Don't ever look at the shit that I buy and what I do with it, and ever think it's not a job. It's not a business. I'm doing it because I love doing, and I'm fortunate enough to be able to spend money on what is essentially my dream job. That's all. But it's still a business. I have to do the best I can with the
You're
limited
reinvested
talent.
in your business. You keep buying stuff for your work.
That's it. But I've always said that right from when I always reinvest into my business. I'm not one of these people who, because there are plenty around who basically just, they spend it and then they go, that's it. I'm not going to buy anything now for the next 10 years. So.
And it can be a hoarder at the same time. It's great.
Yeah. But the thing is, I love it. That's the problem. If nothing else, the one thing that the passion I have for this gear is just, I love it. What else am I going to spend money on, for fuck's sake? I've no interest in buying a lot of stuff. I don't drink. I don't smoke. I don't do drugs.
What do you do?
Exactly? I'm adamant. No, it's but it's true. I don't do any of that shit. And so, I'm not like, some people love going on holiday, big holidays and all that kind of thing. I'm not bothered about that.
No Rolexes.
So Rolexes. Why? I had no interest in watches. No interest in watches. It's that kind of. All I do. I like cars. I like hi-fi. I love synths and music. I have a fantastic lifestyle. I'm just really lucky. But all the things that a lot of people who do okay, all of the things that they're interested in doing, it's not really of any interest to me. I just, plus the fact I fucking hate people. So why would I go and fucking where there's lots of fucking people? Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
People, fucking idiots.
It's like when Fiona says to me, she goes, "Oh, I'm going to the shop. Says, is there anything you want?" I go, "Oh, I don't know. Give me something silly and pointless."
Yeah.
And she come back one day with a Thompson's holiday brochure.
Brilliant.
I went, yeah, a lot of thought went into that. Thank you, darling.
Yeah, do you know what? You asked for something pointless.
Exactly.
For you.
She filled the brief.
Fucking hell. Anyway.
If I said that to my missus, she'd come back with a fucking mirror.
Oh. Harsh, but factually accurate and very funny. Oh. But anyway, I'm not hanging around. I've left the missus, and I'm going to go back and have a lovely Saturday evening off. But genuinely, I saw that the show was on. I just turned around. I've just got to go and stick my head in. So just to annoy you fuckers, and I'm going to go back and have a lovely, quiet evening without you lot. As much as I love you all, there's somewhere else I'd rather be.
Oh,
so, yeah.
Yeah, there's somewhere else we'd rather be, but we've got nowhere else to go.
Or I can't afford it.
Yeah.
Still turned up.
Yeah.
Yeah, you've been very quiet, Robert. You haven't insulted me a lot. Come on.
Oh, no, that's my day off.
No, I said Robert.
Robert.
No, Robbie.
Oh, Robert.
Oh,
I thought it was me.
Oh, can I just point out? No, because if not, then Robbie will just give me a call anyway, just to throw insults at me on a personal level once a month. So that's fine. Exactly. Yeah. I'm all about you, Robert. Come on. Where are they?
Which
Are we?
planet are you
I
on?
kind of lost track as to whether we're actually friends now, or whether we hate one another or love one another, or whether are we having some kind of gay affair? I'm not really sure where we're at in this.
Employ him, Tom. That's it.
Bit of column A.
No,
Bit of
For
column
the
B.
contract to come through. You've employed him. You've given him a job. He's your assistant.
He's mad because you actually tracked
In
down
which
his video.
case, it's a fucking lazy cunt because I haven't seen him here once.
Could you imagine
Oh
me,
my
try-
God,
me
no.
trying to be an assistant and Ty trying to have an assistant? These are both things that would never
Oh, don't please. Can you?
Come on,
I
you don't
genuinely.
think that floor sweeps itself, do you?
Joking aside, obviously over the years, can you? I mean, lots of people have to talk about me having an assistant, all this kind of thing. Honestly, can you even imagine it? It's just be. I mean, I feel sorry anyone that was in my company for that kind of length of time with the demands that I'd be fucking asking of them. No, oh God, that came out wrong. That came out really in a bad way. Fuck me. God, yeah. Get that on. No, I have to say the way that I work and the way that an assistant would be, wow. No, it wouldn't be good.
Well, technically, you have got a couple of unpaid assistants, haven't you? Because when something goes wrong, you'll phone me up.
Yeah.
And go,
Yeah.
you won't believe what these cunts at this fucking production company have done now.
I think you confuse
Allow
the
you to
assistant with
vent.
soundboard. Yeah.
Allow you to,
Yeah, that's true. But no. But anyway. Okie dokie, my lovelies. I hope you have a fantastic evening all. It's really lovely to see you all again after Kent's been such a lazy cunt he couldn't be bothered to have a show and have us all on at the same time.
That's a lot of stairs, mate. You know?
So
and these slippers don't fit well. So
it's lovely it genuinely is lovely seeing you all again, and I hope you're all well, and I hope you remain all well. And hopefully I'll see you all again soon.
Yeah, good to see you, Ty.
See you, Ty. Yeah, mate.
Look after
darling.
yourself. Have a fantastic evening all.
Yeah, you
see you
too.
later. Bye.
see you later, mate.
What a wanker.
Oh God, yeah. Sorry.
Come on, Rob.
Jesus Christ.
Robbie.
What a wanker.
You had one job.
Yeah.
I actually need a
just
special
sitting
one. You
there.
gotta make one just for him.
Now that should be a Pro Synth Network T-shirt. What a
What a
wanker.
wanker, yeah.
Yeah.
Ollie, do you know the artist Meryl Streak from Dublin?
No, I'm not familiar. No,
It's just I went to see.
Meryl Streak.
Yeah, he's sort of. I think he describes himself as avant-garde punk. But I went to see him in this very small, dirty, sweaty little basement in Leeds a couple of nights ago. And
He wasn't doing a gig, he just went to see him.
Yeah, his album is great. His performance was not. I mean, actually, for a start, the PA
That's punk,
was
isn't it?
distorting. You know,
Oh.
it was just it's like the headliner comes on. Let's whack it up, but it's a small room. You know,
Yeah.
but no, he's worth a. He's
I
worth a look.
just found his Instagram there and
Yeah.
Linktree. Yeah, I'll have a look. Where
It's not-
was it? Near you or?
Well, at least it's about 40 miles away from me. So a mate of mine texted me and said, "Oh, I've got a spare ticket. You want to go?" I've got no idea who this guy is. So I spent the afternoon listening to the album. Thought, actually, I quite like this. I think we'll go for this, you know. But the venue was incredible, you know.
And is it a solo guy? Yeah, it looks.
Yeah,
like
he is. Yeah, and he does it to a. It's a shame actually because he would be better if he had some musicians, and I suppose that's down to money and
Yeah.
drums and stuff. But he did it to a backing track, and whereas I think if
So is he based? Oh no, he's based in Dublin. Okay, yeah.
he's based in Dublin, yeah.
It's a real problem for touring artists in Ireland because Ireland is so small. So even if you're big in Ireland, you're still tiny compared to. Like, even to get big in Ireland, the population isn't there to support you in the first place. So it's really, really tough for any artist to sort of make it to a point where you can export yourself, and so obviously England, UK is the first stop where you'd go first. But even to get to the UK, it's so incredibly.
He did some
Tough.
interesting stuff with lights. He had one of these really, really powerful torches, these sort of high looming torches, and he actually walked through the crowd, and it was all dark. There's probably about 50, 60 of us in this little tiny basement. And then he put this torch onto strobe, literally for the rest of the hour. And it was, and I thought, and I ended up sort of, I've never had an epileptic fit, but I thought,
It's a good thing there's no epileptics in the audience.
for an hour.
Exactly. I ended up spending most of the gig because you couldn't really see him. You could see shadows, and it was quite.
Yeah.
That was quite arty, and it would have been great for the first 2 or 3 songs, and then lights come on, and all the rest of it. But no, it was like that for the whole hour, and I'm just literally stood there with my eyes closed. Oh yeah, the strobe's still on. Let's close my eyes again.
It's a trippy effect, not a standard.
Yeah, it is. Yeah. But I do like the album, and I'm interested to see what. I'm glad he's on my radar now. I'm not usually into sort of electronica punk or whatever he wants to call it. But it's worth a listen. It won't appeal to everybody.
I'll check it out. There was I remember a friend of mine, a guy I surf with normally, but his kid, and at the time the kid, I met the kid first. He was like 7. By the time he's 14, he's making rap, and he had a YouTube channel, and long story short, he's sort of touring now. There's a rap scene in Ireland, which I didn't even know there was, but of course there is. But I remember at the time when he was 14 talking about hoes and bitches, and I was like, "You're from Ballinasloe. You're 14. What are you talking about? I know you."
On the streets of Chicago, man.
Yeah, but he's doing well for himself. It's gorgeous to see. But yeah, at the time, like I was like, what? But I'm not even sure what he's singing about now. If it's still rap, but I know he's touring. So
It'd be funny to see the Clancy brothers rapping.
Yeah, Planksty and
Talking
The
about
hose of Balamory.
Has anybody been watching that? How hip hop changed the world on BBC?
No, I've just set up to take. I missed the first 2,
really,
but they'll be on
really
the
good.
iPlayer, won't they? And the last
Really
2 are
good.
tonight, I think. I'm taping.
Yeah,
them tonight.
we watched it on iPlayer. Did the whole sort of thing, and it's really good.
Yeah.
Really, really good. I mean, Chuck D. I think Chuck D. produced it, and he's in it, and
Right.
that man's a legend.
He
Anyway,
is. He's superb.
but some of the people they've got, they don't go. They've got some of the typical, Eminem's in there, and actually, I have a lot of time for him. I really do.
I mean, I have to say, when the Slim Shady album first came out, it's the first time that I'd actually listened to a rap record and properly listened to the lyrics.
Yeah,
because
those first two.
and
Yeah.
it was absolutely superb. And I
Yeah.
thought, I'm not into rap. It's not for me. But this album and these lyrics are, are stunning.
Yeah.
what was the one with the stalker? What was it called?
Stan.
Was it?
What's an Eminem track?
Yeah, about a stalker that.
Oh, the one with Dido.
Oh,
Yeah.
that's-
Oh,
yeah. That's on the Slim Shady album.
That's
Isn't it?
that was
That is, yeah.
some of the lyrics. I mean, you listen to some of the lyrics.
Marshall Mathers is the album, isn't it? Slim Shady's the track.
Well, no, the first album was the Slim Shady LP. Then the second one was the Marshall Mathers LP.
Yeah, right.
And then I can't remember. Was it Encore? Was it? No.
I only listened to the first 2, I think.
But yeah, it's it's a really good documentary because it intertwines. It's not just about hip hop. It's about why hip hop came into being, how it bled into the culture, how that culture changed from, political and educational to then be entrepreneurial, and then how do they get back to being authentic, spokespeople for communities that don't.
Does this
have
Fight
a
the
voice.
Power? How hip hop changed the world? Is that it?
Yes, that's the one.
Okay.
Yeah, I think it's been on PBS in the US. It's on the BBC over here in the UK. It's really well made. It's loads of kind of historical footage, and then speaking to KRS-One and members of various Moni Love's on there. So yeah, they speak to a lot of people that are on the ground, and then they bring in some professors and academics.
That sounds great, actually. Look forward
It
to
really
that.
is very, very good.
I mean, sorry, go on.
No, go ahead. Sorry.
I was just going to say, last night I was meant to go to see our local art centre, which obviously I have some connection with. They've started showing interesting documentaries, and they were meant to have "Don't Go Gentle," the documentary about the Idols.
Okay.
But actually, for some reason, I bought 2 tickets. I'm surprised. Jane was going to go with me. I mean, she's the least person to go and see something like the Idols. And I have seen them. I saw them in York, probably right at the beginning when there was about 20 of us in a room. They're not they're not sort of the band that I'm particularly interested in. But my mate, I said to my mate, "Oh look, we'll go and I've got these 2 tickets. Jane's going to be away. Do you want to come with me?" Anyway, they decided to cancel it, so they've given me access to it online.
Okay.
And it was, I mean, it was marginally interesting, but it wasn't the best documentary in the world. You know.
I can't say. I thought I would like the like Idols, but I kind of don't.
Yeah,
and I think also what fed into that was the beef between them and Jason from Sleaford Mods.
Oh, I don't know.
He
Well, actually, it's
doesn't like
interesting
him,
because I said a link to my eldest son, who does like the Idols, because he was in Bristol for quite a while, and not that he knew them, but they were obviously playing around when he was at university. I sent him a text yesterday and said, you need to check out this guy. Think of Sleaford Mods, but better is how I described it. And I do like Sleaford Mods, but I can't listen to a whole album. No, I mean, I particularly like the track that he did with Billy No Mates.
Yes,
because she was then on my radar, and I think she's great.
She is stunning. Her new album is amazing. I mean, it's just incredible.
It's on my list to listen to. I've got to
highly recommended. And she's amazing live. I mean, just the energy. I mean, there she is. She just has a laptop just off. She doesn't make any bones about it. It's just, I have a laptop. We all know she makes everything herself.
Yeah.
So she just presses play and off it goes, and she does her set, and the energy is just whoa. She's not very big, but wow, she's.
I'd like to see her actually.
I'm seeing Young Fathers on Wednesday, and I cannot wait.
I've not really listened to them. I've heard odd tracks, but
they are incredible. They have this kind of. There are certain bands, when they release a song, you listen to it and you're waiting for that hook. You're waiting for that thing that gets you. Oh, there it is. There's that. And they tend to. It's almost like they push it and push it and push it until almost the end of the song, and then it comes in, and then all of a sudden those first few minutes have been absolutely worthwhile, and you'll go through it all over again just to get to that bit at the end, which is because I think they kind of. I read an interview once and they said, we write pop hooks, but we just don't deliver them in the same way as everyone else. And they're the 3 guys, and one of the guys is really, he has this little modular setup, and he just sets things going, and off they go. And it's very kind of tribal, but it's also, it's the energy is incredible. And I've been wanting to see them live for ages. And next week is Independent Venues Week, and they're doing one off at Norwich Arts Centre, so it's going to be small crowd. It's going to be really intense. So I cannot wait.
I mean, that art centre seems great because they've got some really good people coming.
Oh yeah.
Apart from Synthesis, but I mean, but because when I went and looked at the sort of stuff that they've got coming, it's great, really.
Yeah, they get some good stuff there. And then on Saturday, a week today, I'm off to see China Crisis again at the John Peel Centre at last. So that'll be really good. They're great.
Well, I did the show. I did the auditorium for their show when they came to Pog, and I mean, they were great, really, but very, very, very entertaining.
Yes.
Yeah,
that whole the 40th anniversary tour thing was great. It was the stories, and I think this one will be more just songs and stuff. And it won't be too. I mean, yes, I'm sure they'll be chatting, but it won't be this whole slideshow, the PowerPoint and everything. But because I was supposed to see them at the John Peel Centre a couple of years ago, and then I got pinged that I'd been in close contact with somebody, so I had to cancel, and then saw them in Bury, and then now I'm going to come and see them again. So yeah, looking forward to that. I've got to book my tickets for Super Booth as well. Get that sorted.
Yeah, I don't think I'd be able to get there this year. I'd like to go one year, but it won't be this year, I don't think.
Well, I think we can do it this year, me and Ben, so that'll be fun. Off to Texas in May as well.
Texas. Holidays or?
No, it's just a team meeting for work for the day job. As our headquarters is in Austin.
Nice. Are you staying longer?
I don't know. It all depends on what they authorise. Once was the time when I would go. Like when I first joined the company, one of the things that really made me sort of excited was the fact that their head office at the time was in Irvine, which is just outside of LA. And I'm thinking, yay! Plenty of trips to California, to LA. See if I can get one around the end of January to tie in with NAMM. And then about a year after I joined, they decided to consolidate a number of their American facilities into Austin. So, yeah. I mean, Austin's nice. It's a lovely place.
It's all right too. I was going to say, yeah.
Yeah, it's not awful, but it's not LA, And I've got friends in LA. I don't have friends in Austin. I have friends in LA.
I was going to say, also be glad you're not going like it was a year ago when they had all the issues with the power, right? Because they have their own separate power companies there.
Yeah, yeah.
Because they want to be clever and not be on the federal grid, so to speak.
Mm-hmm.
And they're so clever they fucked everything up and it had no power.
Yeah.
And of course, their senator leaves the state and doesn't care. And
yeah,
LA now is a very different LA from even 10 years ago.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm itching to go back to LA. In fact, I was before we started here, I found a video channel. I don't know why it was like recommended to me, but there's a video channel on YouTube, and the guy, I'm assuming it's a guy, records his trips on the roads around LA and California, and he records them all in 8K Dolby Vision with Atmos sound.
Holy crap!
I know, and he puts these things up onto
What's
YouTube.
the gear even to?
I know, and I'm just sat there watching. You basically the camera's mounted sort of like maybe just in front of where the rear view mirror would be, so it's just a lovely view of the roads and the freeways, and he does specific trips. So there's one where he goes from Mulholland Drive down to somewhere else. There's another one where he does the Pacific Highway or stretch of the Pacific Highway, go past Huntington and all these places. And I'm just I love driving down those roads, and Pacific Highway especially was one of my favourites. So I was just watching all of those and getting really sort of like, I want to go back. So I've just got to find an excuse. But I hate the flight. I really hate the flight.
It's a long flight.
Oh, I hate long. Anything above 7 hours, I'm just like, I go into La La Land. Literally.
Could you imagine the 23 hours to Perth?
I can't. It's one of the reasons I don't go to Australia. That and everything wants to kill you.
Yeah.
And they don't even have the decency to speak a different language.
No, quite.
No.
So, but maybe soon. I don't know.
Yeah, I haven't been back to California in ages as well. We got married there actually.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Now the last time I went was, I went to San Francisco, specifically Fremont, and then hung out in San Francisco. But back then, the time was that the company, it was well pre-COVID, and the company was doing really well. And if you wanted to stay an extra night or take the flight home the next day because it was a bit more convenient, they'd say, yeah, that's fine. Now it's like, okay, you're going to land, and then you're going to be in the office 6 hours later, and then you're going to be in the office for 3 days, and then you're going to fly back. We'll shut the meeting down at like 1 or 2 p.m. and then you've got to rush to the airport to get your flight back. The amount of times I now fly into places and fly out of them, and all I see is the hotel, the inside of a cab, the venue, inside of a cab, and the airport, and that's it. But it's just nice to be travelling again. Like this year is like, driving to Italy. I've got a flight to Berlin. I've got Texas, going to France. I said, well, yeah, this is good.
My company now allows us to work abroad 30 days, essentially 30 working days, so 6 weeks of the year, as long as we can get a proper Wi-Fi, and actually do our job, so we can work from home. So I'm gonna go to France for about 6 weeks. 6 weeks. Working.
I've often thought of doing that, because we've always been able to do that at our place. As long as you've got an internet connection,
yeah.
You don't even have to ask, as long as you show up and do the hours. Like my boss, she's from the Czech Republic, and so she flies back out to. She lives in Fremont, but flies back out to Prague, sort of July time, and then comes back end of August, just so that she can go and see her mum, and her mum can see her grandchild and that. But she'll just do her regular hours from there, because we don't need to be anywhere.
I know we don't need to be anywhere, but companies are squirrely about stuff like that. So it's just they just passed it a couple of years ago. So yeah, we're gonna go twice to France this year, and I'll be working from there.
Yeah,
so happy about.
Yeah, I keep thinking about going back to Italy for just spend a few weeks there.
Yeah, but now Fiona is bugging me to go. She wants to go to Lanzarote, and the Wi-Fi is really good there. So she's like, "You could work from there. Technically, you could."
There you go. Is that you, or was that the dog?
That's me.
Oh yeah.
Oh God, you heard me, did you? God, she does this thing. You scratch her chest, and then when you pull your hand away, she gets a paw and pulls your hand back to her chest.
My cat does that.
And her bloody claws sometimes.
Yeah.
Carry on scratching me. How dare you stop?
So if I come into, if my one of my cats is lying on my son's bed, and I'll pop my head round the door and I see the cat, he sees me, and he just rolls on his back and goes like this. So you then have to go and rub his tummy, and as you do that, he just his front paws come in, and he just pulls you, and he pulls you closer and closer. I'm not going to let you go. You carry on doing that until you just won't go. Yeah. And then you feel the claws. Okay, look, I'm not going anywhere. All right, go. Yeah, loves it. Bless him.
Well, I haven't got anything. I don't know what are you hanging about for? Eh? I haven't got anything, darling. Come here then. Come say hi. Come say hi to everybody. Eh? Rub your chest for you. Look at that. There you go. There's always one paw over the arm. See, there you go. Yeah, see?
Execute Order 66.
Yes. Execute Order 66.
She's not going to do it now.
No, she's not. Execute Order 66.
Stop. Fuck off, I'm not performing.
Execute Order 66.
Well, that gives me an idea, actually. For never mind.
Off she goes. Off she goes. Execute Order 66, woman.
She's like, no, bollocks.
Yeah, you know why it's not working? Because in her head it's going baked potato, baked potato, baked potato, baked potato, baked potato. Execute Order 66. There isn't going to be a tennis ball under there. Go downstairs in the kitchen and look. Go in the kitchen and look. You've never been to the kitchen.
What's Charlie up to?
Charlie will be downstairs on the settee like this.
All tired out from his dancing.
Oh, he's on antibiotics at the moment. He's got a bit of a cough. And the vet goes, he said they're quite strong. They might make him a little sleepy. Well, that's a bit unusual for antibiotics. He goes, no, you just sort of like make him make him perhaps sleep a little bit longer than normal, or he'll sit down more than. I said he can't do.
It should be more of a dog
and
just
lying
sleep
down.
more.
Well, at least he's not outside hustling the foxes.
Oh God, yeah. Mind you, he did come in. He was hopping about all over the place and spinning and tap dancing and going, "What's the matter with you?" And he was sort of edging me towards the kitchen. So I went into the kitchen. Then he went to the cat flap. So I opened the back door and he goes running down the garden. So I follow him, and he turns around and looks at me, and then looks at the workshop like that. Bitch Features was under the workshop. Pulled all the brickwork out of the way, got under the workshop.
Shit.
Because there's a fox that sleeps under there. Didn't you? And Charlie dubbed you in. Didn't he? Dad, she's been bad. And then comes back in and goes... back to sleep again.
Do you have a lot of foxes?
Well, we do. We're in the back garden. We do now because all their home has been destroyed by this bloody build they've done out on the field.
Oh, right.
And so all the foxes are looking for new places to live, and they found they can get under my workshop. So I keep bricking it up now so that Bitch Features here. Oh, you did get your ball. Oh, good girl. Did you find one? Give it here then. You did execute Order 66. Good girl. And I brick it all up so that she can't get under, but she's found that she can, she uses her head hard enough, she can move all the bricks out of the way.
Wow.
So, determined.
We had a red fox for many years at the zoo I worked at. It was imprinted on humans, so it was quite easy to deal with. And they're just a weird mix of a cat and a dog. They're just a trip.
Yeah, no, I mean, the one that I do see in the garden very early in the mornings is absolutely beautiful. It's gorgeous.
It's beautiful, and they're kind of weird They just act very strangely, but they're nimble like a cat. Just
yeah, they are lovely. But I don't want to chasing them out, especially if because I would imagine that the female will probably be getting ready to start a new family anytime soon. So don't want them getting disturbed.
And I don't know what it exactly meant, but every morning you went to get the food dish out of the cage, and the fox took a nice little dump right in the middle of the bowl. And they have that skunky odor. They have a similar compound to skunks in them. It's very skunky. Holy moly.
Yeah. Yeah, there's a particular odor attached to it.
It's wild.
Yeah, it's unmistakable.
Right. I've got to go because I've got to be up at stupid o'clock to take my daughter to work. So I will see you all later.
All right, darling.
You, Rob.
Take care.
Later.
Bye.
What a wanker.
What a wanker.
Yeah. He's a part-time Uber driver now.
Yeah. I don't think I'll ever perfect the way Ben does it. What a wanker. No, what a wanker. No. The more I think about it,
That was close. That was
The accent.
the more I think about it, the further it gets away. That's the thing. I've got to creep up on it.
So, Matt, these are 2 new tattoos you have?
Yes.
Oh. That's committed.
That is committed. What's that say? What's the other one say?
Memento Mori.
All right.
Hang on.
I thought it said memory moog.
It's the title of the new Depeche Mode album due in 2 months, but it also it's a phrase I've been fascinated by years. It means remember you must die.
Yeah.
And what I take that to mean is live every day as much as you can.
Okay.
So, yeah. But Christmas presents from my missus because she's running out of room, so she's filling me up.
And if you change your mind, you can make it Marshall Mathers.
She'd love that. My missus is a Tupac fan. Huge. She loves Tupac. So she's got a bloody great tattoo on her thigh of Tupac.
Oh, wow.
Big portrait. But yeah, she's literally running out of room. She's having another one done for her dad, and she was literally hunting for space. She was talking to the tattoo artist saying, where the fucking hell am I going to put this? And he's like, well, we could put it there, but we'd have to wrap it, and it's all this sort of shit. Yeah, she's covered. She's covered. Mate, like, was it when me and her got together, my mate turned around to me, he said, must be a good bedtime read. So, yeah.
Well, it's like Memento, right? Like the movie. If you have enough tattoos, you have a whole story on you. So,
Well, that's the thing. For me, they've all got meanings, you know, other than what they actually look like. There's always a second sort of thing for them with me. So,
we're still debating the Depeche Mode tickets are coming in March, and the tickets out of the gate were already like over almost $200. I'm like, I don't like them that much. So,
my son scored them the day they came out. So we're going to the first British gig, but he's a jammy fucker because his mum likes him as well. So he's doing the Twickenham gig with me whenever that is, June sometime, and then the week after he's in Paris with his mum watching him at the Stade de France.
Wow!
How much were the tickets, Matt?
I don't know. He paid for them. He bought them.
Wow.
I saw it for the Playing the Angel tour, and that was pretty good. But it's so heavily produced; it was clearly like, you know, a lot of miming going on there. There's no way it was all played live.
No, it's not all played live. Certainly not. But
I mean, most of it was. The guitar obviously was, and the, you know, stuff. But
yeah, well, Fletch did a lot of miming, didn't he?
Well, sure.
But yeah, it's going to be a strange tour for them, I would think, because he's not there. You know, it's going to be weird for them, I would imagine. But yes. Yeah.
I have to say, I was never a massive fan. I bought the first album when it came out, and I've got the live album that they put out.
Slofad.
Yeah.
Faith and Devotion, yeah.
Yeah, which I like, you know.
Yeah. Oh, that was a great tour. Saw them 3 times on that one. That was a really good tour. That was at the top of their game, in my opinion.
And in how they changed from that first synth pop album, and it got really dark, didn't it?
Well, that was all Vince Clarke, wasn't it? The first album was all Vince Clarke. So. Yeah. Ken, I've got a question. Where can I get more of these? JP8 knob.
JP8 knobs?
Yes.
Get in the queue.
Oh, fuck. No, nobody's 3D printed them yet.
No, they don't look right.
I thought there was some company re-injection molding some of them, but not all the sizes.
Yeah, I don't think the JP's JP8 ones are that prolific at the best of times. Anyway,
Okay.
I think when they doing the slider, there was a company injection molding the slider caps for a while.
You can find the STL files for slider caps, not a problem.
Yeah.
It's these fuckers that I'm after.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna have to find a way to get that mapped and scanned or something. Even if it's solid, I don't give a shit if it's not hollow. I just because obviously I want them for the panel.
Ah, okay, yeah.
Yes, because that's starting to come along now. Oh yes, yeah. It's been working bits and pieces on it, and it's starting to come along.
Yeah.
Yeah. Once it's up and lit and everything else. Yeah. I was moving stuff around in my room yesterday. Put it on my bed and it caught the fucking quilt.
Yeah.
Is that the one that had the glue, that weird red glue issue? Is that this one?
No, that was the 800, wasn't it? The JD?
JD800 had the red glue, yeah. No, JP8 fortunately had a sensible keyboard in it. Thank God.
If you become a real diehard fan, you could have, like those guys do, where they have the fake horns under their skin on the skull. You could have fake Jupiter 8 knobs on your skull.
Yeah, two little knobs on the top.
I think that's going far enough. I think.
So DNSync is remaking the 808 knobs, so the medium ones might be the same size.
The 808 knobs
Yeah.
Oh, they're the same. What, the big ones, not the
Yeah, but
little.
Big ones and the small ones.
Oh, there you go, Matt.
What,
Because
what,
they're the same knob.
what is it? What is that? Sorry, what is it?
I put it in the private chat. Link to Fong, where I believe the medium one should be the same size.
Oh, perfect. Oh, you absolute star. Thanks for that.
I mean, it's fucking expensive for a knob.
How much?
But they, what's it?
£2.40. £2.40.
Yeah.
I'm happy with that. I'd pay that quite happily compared to the sort of 15 to 20 quid I've seen them elsewhere. So
Yeah. Plus, if it's finishing off a 22 grand Jupiter 8, yeah, it's worth it.
well, if it's only hanging on a fucking wall, you know what I mean? It's,
Oh yeah, but I mean when I'm doing them here, you know, when you got one that's got, it's going up for sale through RL and it's got a knob missing. It's like fucking.
Well, I'll send you that one back then.
A little bit of white paper with knob written on it. And just,
Yes, I'll get a collection of those and send an original back to you.
no, you can hang on to that.
Oh dear, yeah, nice one. Thanks, Rob.
No worries.
It's the early Roland stuff that's always difficult
like
to get hold of.
the 100, those lovely
Yeah,
measurements.
the 100s and the the SH2 knobs and stuff. You know, with the little chrome inlays in them and stuff. Oh,
So beautiful.
yeah, yeah.
In fact, make us feel right.
Mm.
Wagyu, you can bugger off. I'm not getting a Timberwolf logo. Have it on the arse.
Forehead, mate. Forehead.
Just have your arsehole where the O would go.
Probably make the same sort of sound as well. Oh, fucking hell.
Yeah, that project's ground to a little bit of a halt at the moment.
Yeah.
Mostly because of that fucking GS2.
So what
Yeah,
happened
caught you drinking.
Oh,
Caught you.
yeah.
with the GS?
Bloody hell, Keith. So like. How you doing, buds? All right.
No, sorry, I don't want to interrupt though.
No, that's all.
Bonsoir.
Well, I'm doing well, and hi everyone.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, all perpendicular.
It's tattoo show and tell. Do you have any?
But you don't want to see that.
Oh,
No, actually, no, I don't.
Now we do.
so it's different things based on your mood. Is it the?
Well, exactly, yeah. So it's
Yeah. It says foo, and then you get excited and it says Foo Fighters. Yeah.
exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's the old
And
Saskatchewan
then I
joke.
get really
Yeah.
excited and it says, "I love Foo Fighters."
Yeah. They are the best. They really are. I mean,
And my favorite album is-
Yeah. And here's the lyrics to my favorite song.
Okay, now it's a Pinocchio tattoo. That's
Yeah.
Yeah.
The best one is in the beginning. Oh, this should be good.
What are you drinking?
Just a little Jameson whiskey, Irish. 'cause,
Very
you
nice.
know.
Same
What
here.
other type is there?
There's no other
Slanta.
Having a Jameson as well.
Oh yeah,
Right.
nice.
I like a Jameson. Yeah.
Hey, can I say something? Well, I guess I can
Sure.
because I'm saying it right now.
No, you can't.
You are.
No,
No.
shut the fuck up, you.
Have you
fucker.
paid? This is monetized now. You have to pay
Oh, I have to pay. Yeah, sure.
per word.
Well, Canadian money, it's worth nothing. So
Well, send something.
Oh,
Yeah, yeah.
must be worth more than sterling.
Yeah.
Oh.
actually, no. To buy a pound, it costs $1.63.
It's hardly a bargain,
Canadian.
is it?
Yeah.
That's not a bargain at all.
Yeah.
It
Go on, you
costs
was gonna
less to
say.
buy Canadian, American money.
Yeah, Canadian. I'm just looking now the conversion rate for euro. Yeah, it's jeez.
Yeah. No, it's
No, we're not doing so great here either. So,
and here is
U.S.
oh
California.
yeah, okay, yeah. But you have sun, you son of a gun.
Actually, we have actually had a lot of really cold weather lately, and finally some rain that we needed. So that's good. 'Cause
Really
climate
cold.
change has fucked everything up.
Yeah, really cold is what 22 degrees Celsius.
Really cold here has been freezing actually.
Wow.
Yeah.
Shocking. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
God.
Well, we had 40 centimeters of snow, 45 centimeters of snow within a week here. So I'll trade. I'll trade your rain with my
You can
snow.
keep
No,
the snow.
we're good. No.
Yeah. The last when Henrik did the last Ramsey replacement show, that morning it was literally freezing.
Wow.
0
It was
degrees
freezing here
C.
this morning. It was obviously minus whatever last night. Probably about 3 or 4.
Last 2 weeks was fun here.
Yeah.
Just walking to work every day for like 40 minutes,
Wow.
and then like coming, but walking back at 2 a.m. At minus 7 degrees. Not nice.
You know you can get a tube, Robert.
But not where I live, and it's
Wait.
inconvenient.
Oh, right.
It's one of those annoying things where in the daytime walking is
It's quicker.
just about faster than taking a bus.
Yeah.
At busy times it's definitely faster. And I mean, yes, at night time the bus only takes 10 minutes.
So which bit of London you in?
Battersea.
All right, yeah.
Because come on, South London tube, you can't have that. But yeah, it could be worse. It could be South East London.
Yeah, my old neck of the woods.
Go on, you were going to say. You were going to
Yes,
say
we
something.
interrupted you.
Well, yeah, no, it's about. I was watching yesterday the ProSynth Network show, and you guys were talking about this guy who was saying, oh yeah, people who do reviews should be paid, and I've seen the Red Means recording. I watch this podcast or whatever it is quite often, and I agree with you, Kent.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, he's complaining about the wrong thing because I remember Rob was saying, oh yeah, he needs money or whatever. Well, the guy has money because in one of his videos, he shows his studio. I mean, it's not. He's got keyboards everywhere, a wall of modular. He's got an actual recording studio with a booth and the room and all. He made his money with doing advertising. He's got money.
So I'm going to say with 400,000 subscribers, he's
Oh yeah, he's doing well for that too. Yeah, but the one thing that bothered me about this guy is that he was doing a show about Spotify and how people are not paid. And that's fine, and he's right. But he was comparing how much money, because he makes albums too, right? He sells albums. So he was comparing how much money he made on not SoundCloud, on Bandcamp, and compared to Spotify. So it took him like 6 months to get $2,000 from Spotify when he got $2,000 from Bandcamp by selling his album. Then he goes on to say, and I hear people, that was about his AI, I believe it was. About AI. I hear people sample bits of my songs, and I find it cool. And I go on streaming sites, and I see my albums are uploaded for free. I'm like, what? No, that's the fight you have to make, because that's the money that we lose as musicians. And no, he said, oh, that's all cool. I'm flattered. Well, flatter my ass, I mean, I just, anyway, sorry, I just had to vent that because.
I think you're right, and I think he's fighting the wrong battle.
Yeah.
Really.
Oh, totally. I mean, hey, you want me to review your drum machine? Yeah, bring it on. I'll keep it. Thanks. I mean, fine.
Well, yeah, I mentioned that earlier. We briefly talked about it, but my point was he set up his business that way to to get gear that he can do demo on. So essentially, what he's doing is complaining about having set up his business that way. You know?
Frog eater.
Yeah,
I love that.
Weird. That video was weird and rubbed me the wrong way altogether.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, he can always sell the damn gear and recoup the money. So
Well, that's it.
Yeah,
you
but
know?
it's not even that. It's the expectations as well. You know that. It's just my point is you set up your business that way, so you don't get to complain that what you worked for doesn't bring as much money as you wanted. You worked to set it up that way.
Yep.
And I get that you want to change, but that's on you, not on everybody else.
yeah, but he's a human being, so of course he's going to complain. So we all do.
True.
Yeah.
And he's Canadian, I believe, so that's even worse.
Well, he used to live around here. He's in the Bay Area.
Oh,
He
is
used to
he?
buy stuff from my friend at Guitar Center. Now he's up in Washington, I think.
Oh, okay. Because
Oregon or Washington.
Yeah.
Okay.
Right.
Because I thought I heard somewhere that he said that he was doing jingles in Toronto. I might have heard.
He may have been
wrong.
from there, yeah, eventually,
Yeah.
originally.
Yeah.
I mean, I genuinely think you probably start to lose subscribers because of that.
Yeah.
I don't think he thought it out real well.
No.
There was a couple things he said to jump in, pounce on this guy. Oh, why not, right? Well, first thing, I didn't like him. I think, Kent, you might have mentioned this on the show. I think you had a good... You don't trash the manufacturers like that.
No.
You challenge them. Why would you do that? You're not going to win that. I mean, you're not that important. And
No.
He's too big for his britches.
if you're smart, like you said, you're calling them, or he's got the means now to actually have access to some of them if he's smart through all his connections. And he's got to have an honest conversation. But to kind of pick a fight, and there's so much complexity to it. I think a lot of these marketing parts of some of these companies, it is one thing to give you something free and to let you say what you want to say, kind of. You start paying someone, and this has kind of been said, but if he starts messing it up, right, that has real ramifications on whoever paid him in that business, right? So they could take the risk of just throwing some gear, but if they start actually paying him, then they're going to cultivate what he says, and it's going to be a whole different business relationship. You know, I think he is fairly talented. You know,
we're starting to see things. You know, companies like Gear for Music have taken Mylar Melodies, who is the employing him now to do their synth stuff.
Yeah, he's very talented.
Yeah, because he's I don't know him, but he's only in Leeds, I think. Now, can you trust a shop to give you that? You know, can you really trust them to give you an unbiased opinion when they're trying to sell the product? Here I am as a dealer trying to sell.
To be honest, you can't trust them anyway. You always have to make your own decision. Look at your own research.
You don't really have to have an opinion. Just be analytical, like Lupop does, and that's really his thing, anyways. So I wonder what. I don't think he's thought out his end game because really, everything was trending up for him, and I feel like he just got really impatient, right? And he's had a few kind of rants lately, and they're not impressive to adults. Yeah. Maybe the young kids like him, but the adult, more, I hate to say adults, but the older listeners are listening to him. I'm going like, man, I don't really care if you ever do another video in your life. I liked some of them. He did a cool filter one I really liked. But I could care less if the guy ever does another video in his life, personally.
I mean,
even if I like him, you know.
But it's almost like he's looking towards, the guys that mime tracks and becoming multi-millionaires through their TikTok accounts and stuff like that, or the woman who sells her farts in jars and all the rest of it, and and makes a few $1 million doing that.
I didn't make a penny from that.
I give it away for free.
You don't wear the same outfit she does.
I do. Many a train station, and that's yours. Thank you. So, but you know, and you might have looked at some of those and go, well, why can't I make that kind of money doing this? And it's like, well, because
it's like, I mean, I said it on Ramsey's show today that you know, I fell foul of criticising Korg when I'm a Korg dealer, and some of the stuff that was fed back to me, this is not by the UK guys, was that as a Korg dealer I should toe the line and always be positive about the product. And at that point, I made the decision I will not be reviewing any more Korg products.
Yeah, they want you to be dishonest, which is cool.
I'm not going to do that. You know.
Yeah. I mean, they got a lot of. Well, it's easy. It's easy to see it from a consumer standpoint, but from a business perspective, and I'm a little bit sympathetic for them, but I'm not really. They got a lot at stake. They have the real stuff at stake, right? They've made all the investment, right? Yeah. They've got the staff, they got employees. They really are the ones that can lose, not just one person who's not making enough cash from it. So as much as it's the brutal reality of the business side of it, and it's not idealistic. It's pragmatic, and it's very unartistic. But when someone called, I love the idea of creators. I would say Ollie's a creator with more of his YouTube stuff than creative. But, you know, when he said the creators have the power, and I was like, you know, when you say that, you're almost like forgetting that a lot of these manufacturers are creating products. They're creative too. It's like you're hijacking the word creator now, like you're the creative force in this whole thing. And by the way, you also just stuck it to all your subscribers.
Yeah.
Because you just said you have the power. And I'm like, whoa, dude.
I have to go and check really whether I subscribed
this out. Yeah.
Actually, I wasn't subscribed, but I was going to unsubscribe if I'd have been subscribed. I watched a few of his videos.
These review shows, they help. Because let's face it, if you're Korg, Yamaha, Roland, and stuff, you know, you don't need the help that much. You really don't. No, you really don't.
Probably right.
No,
where it really helps is
not from that one particular guy.
I mean, poor schmuck who's working out of his garage and he's making this little Eurorack module, but it's pretty cool, and he needs to get it out there.
Yeah.
And review shows will help him, and he's giving away these modules that he can't afford to give away to these people to review it. And that's where the real help comes, and that's why, you know, when all this particular type of thing, you know, Synfluencer started out, it helped the little guy. The big guys have always had, you know, they've had their advertising and everything in place for donkeys. You know, they're all right, Jack. Anyway.
But this whole business isn't built from big guys or big ladies or whatever. You know, there's a few big players, the Roland, but the rest of them aren't big at all.
No.
And we see how fragile their businesses are, especially in the Eurorack world.
Their egos are fragile too. I mean, they clearly need you to be positive, otherwise they have a hissy fit. So you need people to be nice about them, even small guys.
But again, on the business side, it's no joke, right? If they don't sell enough, they're going to lose money. We assume
but if they lie to people and people find out later on this stuff was not good, then they're going to
some of that responsibility has to lay with the manufacturer as well. You know, because
I mean,
you can't make a shit product.
Well, no, I
the original conversation I had with Korg when they sent me the Korg 700 FS, I said, well, what if I don't like it? Because I want to be honest about it. And Ian, the guy, he's left now, sadly, but he was the product guy there, and he said, you say what you like about it. So, you know, but obviously something somewhere changed. Maybe the fact that the base Minilog, whatever, you know, I don't think I was that negative about it. I was just honest about it, and you know, don't buy this, buy the other one. It's cheaper.
Do you think some of those and some of their reissues have really done that well in the last few years? I mean, like that 700 FS,
no.
The MS-20 full size, they've been around forever. It's like they can't even move them. I mean,
I thought I was actually slightly. I was disappointed because it was the prototype, and I know that it changed when the production model came out. But I was disappointed with the 700 FS because I've got the real one there, and I compared them. The build quality for a 1,500 quid synth isn't as good.
Yeah.
And the fact it had a really nice case was irrelevant.
Yeah.
Really. You know,
it's a shame too, isn't it?
The buttons, one of the buttons I broke off by just, and I wasn't heavy-handed with it because the original ones are on metal spikes, as Kent will probably know. He's probably seen a few of them.
Yeah.
The new ones were on plastic spikes, and I went, oh, it's come off in my hand, you know.
Well, yeah.
And I told them about it, and they were going to sort it out, but. You know, you're paying 1,500 quid for 1,700 quid, wasn't it? Not
you could even break off the metal ones.
I'm sure you could.
If you were not careful.
They do have some of the.
So if they're plastic, geez.
Yeah, their products are pretty.
Well, that whole trio built on the OP6 case with the Raspberry Pi inside is not only overpriced, but it's so cheaply built. It's crazy. Yeah, you can pick it up with 2 fingers with no effort. You know, it's just light as a feather.
I don't have any cord except the little SQ64, which ironically is really well built. But,
it's metal, yeah, it's heavy.
Yeah, I think what have I got? I got obviously the drum log and the Oasis.
Because I have to say, I thought the drum log was built really well when I played with it at Synthfest and picked it up.
I've got the Mod Wave as well, haven't I?
Yeah.
Oh, that was Volkers.
No, I would have had a Mod Wave, but it wasn't because it was sold as the replacement for the modern replacement for the DW8000, and I used to have a DW8000 which I only sold a couple of years ago. It's not anywhere.
It's only because it has the DWGS waves in it, right?
Exactly.
Is that pretty
It's
much
not,
it?
It's not really like it.
Yeah.
You know, I didn't dislike it. I just didn't think it was close enough.
Now, for me, I think the Oasis was the last of their flagship products.
The M3 is excellent.
Well, the M3 was.
You talking about the M3R, the rack-mounted M1?
No, the M3, the white one that has the big keyboard attached to it.
Yeah,
Oh, right,
yeah.
yeah.
But not quite Oasis.
Technically, that's the Oasis.
It's like a baby Oasis.
Yeah, handed down, but that's what they were going to do anyway, wasn't it? That was their intention to go right, build the big flagship, and then make variants because the Kronos is a lead on from the
Kronos, came out
from that, and the M3 as well. Yeah,
I've still got my Kronos too because there's no point selling it because you know.
Well, sounds good too.
The current Nautilus isn't quite a Kronos. You know.
Well, I played a Kronos because one come in because I think it's broken button or something stupid on it, and it's there. Yeah, everything's there. You can certainly get that feel of its legacy coming down from Oasis and stuff, but the outputs were nowhere near like the Oasis.
Yeah.
No, I have to say I don't like the action on it.
No?
Piano action. I'd like it to be more. I'd like to be able to turn the action off. I can't. It's quite. But I find it quite heavy. By comparison to some of the other Korg pianos. You know.
Oh, okay. But now you got to wait. But yeah, because the Oasis, I got the 76, which is
I've got the 76.
like the M1 type
Yeah.
keyboard. Weirdly, the DX7 keyboard.
So it's. I mean, and playing an organ on it is. You can't get you need to be able to switch the hammer action off, and you can't.
Yeah.
I know that's a hard thing to do. Or if I'm going to play an organ, I'm moving it through to something else.
Yeah.
Because you can't play organ like a B3 sound, which sounds pretty good actually for a B3 emulator.
Yeah.
But actually, the action is just so far out that
And the Oasis is so beautiful to look at too.
Yeah.
It's just a gorgeous instrument.
I still fear the day that it packs up.
Yeah.
What's the retro organ thing they have?
Oh, the Vox Continental.
Yeah.
Now that actually I played that.
How does that feel?
That felt like because it's got a few emulations in it. It's got a Vox Continental. It's got a Farfisa Compact Duo, which I used to own.
Nice.
But the actual keyboard felt like an organ keyboard. It's also got a couple of pianos in there, but they're not weighted.
This feels kind of rock and roll or
Yeah.
something. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's like
And
that's why I like it.
It's a nice keyboard.
Yeah.
SV1 is pretty good, right?
What? Sorry,
SV1 that they have with the weighted keys.
I've not played an SV1.
Friends that have them, they said they're pretty good. So.
They were all right and relatively easy to use. But
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I need.
when the Kronos became so cheap that the SV1 was sort of a bit pointless because they didn't lower the price of that enough.
What about the King?
Their sort of home pianos are pretty good. I mean, B1, B2. We used to sell a lot of them, and they've got a good feel to them.
Yeah.
You know.
I don't know. I wonder.
We got off the topic a bit, didn't we?
Yeah, well,
With
whatever.
the Jerry-
Well,
Jerry
that was the
Lyle
whole
Rock,
point.
but- Sorry.
Yeah, we'll get back. Look, it's fun to. Yeah, I mean, that guy, man. I tell you, I feel.
Go back to him.
Let's go back.
Shit on him
Yeah,
some
yeah,
more.
yeah.
No, I mean, I don't really. God, I want to empathize with him. I mean, I think he's talented enough; he'll be okay, you know. But
Oh, God, yeah, I'm sure.
but
I mean, if he loses 1,000 subscribers, it doesn't make a difference to his bottom line.
I mean, I know. I
don't
get
think he'd
his-
lose a single subscriber on
Well,
it.
no.
Yeah.
You don't think so? I think
No,
there was a
'cause-
few. He would have lost
'cause
me today. If
Yeah,
I'd already
no.
subscribed.
Figure of speech, but yeah, no, it. I don't think visibly we'll see any change when you're at that level, or any. I mean, I see it in my own chat. You know, you're surrounded by people that love what you do and tell you you're great all the time. So, even if you come up with a controversial take on
Yeah,
anything,
you got your
you're
loyal
surrounded
base.
by yes people in general. So you get that sort of sense of inflated self-worth and a sense of entitlement about what you do.
Yeah, that's what you.
inevitable with it. I do have to struggle with it myself sometimes because it's like,
They'll help you.
Yeah,
but
we will.
yeah, it's good that you're aware of it. You know what I mean?
Ollie,
It's
Ollie, you crap, mate. You
yeah,
crap.
yeah, no, but
You
it's
just
For
crap.
nothing.
trust me,
Okay.
I'm surrounded by real life people that remind me of that.
Yeah.
Everything.
It's like I always get that, you know, I put up a little track of me playing some little ditty I've written or stuff, and I get some lovely comments about it. But it doesn't affect me because it's not a case of I don't let it affect me. I don't let it go to my head because I'm always going, no, I could have done that better.
Yeah.
I could have done that better.
Yeah.
We're all our worst enemy in that respect, aren't we?
Yeah.
And like I was
We
saying
know how
earlier,
good or
what
bad
he
we play.
does, everybody's doing it. Like if I do a track with any synth and you see the logo of the synth, like essentially I've done a demo with that synth. You know, it's just.
But that's the,
I don't think what he does. I mean, it's great. It's a lovely channel. I don't think it's necessarily added value on the hardware that he showcases necessarily. It's a
He
big
did some
ask.
great Machina Plus demos. That I actually learned a lot.
He's
from
really
him.
good.
He teaches as well. So
He's really good.
that's
yeah.
and that's
really
usually
is.
when they're at their best. You know, someone like him. But again, the barrier to entry is not as high, I think, as he's perceiving. You know, he's almost making it sound. I've got all this experience. I'm like, and you could see he kind of winced when his own students said, "How can I do what you're doing?" Right? Which should because.
Yeah, you have
I think he intuitively he took that as an insult, but really on another level, intuitively, I think he knew that it is sort of fleeting and he better monetize it. You know, so it's a really fascinating the whole thing's pretty fascinating when you really break it down. Where that and Kid said it right, it's not a business. Right? It's not a business yet. It's not.
It is. It's a business, but it's a business that he set up himself for himself, and now he's complaining about that business model that
yeah.
he's created for himself. You can create business models for yourself, however you want, on YouTube or as an influencer, but to come after all these years and complain that it's not bringing enough money is a bit rich, I find, because you did that to yourself. You're happy to take the gear and build your channel and personality around it, and now you're complaining that it's not enough. Well, that's on you. That's for you to process.
I mean,
That's for
I
you
think-
to sort out.
Yeah. That's a good point. I think the business model is not well flushed out in what he's particularly doing. If you just want to be I just, because he didn't, or like you said, he didn't do the actual work beforehand to understand where the break even was and how he was going to make the income or where the expenses. Again, a tried and true business, it's a lot easier to do a business plan and kind of see it. I got to make this. I gotta make this. Here's where the revenue is. Here's what I got to charge. Here's what I'm going to. So it is kind of still in flux, I think. And I think they really want to take it to a new place, right?
I suppose if you
That's it.
if you'd done a business plan,
I don't know, Ollie. You know better than me. I just jumped on here as a
If
frog.
you'd done a business plan to set up a YouTube channel, you wouldn't start the business because there's no way on earth that you
Or
would
be a
would you?
musician,
'Cause,
right?
I mean,
Did I say that?
It's a lucky shot that it works, and
exactly. And it's nice.
It takes a long
when you
time
get your
too,
first.
yeah.
It's nice when you get your first subscriber. It's nice when you get your first 1,000.
and it's fantastic that it's worked
great.
for him.
And
What I see ultimately is a man who needs a change. He needs a change in content and focus and interest, and he's struggling with that very idea. So right now he's probably shooting in different directions, trying to blame it on whoever he feels he can blame it on. But ultimately, it's for him to change.
Yeah.
Or maybe he just can't hack it. A few of them just can't
some
hack
people
it.
get.
You know what I mean? Like it's got to be really, to your point earlier, it's got to be really like a lot to have all this attention on you.
You get
like
burnout,
that and
don't you?
pressure. I mean, I'd hate it personally. But
We take
I mean,
like
all
Paulo
these-
Synthmandy, who's been on YouTube forever doing demos and had a really good website for synth sounds and demos and patches and stuff. But he's an IT guy. He still does this for fun. He clearly could have monetized it, but he knows it's not going to make a lot of money. So he just does it for fun and does whatever he wants.
I mean, I quite like the little bits of money that I get from YouTube advertising. It goes in the pot with the rest of the business. But it's not the main. It's just an extra few quid every month.
No.
Or every other month actually. I mean, I've occasionally felt the pressure of I haven't put a video out. Have I got a video to put out this week? But that's self-imposed to some extent. I like to put a video out every week if I can. And I've usually got a couple of videos in backup.
I didn't get his point about the embargo day one review whole thing that he rambled on about. Again, that's on you.
No, it isn't. Because that what happens is the manufacturer, if it's a new product, the manufacturer will embargo it. And in some cases you'll sign a contract.
I understand that.
So that's why everybody puts the video out on at 5 o'clock. It's usually something like 5 o'clock in the morning, which is ridiculous. To launch a video.
I know. I understand that. I understand the pressure of the restriction because it's probably late notice as well. But you don't have to.
No, you don't.
Release it exactly right on time at the very minute. Again, that's on him.
Yeah.
Yeah. If you're really
he obviously feels the pressure that that everybody at that level feels the same. I'm sure people. I don't know whether Loop Hop feels that pressure, but certainly Bo Beats. They all tend to release it at the same time.
They're fighting for clicks, aren't they?
And we're not
fighting for clicks. Yeah, exactly. Whereas
yes and no, because for music we're not relying. It's evergreen content. So if you do a review or if you do a song or a track, the views will accumulate over time as opposed to news-based or time-based sort of content that a lot of channels do. But so it's very much evergreen content, music in general or music technology. So you don't really have that pressure. It's very much self-imposed. It's a really, really weird stance to make.
It is. I mean, it's funny actually because what people forget is that videos. They can have a second and third and fourth life. I mean, I mentioned before that I did this video a couple of years ago, which polarized people about this guitar YouTuber. And as far as I'm concerned, that was 2.5 years ago. It's had 400,000 views. It earned a bit of money at the time, but as far as I was concerned, it was dead. It's kicked off again.
There you go.
The last fortnight, I mean, it's generated 70 quid this month.
There you go.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
And most of the comments have been nice, but there is a few negative ones, as always. But I've got broad shoulders, and I ignore that crap. Because I think you have to. Because if you worry about it, life is too short to.
Yeah, that's why I'm saying I'm just seeing a man who needs a change, and he hasn't come to terms with the fact that
he should probably
it's ultimately on him, and he needs to take actions.
Yeah, and I hope he didn't get himself financially extended by.
That's a way to burn bridges, isn't it?
You know what I mean? Hopefully he didn't build everything and go into some sort of debt or something, because I really do have a lot of compassion for all that. I do, and as much as might slag him a little, I don't want to see anybody really suffering out there.
Oh no!
And I sort of, I think it's just the way. To your point, I really looking at the guy, and I've seen a couple of his recent videos. I really see someone who's struggling, he's struggling, and it's kind of hard to watch. And we've seen a few other people. This is not the first time it's happened, right? It's almost like you see it in real time. And if you're just kind of watching, you're like, man, what's wrong with that dude? And he's not the first one. Or I've watched him and said, whew, they need to step away. They're
take a break.
Yeah, like you're just killing them. But some of them do, right? We saw Mark just leave. Mark Zaffin, he just. I wish he hadn't totally, because I kind of want to watch some of his videos.
Hello?
They're gone. But
Ring.
maybe it's him. Is it Jeremy?
Oh, that would be funny.
Awesome.
Hello, Mr. Cole.
100,000 clicks.
Talking about
It would actually be great if he joined one of those chats.
Oh my god. that would be-
Hello, Mr. Cole. This is Korg speaking. We have just been watching you, and we are not pleased.
Yeah. I know, I
Iggy's looks like he's going. No, it's a different Jeremy we're talking about. And
No, but I seriously, it'd be great if he could. I mean, if he was here, because I'd like to have a talk with him.
Well, he's
no, I do appreciate is him trying to make the point that as a musician or an artist in general, it's important to recognize that people need to make a living out of their art. And it's important to, not everybody does, but I appreciate that. But it's important to reward artists for what they're worth and appreciate their craft. But I don't think that's the way to do it. Calling out a whole industry on a video. After they've sent you free gear for probably years.
Yeah.
And also to demand that they should pay you for what you've been doing for free in the first place for years. It's a weird one.
And you're getting paid because people are watching?
And suggesting that they're, doing something nefarious.
Also, I have a feeling that if Moog, Roland, Oberheim, any of these send him the next gear they have, he'd be more happy than receive it. I feel he's talking about the smaller modular manufacturers probably can't really afford to pay for content or reviews in general. It's even a miracle that they're sending stuff for free. So yeah,
it is tough, isn't it? I mean, because it does get into the musician side of things, and that's the part where it is tough. The model is so messed up, and maybe the gear's too cheap. But then that doesn't solve the musician
Don't
problem.
say that.
Streaming.
It certainly isn't.
Maybe the gear is too expensive. But
They're just cheap.
But then we get into the musician stuff, and that's where that part of me is wants to join in on it, but I don't. My natural tendency is not to join into some kind of mob, thing. I just can't do that. But
Well, a lot of things are changing at the moment, because the one thing I'm noticing, it's just starting now, is the demise of overpriced vintage analog.
Really?
Yeah, it's just starting now.
What?
Where people are going, hang on a minute, this isn't worth that much.
Yeah.
So that's interesting, because I've noticed the same stuff in vintage arcade machines. They've suddenly, over the last couple of months, started dropping back down.
Recession? Is it recession or COVID spike over? Or neither?
Bit of column A, bit of column B.
It's a many things.
Recession is definitely there pushing against it. But it's also this thing, like I've had a few people that are saying about, I was thinking about maybe investing in a CS80. But, you know, now they're over, 25,000. I realised I don't want one that much.
Yeah.
And now, so all of the vintage analog went above what their realistic value is.
Bubbled up.
Yeah. So you get a few people chance to roll and go, oh, let's put a DX1 up for $153,000. So that when somebody puts one up for 79, they go, oh, that's much cheaper. I'll buy that one instead.
Duh.
But that is 40 grand too expensive already.
Yeah.
So it happened with the JP8s. But it's starting to see JP8s now going.
Even Juno 60s, they're crazy money for a while.
Really?
Yeah. I mean, there was a Jupiter 8, it was up for 28 grand. It was a 14-bit rather than the 12-bit DCB on the back and all the business, and it was beautiful, and it was blah, 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 blah. But it's not 28k, and it wouldn't move.
Wow.
Just wouldn't move. They found that ceiling where people were going, I'd love a JP8, but that's fucking stupid, piss off.
I should have kept my JX10.
Yeah. Well, you see, all this stuff is starting to go the opposite way, you know. It's starting to come down and settle out a bit. At least that's what I'm noticing.
Well, we've had a few people that were on Mod Wiggler, and we started kind of don't buy any new gear in 2023. We're all failing, by the way, but it's almost makes it better. But there was some weird pushback. Well, what about you're going to really, this is the worst time you could do this to all the manufacturers and everything. And I actually understand what they're trying to say, but then the rest, all of us were saying, you're talking to all of us that overextended ourselves trying to help all these people last year. And it was just a weird kind of dynamic, but I do feel there's kind of this post-COVID kind of gear burnout. Not totally, it's not like we're over it. We're still buying Osmos and some cool stuff, but it's cooling a little bit mentally.
Well, Osmos was bought before this happened. That's a long-term project.
Well, not me. I bought it about 2 weeks ago.
Oh, yeah, that's true. Yeah.
Is the post-COVID burnout a case of people needed stuff to entertain them while at home, but now they're probably back in the office and realize they don't need all this stuff around?
Yeah,
Well, I
probably
don't
doing
know, 'cause-
overtime to catch up as well.
Yeah, but it's not only about music gear. Cars were the same. I mean, I bought a car in August, used car in August 2020. I paid $4,000 for it. They're selling for 10 now, and it's 2.5 years later. I mean,
Yeah.
and it's a fucking Hyundai. Who cares?
Well, even that will, there'll start to be a little bit of a
that's still
downturn on these things.
Oh yeah, and it's starting now, right? It's
Yeah.
starting too, but yeah. So
Yeah,
I was thinking about selling my JD 800 because it's selling for 2,300 Canadian, which is stupid. But maybe I shouldn't. I don't know. Convince me, please.
Well, I mean,
sell it unless you really love it. If you love it, then you love it.
You see, I love it, but I don't use it.
It's so
That's
funny.
the
I
thing.
got a
It's
mint
not even
condition
here.
It
JD
just
800.
makes you happy when you look at it, when you walk by it.
Mine was $400
Well, I mean, yeah,
10 years
it's
ago.
Foo Fighters.
I don't know.
yeah, it will probably fall in price, but then you don't know. In a few more years, it might pop back up again.
But the thing is you see, what I hate, I hate wasting things. I mean, I'll but I'm not using it. So I'm not going to give it away, but I have enough room. I have 5 keyboards here, and that's it.
Ask yourself this question then. Say to yourself, why have I stopped using it?
not enough room, and that's the truth. Because I mean, I'm in my living room, and this is where my work office is. This is where my music is, and this is where the sitting area is with a TV.
I'm with you. In that case, I'd keep it because if you'd said, "Oh, I don't enjoy the sound anymore. I'm not into
Oh
that,"
no, I love the sound. It's
then
amazing.
I'd suggest stand it up and plug a MIDI plug in the back of it.
but then,
Stick it in the
well,
corner.
maybe. But then,
Yeah.
but I also love the keyboard feel.
Well, yeah, that's why
Feel
Dave Spears was using it as a
fantastic.
master controller for a while. It's a great key bed.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah. But then, as far as just the sound goes, I made the mistake of listening to a JD-08, the boutique one. The boutique one sounds better. I just
Very good. It's very nice. Yeah.
Oh fuck, man! It's
hard
amazing.
to find for a while though, but yeah.
Yeah, you can find them now. I mean, here I can buy one. It's $500 or $600. Youpee! You know, I've sell the other one for $2,200. But it's so beautiful. It's like the Korg Oasis, right? It's like the Oasis is the most beautiful instrument I've ever seen in my life. And the JD 800 is the second one. I bought it because I love the look of it and I love the slider. Right?
Well, yeah, then you should probably keep it, right? I mean, it'll
Yeah,
come.
I'm so ambivalent about it. It's like one day, it's like buying a Hydra synth. I don't have room for a Hydra synth. And last Saturday, a week ago, I said, okay, I'm going to go buy one. I'm going to go to Moog Audio here. They have it. And I'm going to buy one and fuck it. Now, we had 25 centimeters of snow that day. So I said, well, I might wait. And last night we had another 20. So,
or get a JD 990 and stack them.
Yeah, that's good self-imposed. But
well, yeah, I could do worse. I could just click and have it delivered from Cosmo Music in Toronto.
I got so far, it was getting embarrassed, and I'd buy something. Someone like, "Hey, what do you think of it?" And I'd say, "I don't know. I haven't tried it. I just have it." You know. It's like, I mean, it's really
but
terrible.
you see, every once in a while I go, I'm going to get rid of all the gear. I'm going to buy controllers and just play VSTs. And I go, no.
I did that once. I don't recommend it. I really do not recommend it at all.
You can do that as well.
This seems exhausting.
Yeah, so I mean, I have I have 3 controllers, and actually my JD, my D50 is. I love the feel of that keyboard. I still mostly use it now as a controller because it feels so good, right?
Yeah. The AfterTouch sucks though.
Yeah, definitely. It's not as bad as the JD, but yeah.
It's funny you say about Hydra synths because when I bought the Hydra 49. And I remember saying to Robbie, I said, I haven't got room for this bloody thing, for God's sake. And then a few months later, buy the deluxe as well.
So,
well, your rollies were stacked for a while, right?
What else you got?
It's mad. So I go, what I'll do is I'll take my Complete Control Mark II 61 note, that can come out, and then I'll use the Hydra synth instead as the controller keyboard, which is how it's set up now. And I go, all right. Now I've got to move the Argon because I need to put the Rolly Grand over there. So the Argon's standing up against the wall now. It's like,
but it looks a little more open. It looks a little more.
It's deceptive. It's deceptive.
The Argon. I got through that. There was a really bad period where those Cobals were they came out in the blue one, and I feel like I got over that hump. But
that Argon. I'm not kidding you now, right? And I'm actually embarrassed to say this, but that Argon, I took it out of the box and I set it up. I have spent 4 minutes on it since I found it.
No, it's totally that's what I'm talking about.
And I've never got above preset 8.
Was it so quick to upgrade the
That's
firmware? Only 4 minutes to upgrade the firmware?
I did upgrade the firmware, but that's because Rob said upgrade the firmware.
I can almost tell you what you've done. I know, I've done it.
Yeah, mate. It's like that's the most time I spent on it was upgrading the firmware.
But that feels good, doesn't it?
Right, we're up to date now. That's it.
I did that.
There we go. Okay, turn it off.
For today.
And
it worked out. I was like, I got the firmware.
And I you know what? Sometimes I just feel so angry at myself because I'm going, because there's people I know who would dearly, dearly love to have something like that. You know, and I'm going,
Well,
and there's me. I've got it. I go, yeah, I dust it occasionally.
I know it is. It does feel. It's
Yeah,
just-
don't feel bad, Kent. I mean, I have an S2400. I've spent
No,
maybe 8
just-
minutes with it. So
Yeah,
yeah.
it's in a box.
Well, I know I've had a few like that recently. So that was one of the reasons I had to cool down, because I was confused. I was walking into the studio and I was just confused. I didn't know what to use. And then there were things that I was setting up because it looked awesome. And I'm like, I don't know. And you start getting the flow. I'm like, I don't even know how to use that. I don't even know what it does. And I'm like, what are you doing on the table? Like, you're not even like ready for the table. Get off the table, you know? And it's like, oh my God. Woo!
I mean, if it weren't for the hardware jam thing to force myself to try different things every week, I would be really, really guilty. Stuff's just all covered with dust covers.
yeah.
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 So, I mean, I wonder if there is kind of a movement, you know, dare I say, kind of, it's time to chill out a little bit. Not that, you know, I know. I feel like I wait for the stuff to start come flying at me. But,
Yeah,
But
Could be
it's like,
AA
sure, mate.
for synth players, right? Yeah.
Yeah, it's like AA for synth players.
well, modular's really insidious because it's small.
That's what
Harmless.
frightens
You
me
know,
about
and
Eurorack.
Right.
Some of them are
Yeah.
just like, they're so cute and tiny. They just come in a little box,
Yeah,
stickers.
because you go,
and it's-
I'll get like 2 VCOs and a filter and 2 envelope generators. That'll be fine. The next thing I'll
My
know,
wife doesn't even see those come in. They just
it's
come
going
in.
all the way down the
Oh, what's that
stairs.
little box? Oh, that's mine. It's when the big ones come.
I just made myself a bigger box today.
Yeah, I'd have 80 modules, but I'll only have 1 patch cable because I've got to buy them. But look at that! Look at those lights flashing. You know, it's like, oh.
I got a whole case of neglected modules. I have one of the stuffed under there. I haven't turned on half of them, and you know, and that's when
Yeah, I had a good excuse about not buying modular because
don't do it.
you make a sound, it's great, and then you write a song with it. But when I write a song, it takes me 18 months or whatever it is, and then you can't go back, right? So at least I have presets. I go, oh yeah, it's preset 2500, whatever it is. I'm happy, you know. So
I mean, it's a.
that's the only reason, because they are amazing. I love modulars, but that's
Oh, yeah.
my reason is I can't go back to that sound ever
You have
again.
to change your workflow, yeah.
I have no
but-
regrets. I have no regrets with my modular. I just want to stop for a while and put it and kind of find the rest of my musician that got lost with the modular. You know what I mean? Just playing a keyboard or playing the drums. I feel like it just like came into my world, and it just, you know, and it's weird because you hear other people say the same story.
That's a
You
good
know?
idea. I took a break for a year. It was great.
I think what you did was perfectly fine, and that's kind of what I'm doing. I have some still set up, so, but I put away a lot of it, and then I just said, you know, I'm cool. You know, like if I need something fun to play with, I can go in my little chest of modular toys, right? Pull some out. But there's no reason to be clicking on the new make noise this or the new. I mean, that's just insanity. And some of it's not cheap, and you're dropping, man.
Yeah.
Ooh, you're just dropping 200, 400, 300, 400. You know, you're just like pop, pop, pop. Like, what am I doing?
And your cases filled. You got to buy more cases, and they're not cheap either.
Then you get cases. Then those cases aren't all working together. So I need new cases to fit in. It's just so. Anyways, it is fun. You just
I 100% DIY modular.
that's smart. I mean, that's better. So that has
Yeah.
its traps too. 'Cause
I
you can still buy
cannot
the
justify those prices. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's good fun, but look at Robin Vincent. He still hasn't finished his Deckard's Dream build. That's been like 2 years.
But see, that's what's awesome about it. He doesn't hide from it. It's like
You mean 4 or 5 years now?
Maybe, yeah. I lost track. That's so long.
No, that's great. I got a week. I had a week to build
I-
it
for-
for
for-
a customer. A week.
What?
Wow.
And how did it sound afterwards?
It sounded like a Deckard's Dream.
Ah.
I will say no more than that.
Did it sound like Curtis oscillators?
Surprisingly, yes.
Yeah. Can't imagine why.
Actually, I think I built it in about 2.5 days. I think I built it. It's pretty straightforward to do. And it's set it all up and everything. And I always give it a few days, then contact the customer. I said, "All right, your deck is ready, mate." "Oh, thanks, brilliant." But again, that's the difference between hobby and work, isn't it? You can take your time when you're hobbying, but when you're working it, it's sort of like, "Is it ready yet?" Yeah. "No, mate. Sorry." No.
Sometimes that's good though, because otherwise, be like, I ain't gonna do it.
Yeah.
It says I do.
This is it.
My stuff. Yeah. Well, that's also tough because you always got stuff coming in. And you just start, oh yeah. I don't know. I guess it's good and bad. I don't know.
Yeah, it depends what's.
It's like working in a donut shop. You know, it's like after a while. You're like,
when Hans sent me his that big 2500 of his, I was really looking forward to working on that. I couldn't wait to get started on that puppy. And the first thing I had to do was completely strip it down to nothing. Had to remove all the front panels from all the modules and everything, and some drilling out rivets and all sorts of things, tear this thing apart, and send them off to get re-anodized and that. But when I put it back together, after calibrating,
crews left?
do you know what? I thought what I'd do is I'd make up a patch on it. I make a sound, so like a bass sound, because you could split the keyboard, so I have a bass sound down there and some really surreal kind of synth sound up the other end. And I made this patch, and there was also a sequence assigned to it as well on the bass. And then packed it, set up. I put a little note in it and said, "Try this patch." And he got it back, and he tried out the patch, and he said, "Oh, it's really brilliant." He goes, "I like that." He goes, "Do you have the patch sheet so I can use this again?" I went, "Patch sheet?" "Oh, yeah, patch sheet. Shit. No." Sorry.
It's so funny. You listen to Wendy Carlos talk about the old Moog Modular days. And
Yeah.
they did the patch sheets, but they still never got the right sound, no matter how
No, because
careful you were.
it had moved since the last time they'd used it. It's sort of
Well,
like
even
this
if you
big
drew it
CRT
though, even
over
if you moved it, just the tolerances and just the nature of analog.
yeah,
It's
that's
just
it.
no
So
way.
when you put everything back to the position that they were in, you know, that knob here, that knob there, that jack plug there, it won't sound the same because the electronics has moved.
Yep.
Since the last time you played it.
so crazy. So awesome.
Yeah.
But
I used to do that
It's the
with-
same with a real instrument. I mean,
Agreed.
record a piano in summer, record a piano in winter. They sound nothing alike.
Yeah, guitar strings stretch over time, so
I had a memory Moog that would never save the patch exactly the same as it was on the front panel. So when you compare between what's on the front panel and what it's saved, it's different. You go, "That's not right. That's not
that's
right."
funny.
Put new RAM in it and everything, and you go, "No, it always save it slightly different from what it was on the front panel." That's weird.
It's a feature.
Old computers, right?
That's what I told the customer.
Yeah.
Yeah, they do that, mate. Fuck off.
Or you just say,
do
"No,
that,
it sounds right
pay
to
me,
me.
fuck
Your
off."
ears must be off." You know. Say,
Sounds the same to me. I don't know what I mean.
I programmed this trumpet, but it comes back like a kettle drum. Yeah, they do that, mate.
Lovely jubbly.
And you could probably just tell them, I've worked on a lot of synthesizers. I've never heard one sound this beautiful. And you just be like, you could probably sling
you got so lucky with this one.
Yeah.
like, you couldn't believe what it was like inside. It was,
Like his
Oh,
Mark II Black and Gold Odyssey, and you plug it in, and every time you push the key, you'd hear this German radio station. And the guy says, "Yeah, he said I'm trying to play things, and all I hear is this German radio station in the background. It's playing like the hits of the day, and then it's like, oh, what are you saying? I said there, and there's a bit. I don't know quite it is, but it's fading in and out, so it must have been sort of like AM or something like that, you know." And he goes, "Can you get rid of it?" I went, I tried everything to get rid of this radio station.
There you go.
That's your next trick. Instead of the prawn, put a little MP3 player inside the box, and it triggers little German radio samples in there.
Yeah. But it led me to a weird idea, which was to use. I implemented it on the Anaglyph design, which is to have this mental LFO that uses a AM radio.
Yeah.
As its source. I go, yeah, and then you can modulate the sound. Just a few amplifiers and modulate the sort of radio signal source to actually affect the sounds. I thought, yeah, it'd be good. I think I put a Faraday cage around the power supply on it. That seemed to get rid of it. But I've never had to do that to another ARP ever. Just that one. What the hell was that all about?
Weird.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, I can remember Martin and Switzerland having a severe problem for Pro 1 and the T8. As soon as they were too close together, well, because a nice big hum.
Yeah.
And nothing else did it. Put a big earth metal plate between them, still there, and then he just gave up and decided, well, but it's a feature.
Yeah. Just
Stop
never
caring.
put those two together. They don't get on. Yeah, weirdy stuff.
That's why Tangerine Dream has such a big studio. Everything had to be separated so it didn't hum.
What have you ever seen the pictures of Edgar's studio? That was like the smallest room, filled to the brim with stuff, and then a baby grand.
Wow.
Yeah, I mean, this is why I think the engineer who did Equinox and Oxygen must have been brilliant. Because all that gear that Jar used is the noisiest shit you could possibly ever hope to have in one room.
Yeah.
And yet that album sounds lovely.
But
the engineer
noise
must have
floor
been
is
brilliant.
The noise floor is insanely high. Even on the vinyl, you can hear background hits in it.
Oh yeah, but what it should actually be sounding like is
Yeah, it should be a
unbelievable.
747.
Yeah.
Excuse me, so many layers of that really high quality organ have definitely helped. The lovely eminent chorus, like 3 layers of chorus noise.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely.
Have you listened to his latest album?
I stopped listening to him after Zuluk.
He's raving about the Osmos.
Oh, was it?
Yeah. Because there was an interview in last month.
Finding Nemo, or whatever the fucking thing was called. That album.
Yeah.
Oh, the Cousteau, and you don't like that one?
Cousteau, yeah.
No, I didn't like that.
No, that we went Calypso
En
that
attendant
one,
Cousteau.
Yeah.
Only listen to the second track on that album. Ignore everything else, but listen to the second track on that album.
Yeah, there's
That's
something
amazing.
good on there. I forgot what it was, but there was something good on there.
Yeah,
but
the second track is amazing, but just ignore the rest.
Just wasn't worth buying the album for it.
But actually, Oxygen 3 is pretty good.
I quite like Oxygen.
And the
All 3 of them,
Equinox 2 is pretty good too.
Yeah.
Equinox 2 is a great pop album.
Yeah, no, it's and I mean it's got some good stuff on it. Oxygen 2 is pure shit.
Just stay away from Teo and Teo.
Oh God, no.
But where else are you going to hear your Moog Voyager and Andromeda presets?
Oh boy.
or again, Oxygen 2 was 7 to 13 as the album's called. If you want to hear a lot of quasi MIDI, it's a great album for that.
Well, he was also raving about the motor synth. Did you ever buy one and use it on an album?
No idea.
He was shilling for that for a while. He loved motor synth when it came out.
I mean, it could be on the last one. But there's a lot of weird stuff. But I mean,
how much of a gimmick is that anyway?
It's cool, but it has it's not that variable, to be honest.
Or the motor synth, it can be a cool gimmick, but it can also be the most boring thing in the world.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, no shit. Yeah.
The last actual CD of his I bought was the one where he did the collaboration. Was it about 5-6 years ago?
Of the Electronica Volume 1 or Volume 2?
1, yeah. And I thought it was...
Revolutions is the last one I played.
So the D50 album.
The D50 demo record.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But at least it doesn't use any of the internal D50 patches.
A couple, I think, on there, aren't there?
Yeah.
No,
Want me
they're
to
all
play you
from-
some?
they're all from the cards. I mean, a lot of them are
Yeah, a
from
lot
the
of the
rolling
cards.
cards,
Yeah.
but
yeah.
none of the ones that come in the default. It's at least slightly better than most of the other people at the time.
But I think it exposes a lot of stuff that we're confronted with, as in these guys were pioneers, but as technology just became more and more available to everybody, we sort of started seeing behind the curtain a lot.
Yeah, because a lot of things, like you listen to old Saga. I'm a fan of Saga, but you take a Polymoog, and they're just using presets. My favorite song is preset number 2, the piano preset, and that's the intro to my favorite song. And Tangerine Dream is the same. I mean, you buy
Prophet 5 presets and everywhere in the early 80s.
Yeah, absolutely. And then the DX7, oh, please give me a break, I mean, people never know how to program it.
I've just bought that, which is Wendy Carlos.
Can't see.
It's Sonic Seasonings.
Oh, yeah.
That?
Oh.
That's a good one, yeah.
I didn't. I mean, I had switched on Bach, and I had the Clockwork Orange soundtrack.
Switched on Brandenburg
this-
is
and
also
this-
great. This is really good.
Yes.
And this, I've got an MP3 of that, I think. And this was the same year as the Clockwork Orange. It's an absolutely stunning album.
Yeah.
And it was described to me as it's Brian Eno before Brian Eno did Brian Eno. Yeah. So and it is an ambient album. There's a lot of
Dave Little Moonscapes, I think, is one of the best.
I haven't heard that.
That's a crazy one, yeah.
Yeah, that's the Krumag VDS, like 1980. All this amazing, and very ambient, but before Brian Eno got a DX7, but sort of Brian Eno's DX7 ambient stuff.
But it was an eye opener to me. I mean, and the trouble is, you can't get it on Apple Music or Spotify. You have to buy it.
You can't buy it new either.
No, I mean it cost me £20, which I thought was a bit of a bargain, really. So, but no, it's great.
Back to that guy from Red Means recording.
It was Jeremy, and he says you're all little bastards. No, that was my wife.
You're gonna piss Jeremy off. He's gonna turn into the Jeremy in the grunge song.
Oh,
Jeremy's
yeah.
in class today.
I don't get mad anymore the more I talk about it. It's like, oh, it's funny though.
The Pearl Jam song.
Well, as long as it's not the Jeremy one from Van Halen.
Oh,
I don't know.
The girl was complaining about a one-night stand who didn't pan out. Anyway.
What?
I don't think I know that one.
Sorry, there's a
I
French
already know
accent you don't hear. You don't
I already know
understand it.
Jim.
I just realized you guys don't understand a fucking word I say.
What? We're just nodding. Yeah.
Yeah, everybody's like, yeah, Jeff. Yeah, you're great, man. Yeah.
Did Meatloaf just say something?
Oh, it's the fat fuck with the long hair again. Okay, there we go. Hey, we got a
Meatloaf.
quota.
it's about Jesus and the frog.
Jeff,
I don't
is
know.
your first,
I don't
actually-
know what the guy's talking about. Okay. He just comes on the show.
Yeah.
We didn't ask him to come. He's just here. Fuck. And he's so woke that if we just block him, he's gonna. Anyway, just to say, guys, hey, cheers to you. Like, you're my tribe.
Because
All of you.
Because it's on the height.
Something.
Because there's no one here who I can talk synth about and just like have fun with it.
Trust me.
it's all right. There's no one here I can talk to about either.
That's why.
Welcome to my life right through the 80s.
Well, in the 80s, I was kind of popular, so that was cool, but
Yeah, but I didn't know anybody who knew what a synth was.
no, people were calling them. I mean, I had my keyboards in the band. I wasn't
So, like a Casio? Is that what you're talking about?
yeah. No, they were calling it organs. And
Yeah,
one
organs.
girl came, and she said, "Oh, why do you have so many organs?" I was like, "Oh, you had a shot, but no, fuck off."
Organs.
You have to be careful what you say you play
Selena.
organ to, right?
You should have married her.
Yeah.
These days you get canceled for saying you play an organ. So,
Well, yeah.
what kind of organ?
Yeah. The FOO one.
Ooh, there you go.
Organ.
It's Robert time.
That's right,
The
Cleo.
sound singing, the cat singing in harmony.
Your moment. That was all you get.
Ever been tempted to sample the cat?
I know. I did sample it, but I didn't. I had to redo it. I think I had to get rid of the. Oh God! There she is.
Oh,
Let me
brilliant.
see. Hold on.
Ah, sweetie.
The boss is arrived.
Hey.
She is.
Pretty cat.
That's as much pussy as you're going to get tonight. But okay.
Da, 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 da.
Sorry, man. Just joking.
Oh, I can take it. Cleo, attack.
Hey, can
Did you
I
shed
tell
a
you
lot? Did you get
fu-
hair all over the studio?
What is
Oh,
that?
if you want to talk about hair all over the studio.
Well, I know Charlie does. Right? Yeah.
Yeah,
I'm
you
your
want to talk about
man.
hair, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah. No, can I tell you a funny story about me? I mean, like, I'll show you how much of an idiot I am because I'm up there. In the 80s, I was making jingles, like a lot of people, you know, and I had a connection. I was in a small town, like 50,000 people, and I knew the friend of mine was the director of the radio station that was playing good music for the time. And I did a lot of jingles for them. And then, but there was them. And then there was an AM station that played classical music. And that was it. Right? So one day we're out and he goes, hey, the reviews came out and the whatever book it is. And he goes, we're number one. And I just looked at him and goes, I said, Ben, it's not hard to be number one when you're the only one. And then the phone stopped ringing. Like, holy fuck, what did I say? So yeah, that's how stupid I am. There we go. You can
No,
laugh
I
at me.
I think we've all said things
We've all done
that
that.
we really wished.
Yeah, but I mean, that
literally
was
while
not-
the, while the
Could be
echo,
worse.
the last word is fading away. You're going,
Yeah.
oh, why did I say that?
Could be
Yeah,
worse.
yeah.
You could have asked for money for reviews.
That's it. But you see, but no, but that's the thing. I don't have a filter. I mean, I hear something stupid, I'm just gonna spew it back at you and go, "Fuck you, man."
That's
So
why we
yeah.
put you and Kent over on that side.
Yeah.
That is like
That's why.
starts over there, go this way. Oh man.
Cheers, man.
Yeah.
Ooh,
This is the
Yeah,
side
you
that only
guys
goes
are
down.
unfiltered.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Speaking of Wendy Carlos, did you guys ever hear the Peter and the Wolf thing she did with Weird Al Yankovic?
No.
No.
Very obscure but funny. Just
Really?
you can find it online. Yeah, it's
Yeah.
That's a funny pairing.
Yeah.
Weird Al, Wendy.
I think she saw him out too because she liked his content. So
Wow.
Oh, he's pretty original. Tell you that.
and he's a musician too. He's quite good.
Oh yeah.
Is
Yeah,
there
and
a
the
film coming out about him?
it came out as kind of a base of
So-
on his
Is it
life
all right?
story.
Is it- don't-
It's
don't
the
sound-
weird Al Yankovic
weird-
story.
Yeah,
so.
that's it. Yeah.
Mm.
I remember listening to him when I was a kid. We had a local show here called Dr. Demento. I played those weird recordings. Even went back to Wax Cylinders, just comedy throughout the ages.
Wow.
And
No,
they started playing this guy doing, My Bologna and Yoda on accordion in the bathroom at his college dorm or whatever
Yeah.
for reverb, and on a cassette tape, and that's how he got famous off to Dr. Demento, and then it took off from there. So
wow.
Yeah.
I was too serious of an artist to take him seriously.
I'm sorry, you?
I hope you understand.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
I was aspiring to much grander things. Now I'm like,
Yeah, me
that
too.
with that route.
Yeah, me too. I wanted to be in a band like Bon Jovi, but there wasn't really a band like Bon Jovi.
Yeah.
You just don't like anybody playing the accordion, right?
I've got an accordion up there. Rob.
Easy now.
I'll get it if you're not careful. I'll get it down and I'll play it.
Well, Zydeco is great accordion.
Come on, you're fully aware of.
Oh,
the times I've
Zydeco,
played it on
yeah.
here.
Yeah.
Say again, Rob.
You're fully aware of all the times I played it on this show.
I know.
Well, Jim Gilmore is a great accordion player, and if you don't know who he is, he played on that keyboard, but it's Saga's keyboard player.
Mm.
And he actually preferred to play the accordion and sing. So if you're out with him having a drink, you go back to his place, and a few more drinks, and he's going to come out with the accordion and sing, and then you want to leave.
Wonder if you ever bought the Roland MIDI accordion, the V accordion.
I don't think so.
I used to have a Transivox accordion, which had that was a five
Are we on accordions now?
Transivox accordion, and it had a built-in organ in the accordion, which was completely separate to the the bellows and everything. You didn't have to pump it; you just played it. It was weird. It just sounded like a sort of 1960s organ.
So, Robert, do you have a synth accordion sound on this Andromeda? Because I
haven't programmed anything for that. I haven't seen the need for a synthesized accordion.
Yeah, okay, that's fine.
I rarely see the need for an accordion.
Yeah, there we go. If you're not careful, I'll get me
Please don't.
me iPad accordion out.
Not
There's
that
nothing.
Oh, I have one of those apps.
Yeah, but it fucks up the
Yeah.
screen though, doesn't it, when you bend it?
Yeah.
Was that the Michael Eskin?
The one thing I can't stand is bagpipes, and the
I
second
can't
thing
stand bagpipes.
it's accordion. Right?
I
Those
like
two.
accordion. It's just I can't stand bagpipes.
No, bagpipes are
I
like.
can't stand a pencil upright.
So give that a go.
I love that. So that's
Somebody wants a bagpipe?
no
Yeah,
filters, right?
Please, yeah.
Oh, that stood up. There we are.
Yeah,
What's up
come
with
on,
that?
bagpipes. What do I hate? Let's think.
Inland pipes are lovely. The Irish bagpipes.
Yeah, they are actually.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, Irish. Right? Everything Irish is great,
Wait.
especially whiskey.
Doesn't sound like an accordion.
Who died?
What? That is from that job. My boss's accordion there. At one board there, I decided to sample.
Huh?
Just as
Nice.
quiet as possible.
Yeah, it's lovely.
Sounds like a harmonium.
Yeah,
Almost like it's exactly the same thing.
almost.
The Thumbrian pipes or the Scottish small pipes they're absolutely lovely as well. I love the sound of these. Very, very mellow.
Mm.
Yeah, it's just the sort of bagpipes. They're almost too loud.
Yeah, you're talking about the Scottish war pipes, yeah. That's. Oh, I like that sound. Yeah.
I mean,
Sounds
the
a
big
little like-
accordion fans now are a lot of the Mexican music guys. Every time you go to a music store and a Mexican guy comes in and plays the synths, he always goes to the accordion presets. For all their, because they love that style. It's in tons of their music.
I was told he's a sheriff somewhere. I won't say where, but he works a lot with the or against the Mexican cartels and that kind of stuff that come into the US. But he tells me one of the way they they get suspicious when they just check a car is by the type of CDs they have, and apparently
There you go. Yeah.
accordion polkas.
Sure.
Yeah, is one of the things that these type of lads seem to enjoy. So if they find like CDs of accordion,
I hear it bumping around here all the time.
polka bands
Yeah.
or that kind of stuff in one of the cars, they start getting suspicious.
So you have to be smoking something very heavy to like it, I guess.
Some of it's pleasant. It's just a little samey, right? It's just
Well, like any traditional music, I suppose.
yeah.
Yeah.
Well, in China, they love American country music, the traditional one, because it sounds a lot like traditional pop Chinese or popular music, not pop, but popular. Yeah. So. You'll figure it out. Need more reverb.
Yeah.
What? No, but you don't want reverb.
Yeah, put
No,
black
you
hole
do.
on it.
No, you Valhalla is massive.
Yeah,
You want the sound of a bellows right in your ears.
Yeah.
Isn't
I have,
that
I
how
have
you
some
always
old
enjoy
Broken
your
recordings. You
accordion?
can hear the bellows going in the background.
Well, on some of this you can hear it. Not particularly on the quieter stuff. Or many of the samples I threw away were like just too noisy and too breathy.
Like some of my mum's Irish folk CDs. You'll have like a picture of an old man with a cat doing something indiscreet to a sheep on the front. And it will like, there's the royal feeling in the dog morning. Okay. No, I'm getting Vangelis out, mate. Full blast upstairs. We'll have a fight off. You alright, girl? Yeah.
Also, the soundtrack for A City of Lost Children had some great accordion stuff on it.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's brought it to life.
Well, Jordan Rudess has a great accordion solo on one song.
Shredding the accordion.
Well,
Yeah.
but on his keyboard, obviously.
Right.
He loves to shred, that guy. Every time I see him at NAMM or anywhere else, I'm like, dude, just
Ah.
you can slow down a little bit.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah,
Just
no
slow down.
shit.
Want that, you know, like, give
I'm
him
smelling
shred.
smoke on the keys. You know, it's just.
Have you ever seen Dream Theater? There's no slowing down.
I know. Important always fast on the drums and all those guys, but come on, it's just.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Yeah, but that's their thing. I mean, my brother was like that. It was just kind of a prog, but his fingers, man, oh, man, he was so fast. It was like,
Petrucci and Rudess was a
How?
perfect combination. But they just both. You just have to add Emerson to that mix, and then you have a perfect willy waving show of I can play fast.
Yeah.
well, yeah. I mean, it's kind of like dancing. It's cool. I mean, I don't. It's not my thing, but
It's good in doses, but not the whole
Yeah,
like
I mean,
show.
I know.
You know. I mean, even Danny Carey doesn't play everything so crazy like that all the time in Tool.
No.
So.
Yeah.
I used
Well,
to be into that, but then I messed up my right hand, and I'm like my middle right finger is that's the permanent state. So it moves like this.
Well, that sucks.
Yeah. So I mean, and we never use the middle right finger of the right hand when you solo, right? I mean, nobody uses it. So yeah, my days of playing that fast are gone. 10 years.
Well, Rick
ago.
Wakeman does. You ever see the famous shredding video from the '80s in concert where he's got the wall of keyboards and he's just shredding like crazy, but it's really good shredding. It's not like pretentious.
But like even in the 70s,
I've never seen it.
Let me find the link. I'll post it.
Like if you think roundabout, that on the Hammond.
Yeah, that keyboard solo I could never play because I don't know. It just doesn't gel in my brain.
The Six
wonderful.
Wives of Henry VIII, that album.
One of my friends plays that from A to Z, and I'm like, oh my god, dude, I mean, I'll blow you, please.
The last track on the first side, that's Jesus.
I've got that.
I saw Rick
Listened to it a long time.
Wickman a couple of years ago, just before COVID. Like he came to Montreal, and it was like him, a piano, and a mic, and he was doing a stand-up show, telling jokes, and then playing piano, and he goes, I have any special requests? And someone said, this song from, anyway. I goes, I haven't played that in 30 years. Okay, let's do it. And he just fucking plays everything. So like, fuck, man.
His first book's hilarious.
He is, I mean, you know what? He was sincerely so funny that, I mean, if he didn't play piano all night long, I would have been happy.
Just to have him doing stand-up.
Because he's so funny. He's just as funny as a stand-up comedian as he is playing keyboard or piano. Yeah, there you go.
And all the sex, drugs, and rock and roll stories from him.
Yeah, but it wasn't even that, right? I mean, the grumpy old keyboard player books are funny, but I mean, what he was not talking about that at all. He
Yeah,
was
I put in
talking
the
about his
chat, see
family.
Rick Wakeman fast solo with his mullet.
Oh,
Yeah, check it out.
okay,
Almost mullet.
almost mullet.
I remember Dave Spears saying to me, he said about because he was going to do a demo of Imposca with the controller,
Mm.
and he was umming and ahhing about whether he was going to do it or not. And Dave said, "No, don't." He says to me, he said, "No, don't worry. What we'll do is we just ask him towards the end of the month, and then he'll do it because that's when he needs the alimony." He did. Yeah. He said, "Yeah, no, if you want to get Rick to do anything," he says, "you ask him towards the end of the month, and it'll be, yeah, okay."
Wow.
Yeah, he's got quite a few of them to pay off, I think.
But doesn't he own a pub? And he doesn't drink anymore, so he's not drinking that money away.
Pass.
I don't know.
Wasn't it like 2 or 3 years ago when there was big stuff on Reverb with all that stuff being sold overpriced? Like emptying one barn out of all the old equipment.
Yeah.
Well, but I mean, overpriced. But then you go, okay, but it's, who owned it before? What was it on?
Yeah.
That's the thing, right? You're buying a history. You're not buying an instrument.
What I really want is the full core kitted out gas tank rig. Was like 3200, 3300, CX3, and what else was in there? 800 DV, P1000.
I had one of those. First
I mean,
keyboard
I wouldn't buy
ever.
a second-hand keyboard from Jordan Ruders.
No, because the action is there.
This thing's fucked. It's worn out.
Yeah.
Mate.
Yeah. And he's playing so weirdly. It's like he's playing below he's got a weird technique. It's like his wrist is bent. He's like,
There's a video of him doing these sort of just piano exercises, and they were obviously really hard to do.
Yeah.
Well, he's a classically trained Juilliard guy, so
Yeah,
he learned a
yeah,
lot
yeah.
of stuff, and then made his own weird technique after that. So
Yeah.
But
I mean, he's written stuff that are just like, even as in his solo years, there's great music there, but it's always shredding.
yeah, he was a little more mellow back. He's used to do this Kurzweil 2600 demos and stuff on his channel.
Yeah.
And it was cool because he also showed you how he did live MIDI switching, so the presets change as he keeps playing. He doesn't have to touch any buttons, and just does a whole performance in one pass, and it was really impressive.
Yeah.
I think he's still
Have
doing.
they got a link
he's
to this
still reviewing
video?
Korg stuff for him. Because he used to.
Do this thing in the
record-
chat.
Sorry.
This thing in the chat. Play. Was it?
Play the-
Play the YouTube video of.
Oh, the C64 accordion.
Accordion,
thing.
yeah.
Is there a link here?
Haven't seen it.
I never heard of it.
We're back to the accordion.
No, there's a link up further up.
Fully
But-
functioning
I'll say why.
8-bit
But
accordion.
yeah,
with bellows.
apparently Jordan Rudess during one live gig managed to misalign the keypad
I think I found
of
it, Ken.
whatever he was playing at the time.
Mm.
And so the sensors below, he was triggering 2 adjacent notes every time. Because he completely
is.
managed to misalign it.
Wow.
It's in the private chat.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, I put it in the regular chat. Ken, I
Oh,
found
you've
it.
put in the regular
Ah,
chat.
okay, I got all these.
Just found it. I didn't know people were looking for the link, so I just found it. I've not watched it yet.
Which one is it?
Yeah, I've seen this before.
Commodorian, and it's not a toilet.
See if I can get this to work. Freaking adverts. Oh, it's one of those adverts you can't skip either. You bastards.
You have to go Pro, YouTube Pro, and then you can.
Or use Google and add stuff
Right.
Yeah, it works sometimes.
Right.
Brave browser, all those things.
all the time.
But I like the premium YouTube anyway.
So, video
Sure,
file.
yeah, absolutely. But
'Cause you can put it phone in your pocket.
yeah,
Oh, no, that's not it. Oh, God. Get out of... Go away. Right. So, come on. Is it share screen? Ah, here we go. Right. Let's see if I can get this to go full screen now.
I think the sound is muted.
There we go. Right.
This is my latest invention, the Commodorion. Two C64s attached to a bellows made out of floppy disks and tape.
Oh fuck! I need a drink.
Just as on a regular accordion, the right hand plays melodies, the left hand plays chords, and the bellows control the volume. And I'll explain how that works later in the video.
Please don't.
Unlike a regular accordion,
please don't.
when you hold the bellows quite still, the volume doesn't drop all the way to zero.
He made
And
a
this is
theremin.
deliberate, and it's
That's the
because
way
the
it's made.
left-hand side also functions as a rhythm box, where you can record a short loop. You enter programming mode with Shift Lock. So let's start recording. This is the metronome. Let's add some drums. Let's add some bass. And some arpeggios. Now we can leave programming mode, increase the tempo. And now the left hand no longer plays chords, it modifies the loop to play a different chord.
I mean, the idea is great, but Kent, are you making us watch this as a punishment?
Oh, God, it goes on.
A long time.
Well, look at that.
Very good.
Is this video entitled "Why I Don't Have a Girlfriend"? It's
Very
funny.
clever. I mean, I love Scott
It is.
Joplin. I'd rather hear regular Scott Joplin, but it's it's interesting.
No, it is clever. Definitely
It's
clever.
very, very clever. It is very clever.
But
I think
That's
after
why
the-
YouTube is fantastic.
I think after the 4 months of developing and building that, I would be there. Done.
yeah, well, that's it. Yeah.
Yeah.
So he made
So, rather him than me.
He made a C64 Theremin as well. So solar Arduino controllers and power distribution.
And he looks like Mark Zuckerberg. That's a different story.
Is he the same kind of guy that made all the Star Wars music with hard drive noises and stuff? And
That's actually better.
I wonder if I could make
Printers
one
and
from
stuff.
two CS80s. You know, they go, oh, somebody kill me! Somebody kill me!
Yeah. So where do you get the stand strong enough and the hinge to support the two CS80s?
Yeah, no, we just pick up the two CS80s. Oh, I think that's one of my testicles gone into my sock.
Well, you have to build an exoskeleton rig.
Yeah. Yeah. Get one of those loaders from Aliens.
Yeah. Yeah.
Just come in like that. Oh man.
So the CS accordion was the easy part, just making the exoskeleton to actually play it.
You've got to wonder if Roland has seen that and go, I wonder.
so some got to make one with the Yamaha, with the CX5, two CX5s and a.
Yeah. I still reckon he should have gone for computers that didn't have quite so clicky keys.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Z-
Oh,
Z-
CX5. I had one of those.
Yeah, the ZX Spectrum.
Yeah. Use it. I like that.
Gentlemen, I'm going to leave you. Thank you very much.
No problem, buddy. Actually,
Have a good night.
I should really knock
Have
on
a
the
good
head,
night.
actually. I did promise her I wouldn't run on too long.
Have a good night. Bye-bye.
See ya.
All right, take care, buddy. Yeah. Wow.
All right.
Well, got another 6 minutes.
Yeah, got another 6 minutes. We'll do that.
6 minutes. That's pretty precise. Yeah.
Yeah. So getting back to that YouTuber guy.
There we go.
I started that whole fucking thing. Sorry about that.
No, that's all right. I think a lot of people have been talking about that.
Well, that's good because I mean, it shows we're passionate about something at least.
Yeah, absolutely. I do
Even if
wonder
you-
though whether he's sitting there now. He's either going right. Let's see what happens now that I've put that out there, or he's going, what was I thinking?
Yeah.
We
Shouldn't have
did see
smoked
the
that
leader
crack.
to the video, right? Where he's outside talking about the video before he plays it.
Yeah.
So he did think about it before he posted it.
Yeah, true.
And then he pauses to explain stuff, and it's like, yeah. No, and yeah, it does sound like someone who's in a transition doesn't
He's
know
venting
it.
a lot. Yeah.
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 He should join us. Yeah, after a stream here, I'm always happy. With or without Jameson.
Either way.
Either way, I'll get drunk by the
Either
end
way
of
is
the
good.
evening.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, the pub's been missing. We've been missing the pub.
I know. Yeah, well, I can't, but
Yeah.
you've been sick,
But
so
you- but
Yeah,
knew-
I a little
yeah, I knew-
under the
I knew
Zaveda.
why.
Yeah. Oh, it's funny. I mean,
Well, it's good. Ken has to have a life sometimes too, so it's okay if he takes a break. once
no,
in a
he
while.
doesn't.
oh, do you know what? I think this is it.
Oh no!
Yeah.
Don't say that.
This
That's
is
his
it.
life.
This
Yeah.
is it. Yeah. Oh man.
You got all your
Yeah.
doggies to play with and other stuff going on. So yeah.
Oh, they this time of night they just fall asleep on Fiona.
Oh, bless.
And to be honest with you,
Steve-O.
this is the time that Fiona gets to watch her shows. Shows I wouldn't
yeah.
watch.
Yeah. Steve
Even if you
Elbows,
pay
have you
me.
seen that? The pub lost its license to sell yogurts.
Yeah.
Poisoning incidents.
I tell you what.
Steve.
You sure it wasn't burgers?
Yeah.
Yeah. No, it's funny enough. I had an Actimel yesterday, and she just plonked it down in front of me, and I went, "Did you check the sell-by?" She went, "Yes, they're fresh. They're new ones."
Oh, really? Got sick from some food? I didn't know that.
Yeah, initially, and then
Oh, damn.
I had a funny 5 minutes and lost my memory again for a bit. we don't know what that's about. We don't talk about that. But yeah,
It's
initially it was a
forgotten already.
yogurt. Yeah,
Sorry.
forgotten about it. She had to tell me about it. Yeah. And initially it started off with a ropey yogurty thing.
Ouch.
Yeah, so that was
That's the worst. Yeah, I read labels like crazy, so I'm always looking for shit.
Yeah.
So
Well, it was funny because I did the PSN because I wasn't going to miss the PSN, but I was there going. Oh, I hope this finishes soon. Otherwise, I'm going to projectile vomit all over this stuff. Come on, wind it up, Rob. Wind it up. For God's sake, wind it up. Oh God, oh God, oh God. And the pain that was coming. It was like,
Oh, it's awful.
God. Yeah, it was really, really bad.
the worst I ever actually had was alcohol poisoning. Food poisoning is bad enough, but alcohol poisoning was painful.
Holy shit!
Yeah.
Yeah,
How did that happen?
Just being stupid, drinking too much, and people buying me stuff and challenging me, and you lose your inhibition when you get too drunk. And
Yeah, been there.
so too many Cuba Libres and a bunch of other stuff, and pretty soon I was basically throwing up just like food poisoning on the hour for about
Yeah.
24 hours.
Wow.
Yeah.
But your stomach really hurts from the alcohol, not so much from the food.
Yeah.
It's miserable.
Yeah, we did that when it was
Sounds
one of
like a
my
good
friends
idea.
once. He ended up in the hospital in dialysis.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So,
My body won't let me get that far, but it's I my tolerance is very low. But
Yeah.
that was the night where I just pushed it and was so stupid. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think we've
Not
all
to mention
been
the fact
there.
that I was the designated driver, and my drunk friends had to drive my car, and we all could have died that night.
Yeah.
And you felt like you should have.
I was so out of it, I didn't know what we did half the time
Wow.
until we
Yeah,
got back to
I've
this
been-
place, and then
Yeah, I can relate to things like that, driving on acid and going to a gig, like driving to a gig. I took acid before and it kicks in,
ugh.
and then I get on stage on acid. Yeah, the 80s are like 84 to 92 for me is like, yeah, I was alive, but that's it. I mean, people show me pictures. You were there. Oh, really? Yeah, shit. Yeah, I was. Yeah.
Yeah, I stopped drinking when I was about 26. I woke up one morning in a dog's bed.
Okay.
Covered in sick, piss, shit, you name it. I was just such, and I go, this is all, I can't do this anymore. This is awful. And I did.
Yeah.
I stopped. So apart from a couple of drinks over Christmas of sherry,
Yeah.
and I'm not kidding you, I had about that much sherry. I was like, wow, the room is moving by itself.
Yeah, you get to low tolerance, you can have your
Yeah.
cheap
Yeah,
date.
it goes right in the opposite direction, doesn't it?
Yeah, no, I slowed down when one day I'm in Halifax and I'm partying with pretty famous band, and 3 days later, I'm in Times Square's New York, and I don't know what happened in between. For 3 days, I was just like
Wow.
out of it. So I'm
Wow.
like, might be a sign that I have to slow down,
Yeah.
and I have a gig in 48 hours. So, yeah, and I have to cross borders. I don't know how I got there.
Well, that's the amazing thing. So many musicians have been screwed up and performed perfectly fine for decades.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
I mean,
Yeah, but there's normally support staff with them.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, but if it's muscle memory. I that's the only thing I can think of. I mean, playing on acid, really? I mean, I did that, and no.
I mean,
No,
I never
no,
really
no.
did drugs apart from a bit of blow time to time. But I remember I decided to stop. I mean, I never drank lots, really. But I used to always drink, have a whiskey before going on stage.
Yeah.
So I would take a flask of whiskey with me, and I would have 3 drinks, never getting trolleyed.
Yeah.
Between each set, if we're doing 3 sets or 2 sets or whatever. And that became such a habit that, I can't go on. I can't go on until I go to the bar and get a drink.
Yeah, yeah.
Right.
At that point, that's the time that I decided to stop.
That's when you're an alcoholic.
Yeah, well, I mean, yeah, probably.
Yeah, it's
It
not the
is.
amount.
I wouldn't say I wasn't.
It's
but
how
the
dependent.
reality, I've become dependent. on
Exactly.
it.
Yeah.
I'm not. I'm functioning. I'm only having 3 drinks a night. I'm not getting drunk, but I am dependent on that.
and
Yeah.
this was in the 80s.
Yeah,
Play
and
we
that-
play out playing 5-6 nights a week. You know, I would fill up my flask from home, and I would go to the gig. You know, have my 3 glasses of, and it wasn't a big. It was about that.
No, it's just enough to mellow out.
Yeah. And
It's
then
a
I
it's a
decided-
blankie.
Yeah, and it took a few weeks to think, sort of slightly the anxiety of, I'm not having a drink, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah, I could never be an alcoholic. I witnessed my dad's dad for years as a kid, just a horrible drunk alcoholic asshole. So I had an anti-role model there, and also my tolerance has never been that high, so I can't do it regularly. I just feel like crap. So it's just.
It's funny because I worked. My dad was a what was called a club steward in the UK, which is like in the north of England we have these things called workingmen's clubs, and he was the manager, they called it steward. So from the age of 11, I was working behind a bar, and he would give him his due. He gave me a full man's wage for working behind a bar, so I was pretty rich as a kid. But all the way through that, I would see these men, predominantly men. Just getting absolutely arseholed every night on pints of beer, and he just never really did it for me. You know,
Yeah.
I've never really been a beer drinker. I know I've got a bottle. You know, it's taken me all night, and I've not quite finished that. But that would be normal for me. You know, if I do drink, which I don't drink that often at home, you know, one drink a night is fine. You know, I'll have a pint of beer if I go for a curry. You know, I like a whiskey occasionally, but very rarely at home. You know, and like you, Ken, at Christmas I had a couple of sherries.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah, no, and that personally, I can drink and not drink, and it doesn't make a difference in my day. And I spend weeks without drinking. I buy a bottle of whiskey, have it, or a week. That's it. If I do drugs, better put a gun to my head.
Yeah.
Because I haven't had, I mean, I haven't done drugs since I was 23, maybe 25. Okay, 20. That's 25. Yeah. So that's been like 72 years, and like it's been, Jesus. I'm 57. You do the math.
Yeah.
And yeah. So, but no drugs. And it's illegal. Pot is legal in Canada now.
Okay.
Probably everywhere we are right now, broadcasting to the world. And yeah, I just don't want to go near that at all. But I don't even want it. So that's the good thing.
Yeah.
The Roger Daltrey had a great story about when they're still traveling with Keith Moon and all that, and he was so messed up at one point. They just said, we really can't perform, and this guy's so good, and he's just ruining the gigs. So Roger had a big thing where he grabbed the bag of drugs and flushed it as he usually did. But this time the entire band got pissed at him. He goes, "What the fuck are you doing?" He's like, "What do you mean?" He goes, "That wasn't just his drugs. That was the whole band's drugs." They were pissed at him.
I loved Keith Moon. I thought it was quite a
crazy.
great drummer.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah.
There's a couple of concerts like he did when they did Tommy live, and I've got the recording, the live recording. It was the live at Leeds recording, but there's another. I think they did a double CD of it, and then there's a concert of it, and he would play like that every night. I mean, how the hell he managed to play like that every night? It wasn't that he was all over the place. You know, he could really play, and there's nobody else like him. You know.
Oh, we've got a latecomer.
Really? Just as we're leaving the stream. Okay, good night.
You heard because I gotta jump in and talk about drugs.
Yeah, time to go smoke some crack.
Did
What
somebody
time do
say
you call
drink?
this, son?
I'm a bit behind with everything. I'm just having my dinner.
Oh man!
Oh, nice.
What is it?
It's well, that's home cooked.
Curry.
The naan bread is bought, but yeah, it's
Is it like a
sort of
balti or something?
a balti, mushroom balti.
Nice. Oh, nice.
Thanks.
Nice.
Yeah. So literally, I just threw it in the oven and might have to mute myself at times.
What, you fart a lot when you're
You
eating?
start burping.
Yeah.
It's like, oh man, it goes right through you.
Yeah. How is everyone anyway?
Good. Nice to see you.
Yeah.
I've seen you for ages.
I know.
Yeah.
I know. I've just been ridiculously busy. And yeah, just God, life shows no signs of that ending, except by life ending, which we don't really want. Well, I don't particularly want. Some might. My ex might. But yeah. So, so what's everyone been up to?
Necking shit mostly.
Talking about this guy named Jeremy.
Yeah.
Yeah, all sorts, left, right, and centre.
Oh, fuck, man, stop it. It's too funny.
What's been the main topic of conversation and that?
Oh no, don't bring that up again.
This guy named Jeremy.
Jeremy.
Yeah.
Casa.
Yeah.
And acid and whiskey.
Yeah.
We did go through games, didn't we?
We did.
Accordions.
Accordions,
Cool.
and accordions.
Vintage computers.
I could bring up some horrible stuff like the cop beatings recently in the U.S. Those are always fun.
Oh shit! Yeah, I
Oh,
saw
do you know
that
what?
yesterday. Oh,
I thought
my
you said
God.
cock beatings.
Well, there's that
For
too,
a
but
minute.
we won't talk about that right now. So
Yeah, we
it's
saw
the
that
other
too.
channel.
What the hell is it? Who's been beating their cock? What's going on?
Who
You
has
want
it?
to see it?
Yeah,
You,
true
you want to see it live? It goes
Yeah.
along with my tattoo.
No, they arrested those guys. It's just
Call me Ishmael.
crazy.
Say again,
fuck.
Is that the 5 black cops?
5 cops, yeah, killed that guy. Yeah.
Well, it's more than 5. I mean, at one point there was like 7, and then the EMT came in, the emergency the ambulance, and they didn't touch the guy, and he's like there on the floor, and he's dying, and you see him die live. Wow.
They had that lately, but the guy who got tasered too many times. There's a whole bunch of stuff happening with this cops going nuts. You know?
Oh yeah, and just he crossed the red light.
Really?
It's
Well, it started like that.
I mean,
Right.
they unfortunately there's a term they call it, instead of DWI, it's DWB, driving while black, and these guys are getting singled out and treated like crap for just being black, and it's ridiculous.
Yeah.
But but there's one thing he did though that you don't ever do. Just shut the fuck up.
Well,
put your
that's-
hand on the
yeah.
steering wheel
Okay.
and just say yes, officer. Okay, I'm coming out, and don't run because he did that. He started to run. I'm not saying it's his fault. I'm not. Sure.
No, not
But
at all.
it-
But I mean,
I mean,
it's you do. It's like predators. You trigger them, and they
Well,
act
that's
worse.
it.
Yeah.
Well, they're so afraid, these cops. They're absolutely shit scared. They're going to get shot themselves.
Of course.
They're
Of
full
course,
of
I would be
adrenaline
too.
and a massive lack of intelligence and rationality. So it's like, you know.
It's a horrible job. I'd never want to be one because they're always
Oh, God.
facing death every day.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
From crazy motorists and just, especially here, random people with guns and who knows what. So
Yeah, the U.S. is even worse.
Well,
yeah.
How about
It's more
bringing
guns
in
than
gun
people.
control, and then it might actually get a bit better.
But there's a great video shot by the police. You can actually find online. It's not supposed to be for the public. It was made for police. It's pretty graphic. It's called "Surviving Edged Weapons," and it has nothing to do with guns. It's all about knives and all kinds of improvised weapons you can hide on your body. And that's brutal enough. Even without guns, cops are getting sliced and chopped and stabbed all the time.
Yeah.
They said basically if a cop is charged by a guy with a knife, he needs a good 15 to 20 feet just to pull his gun and pull on the target.
Yeah.
Otherwise, he's dead.
Wow.
The guy with the knife wins.
Yeah.
How about pointed sticks?
Yeah. No. How about pointed sticks? Shut up.
I mean, but accordions don't kill people. They just annoy them.
They make you want to kill yourself, though.
That's a thing, right?
But they just make other people kill people.
Induce death to up to 400 yards.
I disagree with this because I like the accordion.
I do too.
Well, Ian, you're banned. See ya.
It's
In your
the
dreams,
The
Jeff, in
accordion
your
lover.
dreams.
it's that stereotype recital where the kid's in front of the class with the accordion. That stuff sucks.
Yeah, it does. Yeah.
So music.
Ah,
yeah.
No, wrong,
Yeah.
wrong show.
why'd you bring that up?
Okay, I'll go. No, I actually saw 3 excellent acts tonight. Peter Easton, who's been on at the
Oh, yes.
Derby Imams before, and
Yeah.
played at Synthfest.
Yeah.
She played again at the Breck. Someone I've not seen before goes under the name of Hexiel. This guy Alex from Nottingham, who's actually going to be.
Oh, he was on VMOM the other night.
Yes,
we
yeah.
submitted stuff and he was on the EMOM. That was great.
Yeah. So I met him tonight. Yeah, really good. Really, sound. Some of his sounds were just like absolutely unbelievably polished. Very, very nice. And then the actual night itself was it was like a closing night for this guy's art. This guy called Jerry Cantrelli, who's like a tattoo artist and just multimedia artist. The guy is like a creative machine. He just every single day his output is unbelievable in all sort of fields, sort of tattoos, paints, ink, album covers, music. It's just like he just cannot stop. He's amazing. And yeah, it was his first live gig, and yeah, he played 2 tracks, both of which were just superb. One was very sort of John Hopkins, kind of like, just really quite deep.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's been a good night for music. I would happily pay good money for recorded works by all 3 artists.
Nice.
All really good.
Yeah, that Hexial guy's on Bandcamp.
Check that out.
Yeah, really nice guy as well. But yeah, and was doing stuff with some live modular, but using the modular sort of just for the effects from stuff from Cubase. Yeah.
Yeah, unfortunately, the VMOM, he had graphics. He didn't show what he was doing, so.
Yeah, it sounded very good. Anyway, that killed the conversation.
You did.
Yeah. Fancy bringing up
Yeah.
music on this show.
I know.
Show.
Yeah, that's a mistake. This is not about musicians and
Let's
music.
get back to Jeremy.
Let's get back to Jeremy.
Who?
That fucker.
What's the consensus on Jeremy? Because I don't know if
On that
anyone
bombshell.
saw his previous video. That was it before Christmas, where he's just talking about how the system is kind of broken for synthfluencers.
No. No, I haven't watched much of his content.
But it's weird,
Well,
isn't it?
it's
It's
not
a
the first
strange
time I watched-
position to end up in, isn't it?
Yeah.
You've got
The
all this.
consensus really earlier was that he should maybe take a break and reevaluate what he's doing.
Oh, but the thing is, he's under massive pressure personally. His partner's just lost their job, I think, with Twitter possibly. So there's other factors going on there.
Sure.
So it's like that obviously adds into, why he's speaking up now.
Yeah.
I don't know if
But,
it's. I don't know if that's the place where he's going to find what he's looking for.
No.
I agree with you.
To be honest.
No, mind you, it's like, look at Ricky Tinez. He's now an Electron ambassador, isn't he?
Yeah.
Who? Well, he worked for Innovation for a long time, right?
But yeah, and then, all of a sudden he's Enrique Martinez from
Oh,
Electron.
really? I didn't see that.
Oh, right. No, yeah. Yeah, he's kind of like the new Jank in a way. There could only be one Jank. It's absolutely
Jank's
fucking
amazing.
awesome.
That guy's.
Oh.
I learned so much from his videos when I got the analog keys and some other Electron stuff, and he's just amazing to watch.
I wonder if I could get Fiona to fart into jars.
Well, there's also that Japanese panty market. You could enter to that.
Yeah, there's that, isn't there?
And where do we sell farts online? Because
I'm
It's just one
using
person
them.
doing it. It's just it's a Twitch streamer, Amaranth. She did it as a joke, kind of.
right,
Because
But
somebody
there-
bought
there-
it for fun and just checked it out, and there was nothing there. Right.
but there is someone who sells their bath water. Seriously,
Same person.
is
Oh,
it?
Yeah.
It was for a while anyway. She did all kinds of. She was doing those hot tub streams.
Fuck, man. I mean, I should do that. I have long hair.
Culture of Ghost knows about her. He's a fan. We talk about Amaranth sometimes.
Okay, I'll do right back.
What's she been
I
eating?
did it,
Jesus.
No,
She
not,
did
I'm not
actually make
Jesus.
herself ill by eating loads of beans. Actually,
Mm.
she was trying to increase her output.
I don't know. I ate beans like they're going out of style. I never had a problem.
See, it's such an education, this show, isn't it?
Upping production.
Lentils and beans.
You've outdone yourself here, Kent. Martin.
Yeah, I know.
And if you have the issue, you can always eat Beano. You get the alpha galactosidase enzyme. So
Oh God.
Good to know.
Yeah.
it's good. Well, that's why you get the gas. You know that is we can't digest galactose. The bacteria in your gut do. So they make the gas for you and push it out. So the more beans and cruciferous stuff you eat that has that sugar in there, we can't process. You take the enzyme made by a fungus, and it's called Beano, and you eat it with your food, and you don't have the problem. It's the science corner for the show.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's
Well, you-
cheating.
You end up with your gut flora very much reflecting what you eat, don't you?
That too, yeah. You got to maintain that no matter what. But most people eat fast food, and everything's preserved, and everything's whatever.
Alcohol's one of the worst things out for gut flora.
Yeah.
What did I hear about alcohol?
It's bad for your gut. It basically
Well,
bad for everything. I mean, it's-
kills the good stuff inside.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, it kills everything, really. It's bad news. Ethanol is just not good for you. It's a waste product, actually.
It's actually, you're right. And the government of Canada went from recommending 8 drinks a week to 2. And I'm like, wait a minute. You were saying 8. You dropped by 6 because wine. Yeah.
Because
I'm over the limit right now.
Because the shock of saying, well, actually, it's 0 straight away is just too much for some people.
I mean,
Well,
red
yeah,
wine's
no.
a little bit different. Red wine can help you a little bit in some cases. You know,
Yeah.
the tannins can help you out on some other nutrients.
Sure.
And,
It can
Red
help
wine can-
mop up plaques as well in the brain.
yeah.
True.
But I just like having sex for orthopedic reasons alone. I mean, it's not really
Having
the right
sex
approach.
for orthopedic reasons? Is that what you said, or am I just too French?
Sounds like an album title.
That's what you said.
No, you're not alone. It's like when I thought
Is this-
Dandy
is
was
this
going on
your
about
porn?
cock beating.
Your porn career, Robert, that we're talking about.
Yeah. Yeah, the Switzerland series was great.
The end is always the best. It always devolves. into
Jim is like,
kinds of stuff.
Jim is gonna.
I'm trying to eat
This
here.
is curry. Sorry, man.
Yeah.
Is this messing up your appetite, Jim?
I wish I hadn't put
Have
yogurt
a
in there.
drink. Have a drink.
It's good for the digestion.
Can we
You
talk
are
about
what you eat.
disposing bodies again?
And what I eat, well, I'm pussy. Okay.
Yeah, somebody said that to me once. I said, "You are what you eat." I go, "Yeah, I must have eaten something really fucking stupid then."
So Robert, phenol or formaldehyde? What do you prefer?
Gastric dysentery.
Whatever's available.
Excuse me, hydrochloric acid.
Well, that's to destroy. I'm talking about preserving it.
Yeah, I'm not planning to preserve it. Also, with hydrochloric acid,
trying to
for
get rid
those
of
will
the
be
evidence.
preserved quite well. but will be a bit
But how do you
floppy,
keep
but-
a menagerie if you destroy the evidence? You got to have a little bit of a collection.
Excuse me, I don't have any space. If I had space, then maybe, but I
You have to have a
sadly don't.
cellar and the jars of various things in it. And
Well, I'm not allowed to build a cellar here because I believe it's for Crossrail 2, technically in the sector.
All right.
I mean, I think the neighbours for floor below wouldn't mind either if we were to build a cellar. They might have a bit of an issue.
good stuff.
Swagoo.
So I've completely not got the chat open.
That's the benefit half the time.
Yeah, I know.
If you want to fight me in that, just come on the show.
So we're still waiting for Jeremy to come out.
Yeah.
Yeah, it might be a long wait.
So, Jim, you made that dinner?
I did indeed.
Is it veggie or is it some meat in there?
It is veggie.
Yeah.
Are you veggie?
No,
All right.
No.
Just playing it safe.
no,
Yeah.
I eat a predominantly veggie diet. I'm kind of flexitarian, but I just go with what I feel like eating.
Yeah.
I was veggie for years, but
I mean, I
Sometimes
love Indian food, but my favorite was always the veggie stuff in the Indian food. So
Yeah.
I certainly know how to make cauliflower interesting.
oh yeah,
And less
aloo
smelly.
gobi.
Because I used to get
makes you
cauliflower served to me the traditional Irish way, which was soggy in the corner.
Ugh.
And you have to find it with a fork because it was exactly the same colour as the plate.
So then it looks and feels like a brain, right?
Yeah, yeah. Yeah.
yeah, disintegrates if you touch it too hard.
Yeah.
For your dinner, Jim.
You have so much experience with eating brains. I'm surprised.
Delicious brains.
You got to enjoy those for the prions. It's good stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's not very healthy in the long run.
It just doesn't make any sense. It doesn't. Even, I mean, I've never actually tried it, but I've tried some other organ meat before I became vegetarian, and it just doesn't look appealing. It's mostly fatty tissue supporting the nerve cells. So what's yuck? I mean,
You can get a brain sandwich in the States, can't you? Still,
you can get all kinds of weird shit here, but this.
Have you ever had a kidney pie? Because that's.
oh, it just stinks of piss.
I'm not into awful. awful stuff is
I'm
not my
kidding.
thing.
I'm kidding.
Why does anybody want kidneys? Because like the organ that filters out all the shit that has all the
I
heavy
know.
metals and anything else in it. Why would you want?
Yeah, that's like
Yeah,
the
yeah.
worst thing, surely.
Yeah,
Like,
liver and kidney. No.
Yeah.
No, like
I've eaten
heart I
sheep-
could understand
I've
because
eaten sheep's brains.
Mm.
I was at 16. I was a
What,
catering
haggis?
student.
Monkey
no, well,
brains.
it was just sheep's brains fried.
Yeah.
Because it was fried, it wasn't. You couldn't really tell the texture that much. It was.
It wasn't chilled.
Recommend
inside the skull,
that, bar none.
Where they lift
Yeah.
the top off.
It didn't. Yeah, yeah, it wasn't monkey brains. It was not a
Yeah,
delicacy.
I've traveled a bit and ate some weird stuff in weird countries, but never had brains.
lark's tongue in aspic.
Sorry?
Lark's tongue in aspic.
Larks.
Lark's
Lark's
tongue.
tongue in aspic.
Yeah.
Lars, I don't even know those words.
Yeah.
Brain is actually common around here. The Mexican food trucks have it as sesos,
Really?
and it looks pretty nasty. Yeah.
Well, I've had snake, which is
Well,
interesting.
you could always have Waltz sausages, which was mostly lips and arseholes.
Cheese.
Has anyone had guinea pig?
Not recently.
Not from behind, anyway.
Good timing there. That's good.
They're quite timid. You can take it. They take it in the face, mate.
That was like the one time this.
Stop it, Ken.
And Jim keeps eating, just like, fuck off, I've been eating.
This is the one time this lady asked if
I've just been
David
to feed 2
Letterman.
guinea pigs tonight as well.
This woman asked if David Letterman has ever
Fed
eaten the
them
hump of a
raw.
camel before. But the way she said, "Have you ever had the hump of a camel?" He goes, "No, but when I was young, I was pretty good." That was on TV.
Oh, man.
I remember that episode. Yeah.
Oh, dear.
Ay, ay, ay.
Oh, but you know, most people come here for the bestiality jokes.
Of course.
Well, sure.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because, I mean, that's the end of the internet, and that's where it's funny, right?
Yeah, exactly.
And forget Jimmy Carr. I mean, he's passé.
Ah, he's all right. He's a good lad.
I love Jimmy Carr. Yeah. He's pretty good here, too.
I'm not a fan, if I'm honest.
Really?
No?
Yeah.
All right. I like everyone I like someone who shits on everything and himself as well. I'm sorry, Jim.
Yeah, everything
I like
equally.
people who shit on Jimmy Carr. Now that is
Well,
funny.
yeah, but but he shit on himself too.
There's probably a video of that somewhere.
Oh.
Seems quite complicated.
Anyway, let's not talk about Jimmy Carr.
No.
What about that Jeremy
Shit.
guy?
Ah, yeah,
all
that
right.
Jeremy guy, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's worse than Jimmy Carr.
Yeah, I didn't find any of his jokes funny.
Oh, Jeremy.
Yeah. What you don't what? Come here, come on. What? What's the matter? Hey? What's the matter, my little baby girl? Hey?
Oh, that's bloody delicious.
Good.
So you had to all watch and hear me eat.
Yeah.
All right, let's talk about brain parasites now. No,
Thanks, thanks, Jim. That was great, mate. We
You
enjoyed,
got through that
enjoyed
guinea
that.
pig pretty quick.
Yeah. No, my brother's eating guinea pig.
Oh.
It's
I
obviously
mean, in that
that's-
part of the world, South America,
Yeah.
they'll eat them big time, yeah.
Yeah.
Spent not a lot on a guinea pig.
That's what he said. It's just
like
like,
it's only a bit of a snack. It's
yeah.
like it's like a squirrel or a big
It's
rat.
it's just enough to get stuck in your teeth, and that's about it.
They all make good
Well, look at
prophylactics. though.
those little mini quail and stuff. There's not much there either.
Sorry, what?
I can't believe I fucking said that.
What did you say? I missed it.
I missed it as well.
Oh, you stupid cunt.
Is that going to have to watch it back?
Ah.
Yeah, rewind.
Yeah, you might not have heard. You might not have heard that.
I didn't. Hear
I did.
that. Can I get a rewind?
I'm giving away all my secret tips.
Oh fuck.
Even funnier, we said, "Oh, go and watch the YouTube channel." What? That's not the place to find it. Trust me. Sorry, Hans. Sorry, mate.
Yeah. Yeah, Hans shouldn't hear that. No.
Yeah. When is he coming on?
Soon. He has said yes.
He's coming on this, not
Really?
not on ProSynth Network.
No, on the ProSynth. On the ProSynth. He would though, if it wasn't for because, like he said, he goes, "Yeah, I'd love to come on, but you know what it's like. Somebody might see it, and they go and tell this magazine or that newspaper, and next thing it's all over fucking New York Times." I mean,
That's right.
yeah.
He doesn't want to get cancelled, yeah.
All that money comes with a certain degree of
Yeah, of course.
Yeah,
responsibility.
it sucks
I
to be
understand.
popular and millionaire and loved by everyone. Yeah, it sucks.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm no fan of Elon Musk, but look what happens when he smoked pot on the Joe Rogan show. The stock price dropped, and people got all freaked out about it just for that one incident.
I didn't know that. But then again, I try and avoid anything to do with the.
Yeah, I hate that guy. But I'm just saying that's just an example of people paying attention to things.
Yeah,
Like
And then look what happened when he bought Twitter. But that's,
Oh, God.
yeah, he's an idiot. That whole made-up backstory of his degrees and his engineering and inventing stuff.
but
Total
I
liar.
mean, yeah, absolutely. And there was a point in my life I was like, okay, this guy is thought of a future and he's building it. And I thought, yeah, go ahead, man. And now I'm like, oh, fuck you.
No, it's all a pipe dream. He's a complete snake oil salesman.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Mm,
Oh yeah, I'm gonna have this car ready in 18 months. Yeah. 3.5 years later, yeah, we're still figuring it out.
By
Like,
exploiting people. you
Oh yeah,
know.
absolutely.
Did you see
Yeah.
his thing about the boring company who wanted to make mud bricks into housing materials for homeless people? It's
Ugh.
like that doesn't work.
Ugh. No, it's,
No, I can't say
yeah.
that.
And his tunnels just for Tesla cars. You know, the
Oh
boring
yeah,
tunnels.
I
in
remember
LA.
that, yes.
It's like little death traps under the road, and it's like, yeah.
But I tell you what, this is how petty this bloke
He's a
is.
child. He's an absolute
Yeah.
fucking
He
child,
sucks.
is what it
Yeah.
is.
Do
really
you,
sucks.
are you familiar with a game called Drive? Was it BM or BMG? There's it's a basically a simulator.
I said Drive BM sounds like a fetish site, but anyway.
Yeah, but what it is, it's basically a driving game, but the cars and trucks and stuff like that come with actual proper crash physics,
Okay.
so they can properly smash up.
That's
right?
cool.
And there's a guy has a channel where he shows all the various cars doing different. He'll make up various tracks and stuff and destroy cars in a different way, and it's quite realistic. And they got that Tesla truck is in the livery of cars and trucks in the game, and he was crashing them, and Musk sued him, or said he would sue him, unless he stopped smashing up the Tesla truck
Really?
in a computer simulation game. So now he just doesn't use the truck.
I have a 3D printed Tesla truck with a broken window.
Oh,
Oh, I laughed so hard when he broke the fucking window.
Yeah.
It was,
Yeah.
oh my god.
My son
Like, yeah,
made that for me.
that's
You
even
can
Musk.
survive the apocalypse. Oh wait, not the windows.
yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, it's a classic Windows 98 launch.
It is.
So I think it all comes from, I mean, he created PayPal and sold it for way too fucking much money anyone should have. And I mean, from there, he just went, oh, I'm a genius. That's
But
it.
he's also as fragile as hell. You see him getting bent out of shape all the time. Anyone complains about him or
Oh,
makes
yeah.
comments about him.
Yeah, it's complete.
Well, I mean, he paid
Narcissist.
44 billion to just post whatever he wants on the internet.
He's a childish, precocious narcissist.
Yeah.
Yeah, but he did some good things. I'll give him that. I mean, he kind of
well, he plans on dying early.
nobody kind of created the EV revolution.
His energy built up the enthusiasm about electric cars, but he screwed over the original inventors. He lied to stockholders. He's done all
Yeah.
kinds of shady shit.
Definitely. But
It
I
was-
mean,
It was
I'm
done with
just saying-
government money as well.
Well,
Yeah,
he's
but
selling those
let-
carbon credits to dirty companies, and that's how he paid for the company when they weren't selling cars.
Yeah.
So he's
but
not that
he
clean.
did create something. He created something. Who he is, I don't give a shit about. And what he did, everybody does. And I'm not forgiving him. He's an asshole. But he did start a movement. And I'll give him that, nothing else. And PayPal.
There is that irony, isn't it?
He didn't start
You know?
PayPal either, though. He just got he
Him
fell
and his
into it.
brother.
No, they
They
fell into it.
started
It was, yeah,
They started a company that then were competitive to PayPal, and so PayPal bought them out.
exactly. Yeah.
Yeah. That's it. That's
He did a lot of
But I
backdoor
mean,
dealings to make himself famous.
he
and
was
rich.
there. He was there at the right time. That's all I'm saying, I mean,
And he got
coulda-
sacked from PayPal
it wasn't
because-
me.
because he was an arsehole.
Yeah.
He got sacked when he was on holiday. 'Cause the-
Yeah.
He did the same thing he did to Twitter. If you're not still working at 9 p.m. or later, he's really mad at you.
Yeah. I used to work for a company like that, and I quit. And I'm happy now. So, yeah.
Yeah, he spends endless hours on Twitter wasting all kinds of time. It's like, what is he doing? He's tweeting all the time. He's not working.
No, he's building up his brand image
Yeah, exactly.
of
So-
rich petty asshole.
So
Petty arsehole, please fuck
so what
off
we're
to
saying is Jeremy is not as bad as Elon
No, see,
Musk.
Jeremy's elevated compared to all that.
Oh yeah.
There you go.
Not that setting the bar too high.
Oh god.
Yeah.
But there's a hacker guy in San Francisco who originally cracked like DVD encryption and a bunch of other famous stuff, and he out of spare parts built a self-driving car many years ago and demoed it on the news. It was pretty impressive, long before all these other guys had anything. And so this is this great idea of the classic, Silicon Valley nerd, homegrown kind of stuff, out competing big juggernauts like Tesla.
Yeah. Well, GM had the EV1 in 1990. Got killed too.
Yeah.
Yeah. And it was GM.
Seem to remember somebody demonstrating a coal-powered Capri on Blue Peter back in the 70s as well.
Coal powered.
Yeah.
That'll solve all the problems.
Yeah.
Well, Volvo
back
supposedly
then-
in the early '80s had a very, very fuel-efficient car, and it got shelved because the oil lobbyist guys don't like that. They want to sell more oil. So
Thing is, you don't, people saying, oh, well, Elon, he's made the electric car accessible. He's got, got it going and everything like that. You go, yeah, but that's the wrong one. It should be the hydrogen car, not the electric
Should be the
car.
hydrogen car, yeah.
or at least a hybrid for now. Hybrids are pretty good.
Yeah, but I mean, we got the pollution that is involved in making those batteries is horrendous.
The environmental destruction to get the rare earth elements and stuff. Yeah.
Oh, but it's not here, so it's fine.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We offer a pollution from our city somewhere else, so it's all fine. Great.
Yeah.
Put
Just
it
like
back
selling
there.
your carbon credits, so everyone else can pollute and get away with it.
And of course, the Ukraine seems to have a lot of lithium, don't they?
So I knew it was a while ago, but the first electric car was in 1832.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
It's taken a while to catch on.
What's that Daimler back then already?
I don't know who was it?
But it could only go as far as the cable.
Oh, it's built by an
No,
English
they-
inventor. Oh
They had-
no. It wasn't until the 1870s or later that electric cars become practical.
Mind you,
But I
watch
mean,
these
like,
videos now of these Tesla owners, and the general consensus seems to have changed. Before it was like, these are brilliant, these are fantastic, and everything's like, it's always in the shop, they can't get the parts, blah, 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 this bad service, blah, 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 I paid a fortune for this car, and it's broken, and it's only 2 weeks old, blah, 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 blah.
Yeah, I'd never buy a Tesla ever.
Let's get a Hyundai or a Kia or
A GM.
or a Japanese one. If you
Essentially
We
want.
also
a
try to make
truck
the
with
custom Tesla-only charging stations and all this kind of stuff. It's like,
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
No,
There'll be
and I mean,
charging stations that don't work. There's another
That's
one now.
The infrastructure is still a problem, isn't it? Big
Yeah.
time.
But it's worse for hydrogen, isn't it? I think
Yeah.
there's 3 hydrogen stations in the UK at the moment.
Are there?
So I bet there's some queues there.
well, there's 2 cars.
Yeah.
Just
kind
drive
of
between them.
3 fill-up stations, 2 cars. So.
I'll
you guys don't
have
have any of the hydrogen
Thursdays.
buses? I know Canada has a bunch of the hydrogen buses.
Do we?
Is it
Yeah.
Glasgow that's got
Where?
hydrogen buses?
No,
I don't know. I saw an article on it a while back, but maybe it changed. I'm not sure.
Yeah, because
Is it a trial or something?
in Quebec, the province I live in, there's one hydrogen filling station, which is about 25 kilometers from where I live. But that's it. That's one.
And that's generate your own.
Sorry?
That's generate your own. You only require a large bit of electricity and water. Not that
Well,
hard.
we do have a lot of cheap electricity here. We're lucky, but yeah, no, the buses run a lot on biodiesel, so they smell like French fries. I'm fine with that. Makes me hungry. I can't have them because I'm fucking diabetic. But
Yeah, well, you wouldn't want to drink biodiesel anyway.
Actually, I had a friend who was buying for cheap oil from all the fast food places nearby before they stopped doing that for his Mercedes. He was driving around for years smelling like French fries for free.
Yeah, well, that's
Tell you what, if you want to make a money-making invention, come up with something that would extract all the platinum off the road.
yeah.
They reckon that the roads are worth more than the cars driving on it. Now, it's littered, absolutely littered with platinum.
Or invent a way of getting paid for reviewing keyboards and stuff.
I'm sure there's money in it. I'm sure there is. Having sex with keyboards. Is probably-
Oh yeah.
You had
Well, you
to
get the
go
flashlight
there.
interface, so you're good.
We put them up on Robert's OnlyFans page.
Yeah.
Anyway, there's room, isn't there?
Yeah.
Sure. Like, do you use a stereo output?
That's
or
half
what's
of
that?
his content.
Yeah.
You all know a lot more about my OnlyFans page than I even ever knew.
We
Because we're all
hijacked it.
fans. Robert, that's what it is.
Yeah.
We're
You're the
your
reason I make
clientele,
money.
mate.
You're the reason I make money. Well,
Yeah.
thank you for the income.
Income,
By the way, the real
or-
work.
If you've wondered why the light on your webcam is still on after you
Remote access.
It's like that episode of Black Mirror, where they record the kid and he ends up finding the guy who also got recorded to do some bad deeds. You guys see that one? Yeah.
All I'm going to say is
It's
some
still on.
Lenovo laptops of a more modern variety do have a physical shutter you can put over the camera. Many more business laptops have that nowadays.
Yeah, that's true enough.
And the other solution in my phone, I mean, since the camera module died for the front camera, I couldn't be bothered to replace it.
Yeah, I do wonder sometimes. You know, like there's a lot of cameras in here.
Yeah, I see you all the time, man.
Yeah.
Not only during when you stream. So.
Yeah, I clean up everything afterwards anyway.
Lay some plastic down. And,
Or you do like Edward Snowden and you just put a
Piece of
plaster.
Yeah.
I did that on one of my laptops from work, actually.
Yeah.
Previous employer, I did that. Totally.
Yeah, it's one of
I
those
like
things
the
where you think
baseline.
it wouldn't happen until it happens.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
But come on, Robert, something funky on the bass. Come on.
Sure, I've heard that on your OnlyFans page.
No, but that's normally a lot slower.
Yeah, I like someone who's obedient like that. you
Yeah,
know?
that little porn film that you play backwards. Where you hoover spunk off her tits, break a washing machine, and then fuck off.
Mate,
What?
Oh,
What?
fuck.
your filter's falling off.
It fell off my ages ago. I'm done. It's that or monetize it. Which way is it going to go?
Break the washing machine and fuck off.
Kent is one of the last bastions of good times on the internet.
Well, that and Robert.
Dad and Robert, yeah.
Yeah.
Oy.
Oh, dear me. Little one. Hello. There you are. You alright? And your sister.
Well, I'll continue with the funky thing because the dogs
This
came
must be
in.
the 12-inch version.
Yeah. Don't give it your day job, Robert.
Yeah.
What's wrong with my day job?
No, there's nothing wrong. It's just like the dogs came in. You should have changed keys.
Yeah.
which reminds me that Eddie Van Halen did the music for porn at one point.
Yeah.
He did.
Well, before Van Halen was this? Well, while he was in Van Halen.
During.
No, actually, it's like
Really
in the 90s. He said, yeah, I just did a whole series of porn music. I'm like, what? Well, why is there music anyway? But,
Yeah.
I mean, Klaus Schulze did the famous Body Love soundtrack.
Klaus Schultz
Yeah.
for porn?
Yeah.
That's fucking good.
He did for one film, but Body Love. It's a great album. Or two albums, or the second album is basically what wasn't used in the film. Yeah, it's like his peak, late 70s, Moondawn, Eggs, Mirage, that sort of era.
Lots of accordion.
Yeah. bit of bagpipes.
Yeah, some bagpipes.
Oh, fuck, never when I drink,
solo.
man.
I didn't know that Klaus Schultz song was a soundtrack. That's interesting.
Hey, speaking of soundtracks, I did. It's funny, weird. It's funny, but a friend of mine, his boyfriend, was a movie. He wrote a movie anyway, and he wrote and he filmed the movie, and he asked me to make the music, and I did, and he paid me, and the movie never came out because it's such a fucking bad movie. It was like, okay, so I'm charging you 25 grand. You're sure you want? Yeah, he goes, yeah. All right, well, you pay me. Great music and everything. Never ever found a distribution deal. So that's $2 million, and it's $2 million that he invested in that.
Yeah.
So
just lost.
It's his backers that are lost out there, isn't it?
Yeah.
People.
I'm sorry?
It's his backers that have lost out there. The people that finance.
Yeah, no shit. Yeah.
That's what they tend to do. Try to get the distribution deal even before they put the film in the
But-
camera. Now.
Yeah. But he thought it'd be great. He would get something out of it because he had an actor from an American soap opera I won't name, and you know what? Yeah, this is my lead actor, and the movie was called Motherfucker, and so that will attract crowds forever.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it was a slasher movie. It was so bad, but fuck, man. And I'm glad it never came out. He gave me the DVD, and I never watched it because I saw the movie when I was writing the fucking music, and it was fuck, that was bad.
Did you put the album out? Did you put the soundtrack out?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, under a different name. Yeah. So, yeah. I don't even want to say that name, but no, I would. The music fit the movie. It doesn't sound good when I say that because it's a shitty movie. So the music was shitty as well, for sure. But that's what he wanted. No, the music was fine. It did fit. It was not like a horror slasher movie, but
There are a whole bunch of slashers made in Canada in the 80s.
yeah, but that was in the 2000s.
Oh, okay. Right.
Yeah, like 2009, before I left Toronto. Yeah, 2009. Yeah. So yeah, but a lot, and there were some good slasher movies in the 80s too. I never liked any one of them, but apparently they
Happy
were.
Birthday to Me. That was about the coal miner guys in Canada and stuff. That was kind of funny.
I guess never been my style. But there was one part.
I see we're joined by Ernest Blofeld down in the bottom corner there.
Yeah, it's a cute cat.
Say that again, please. I didn't hear.
See, we're joined by Ernest Blofeld down in the corner.
What's the cat's name, Jim?
I have a Blofeld.
Yeah.
Bluefeld?
Stroking
this is
cat.
Bluebell.
Bluebell. Yeah.
Bluebell.
Bluebell.
This is Zoe's cat who I'm looking at.
it's
right
cutie.
Beautiful.
Great
Oh,
cat.
Beautiful
lovely.
cat.
Not quite as beautiful as Cleo, but she's close.
Not in front of her.
Oh, sorry.
Man.
And it's like Chris said. Chris always has a black and white cat, so
Yeah.
it's cute.
Oh,
Yeah,
Postman
Chris Head's got
Patton's
a new
Black and White
now.
Cat.
yeah.
So Cresshead's old cat was called Polly.
Yeah.
His new cat's called Mono for short.
Oh,
Monaco.
excellent.
Yeah.
And when's Duo due?
And where's Para?
Ian, are you laughing at
I'm laughing
me
at
or with me?
A baboon did work as a railway signalman in the 1800s. He got paid in beer.
Yeah,
Yeah,
What?
it's
What?
true.
Boris Johnson wasn't alive back then.
not alive now.
Jacob Rees
Actually,
was.
that would be improvement. He's a lower monkey, so
Yeah, that's true.
Monkey Butler.
it's like you guys ever see that movie Dunstan Checks In with the the orangutan in the hotel?
That rings a bell.
It's very stupid, but
Yeah.
amusing.
Rings-
Yeah.
Yeah.
What was the one that Clint
Like me?
Eastwood did? Is it Clyde? With Clyde? Was it-
Oh yeah. Every which way but loose.
Oh,
Yes.
the sequel, yeah. Any which way you can, and any which
Yeah.
way but
Yeah.
loose.
12 ribs. Horse shit.
That was back when Clint Eastwood wasn't quite so grumpy. now he's a crazy Trumpy kind of idiot.
Oh, is he?
So. Oh yeah,
Yes.
he's a maniac.
Wow.
Where you going, stranger? Somewhere where I can relax my face.
He's always squinting.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was all about that, wasn't it?
Yeah.
He's getting on a bit.
It looks like he's got really painful piles.
It's like the
Yeah.
Charles Bronson thing with the face.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah.
someone said Charles Bronson looks like he's sitting on an icicle.
Very good.
He goes, "Ooh, that's cold."
I still don't possess.
Oh man. So anyway, getting back to this Jamie bloke.
Yeah.
Yeah, we all like Rio Sins.
Oh. So no Jason's show tomorrow, is there?
No,
There's not.
No, I think he's doing. Isn't he? He's got a lot of
he's doing
patches.
some
To do.
patches. Yeah, he's
Yeah.
doing some work.
Because we were supposed to be on.
But
with you.
there is Piero the Acid Clown is doing a live broadcast from the Aylesbury EMOM.
Oh,
which
right.
I am performing at as well.
Oh, good stuff.
So,
Did you perform tonight?
no,
Right.
no. I was just going down to see. Oh, they're amazing. Really good. Really
Yeah, Pierre's a crack up. I'm doing something for Clownfest coming up, so
cool.
Clownfest 10 is it? I think I forgot.
No idea.
So when's that?
March, I think.
Okay.
So, yeah, he wants. You got to have some music sets. He also wants studio tours. I think I'm gonna do one of each.
Mm-hmm.
So,
Cool.
just for shits and giggles.
How long are you given for yours? Bloody hell! How much
There-
kit have you got, Andy?
Well, yeah, it's obviously not going to be an extensive tour.
A week.
Plus, I'd have a lot of stuff tucked away. I can't literally show everything.
Yeah.
But I can pull some stuff out temporarily, kind of in a mock display, just for a tour, and then put it back. But I mean, I'll have most the stuff that's out in general. Because I have submixers everywhere. I can pretty much have everything turned on that's out.
Wow.
But I probably won't be doing much playing, just showing. You know, everyone knows what the things sound like. So
All of a sudden, all those people in Silicon Valley can't charge their Teslas. Andy's
yeah, exactly. No, it's I never have too much on at once. I could, I suppose, but it just seems silly to have everything turned on. So
Yeah, don't do that.
I
You're
just
gonna
more have the
sit close
submixers
to
just so I don't have to keep repatching all the time. So
Are you going to the Synthesis gym?
I wasn't planning on. When is it?
March the 3rd. It's Friday. It's Saturday, isn't it? It's either March the 3rd or March the 4th.
Third is a Friday.
Oh, it's Saturday then.
Fourth
It's
is
the
a
4th.
Saturday. Yeah, maybe.
Yeah. Well, I bought tickets and I'm planning to go. I just haven't booked the accommodation yet.
Was it Norwich?
Norwich. Sale of the Century.
Quiz of the week.
Quiz of the week. Got you thinking now, haven't I?
Maybe. Yeah, I'm trying to think what I've got on when. Honestly, I need to keep a better diary.
Trousers, hopefully.
Yeah.
I told you you're going to be there.
Yeah.
It's trousers optional.
Yeah.
That reminds me.
Got your
about-
pants?
Microfreak V. It's on offer at the minute, isn't it? Until the 2nd of Feb? Is it the 4th?
Mini Freak, you mean?
Mini Freak.
Yeah, Mini Freak. Yeah.
Yeah, I was because I was talking to Robbie about it. I actually think I want the hardware.
Yeah, the hardware's nice.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's $49 for me at the moment. It's probably the same for you.
Is it going to stay 49 if
€49
you have the collection though?
I'm not
No.
so sure.
No, it'll go up.
Even that will go up. Oh, okay. Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think I'd rather wait and get the.
But you
I mean,
could
there
you
might
could
if
be
there's a
designing
deal
all
that-
those patches for it for when you get the hardware.
Sorry, say again.
You could be designing lots of patches for when you get the
I
hardware.
haven't got time for that.
Where did that salesman go?
I've got another organelle patch to learn.
Yeah.
Yeah,
No,
there
I've-
will be others.
I've resigned myself to not probably ever owning the hardware.
Really?
So yeah, I think I'll go for the software version.
I wish it were at least by Tambrel though. The hardware should be at least by Tambrel.
But my attitude is one in, one out. So I'm just looking to sell my.
Child.
Well, I've sold a single for £300, which is half of it. But I'm going to sell that Micro Monster. Audio thing is Micro Monster. I just don't use it. I quite like it.
Yeah, they make good stuff. I love the Dr. A.
Yeah, and that's the Mark 1. There's a Mark 2 out now since then. It's easy to use, you know. And the menu diving's fairly straightforward on it. But I just don't use it.
It's like my Shruti thing. I never use that, and that's pretty nice.
So if you're not using it, and you don't think you're going to ever use it, then, you know.
Yeah, it sounds good.
I've got a pacemaker that I'm selling as well.
Is that wise?
Have you ever seen a pacemaker?
No.
It's up here somewhere.
You have a pacemaker to sell. Well, you know.
There you go.
And my dad has an actual one installed.
These are pretty rare. Right? So it's for DJs, really.
So it's a DJ's pacemaker? Is that what you
Yeah,
said?
no, it's
It's a master clock thing.
so it's like
Oh, that thing.
Yeah.
I have two of those, and they're both dead. It's not very well built.
Yes, I'd have to say I've used it. I've used it a bit. It still switches on. Probably it's charging because it's been sat around.
There's also an iOS app
Yeah, it's
that you can
coming-
use
it's
in
coming
place
up.
of it too.
Yeah, there is, but hardware's quite useful, you know. But
Yeah, it's a cool design, but mine like worked for 6 months and then broke, and that was it.
really,
Yeah, because the company's dead, so you can't do
the
anything with it.
company is dead. Yeah, you can't. Somebody's done a sort of third-party software for it, so you can.
I'll look into that.
It wouldn't work on an M1, but it would work on a PC or a Mac. So you can get stuff on and off it.
Okay,
And
good.
actually, if you plug it in, it'll just work like a hard drive to put stuff on it.
Yeah, I forgot I had those. I have two of those things.
Yeah. But they're fetching good money. I think I've got them for £300, which is probably a bit high, but you know, can't remember how to turn the bloody thing off. That's menus. That's it.
Bloody hell.
It has built-in effects and all kinds of thingies.
Yeah.
Crossfades.
Was that coming through, by the way?
Yes.
Oh, sorry.
Very much so.
A little bit loud. But,
Did someone say loud?
Pardon?
Turn that down.
It's swarmed by locusts. Where's that from, Jim?
That was from Mini Freak V.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
I like the guy did that demo on the hardware. I guess the software is the same, but where you can do multi-timbral effects. That's really clever.
I did find a bug with one of the presets that had, I think it had a modulation effect in Effects Block 3, and the wet-dry signal didn't do anything.
Oh.
It's just kind of like, yeah, I've tried it on other ones and it's worked really odd.
Is it a big program? Is it pretty sizable?
No idea. Didn't look. Just kind of went in.
Just put it in and go for it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I tried a demo and great synth. I wouldn't use it. I don't know. For me, it was like, wow, but it doesn't fit with what I do. I don't know. And I don't only do slasher movies. Trust me. But
it'd be brilliant for slasher movies, actually.
it would be actually. I mean, if we were back in
stabs and
2008,
zingers and stuff. Yeah.
yeah, absolutely. Now I'm more into things that don't need finger movements. So yeah, it sounds amazing, but just not for me. And it's $100. I mean, I could buy it and not give a shit. Damn. Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, John Carpenter pretty much invented those horror stabs and zingers and stuff.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, nice.
Oh, hi. Hello.
You getting on the
How's
mic?
Cat playing the keyboard?
Purring
Yeah.
on the mic.
Got some serious power on.
Yeah. Come on, kitty.
Go on.
It is a comforting sound, isn't it?
Yeah.
You know, it's really fun. Take that purr, run it through Paul Stretch. It's amazing.
Yeah.
Oh man, I'm gonna have to go downstairs. I think at some point.
Yeah, it's not like you're boring or anything, but you have to go to.
Yeah. Plus, I need to rearrange my marsupials. They give me a hard time.
Oh, can't. That is permanently forever on the internet.
Well, we said we were going to.
I mean, just yeah.
Finish an hour ago.
Yeah.
Yeah, you've like 6 minutes, and then
Yeah, it
it's
was 6
an
minutes,
hour.
and then Jim turned up, so it's Jim's fault.
Jim's
It's,
fault.
it's
Yeah,
all because of Jim,
Jim.
and we all hate you, Jim.
Well, I thought the viewers have gone up since there's a cat in the picture.
Yeah. I mean,
So the order
Somebody said there was
is
a
Jeremy. So Jeremy, Elon Musk, and Jim.
And Bluebell.
Yeah, that's pretty much it. Yeah,
Rishi Sunak.
yeah.
Yeah.
Goodbye.
Fishy
Have you heard
Ballsack.
that? Because the Guardian just
Ricky Ballsack, yeah.
Fishy Ballsack.
the Guardian has just announced that Sunak knew about the tax problems in.
Yeah, you guys got to
in,
talk about him someday. I don't know much about what he's up to. So
what our
he-
Prime
he-
Minister.
you're a
He's
wonderful
still,
guy.
Prime Minister. But
Just-
that is what he's
yeah.
up to the surprise
But-
of everybody.
Yeah,
A
but
Prime
he
Minister
did
who
know
lost
back in,
billions.
Yeah, he knew back in October about Zawi's tax problems,
Yeah.
and he's been saying all along that he knew nothing. Lying twat.
That's like Trump saying he didn't know Silk of Diamond and Silk. Used to hang out with him all the time.
Yeah, they can all kiss my sweet French Canadian fuzzy white ass. I'll tell you that.
Yeah, politicians who want some.
Don't choke, please, Kent.
Oh man, I tell you what, they couldn't lower the bar any further. They really couldn't.
Then me?
Could we?
Oh no, this lot. Oh,
Yeah.
They could get
Wow.
Boris back.
yeah.
That would be a new level.
Hey, yeah, bring Boris back. Yeah. That's what England needs. Boris.
Yeah, well, put it this way: as things stand at the moment, you can look back now and go, actually, this trust wasn't that bad.
yeah.
The last two are so bad they want Boris back.
Well, it is a bit like that. You know?
Oh man.
It is getting that way, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
I
You think it couldn't get any worse with Boris Johnson? Then we had Liz Truss, and she was worse. And now, we've got bloody Richie
Fishy
Sunak.
Ballsack. Yeah.
Yeah, fishy balls. Do you know what?
Fishy
Every
balls.
time now, it's going to be that. It's gonna be that every time now.
I can't lay claim to that. I saw somebody, a Facebook friend, post that, and I was just like, yeah,
Well,
fishy
thanks for
Ballsack.
passing that on, because that's stuck now.
Yeah,
And it's fitting too.
Yeah,
Yeah, there's something very fitting
it's
about that.
definitely fishy. Yeah.
But knowing
All
what
right,
the guy
so-
was like before he was a known problem before he got into office, right?
we had no choice. The
No,
problem
but I
is
mean,
that
you knew how bad it was going to be, right? Or is it worse?
it's worse.
Yeah,
Yeah,
It's worse than what he's. I mean,
because his track record must have been bad already, right?
Yeah, we no. Actually, his track record wasn't that bad. But
The problem is he's too young, so there's not too much of a track record.
Oh, I
Yeah.
see.
Yeah, he hasn't
and
had
he's
time to fuck up enough yet.
multi-millionaire with a dodgy wife that's got
Only just started paying tax. in this
non-dom
country.
status.
Oh.
Yeah.
Multi-millionaire.
I think the only reason he's still prime minister is he's too stupid to find a fucking door handle.
So the statistic that got me was about to reach the same wealth as Fishy Ballsack. An average person earning sort of 30,000 a year would have to work until, was it like 20,000 BC? From 20,000 BC
Something,
Yeah, to
it
today.
was something
Yeah.
like that. Yeah.
Yeah.
till the present day without paying any tax.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's kind of like, how on earth does that equate, to the normal
Wow.
person?
So he married well, has a rich wife's family, or whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah, went to a posh school and made a career out of losing people's money.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was
Yeah.
banking,
Yeah,
wasn't it?
investment banking. What a great.
But that's how you get rich.
Yeah.
So he's like a Bernie Madoff that didn't get caught.
I don't know.
Yeah, we're kind of in the same situation where you got rid of what was the orange twat's name? I've
What,
forgotten
Big
now.
Fat
Well, he's not gone yet.
Trump.
He's
Well,
still
yeah.
a contender,
Yeah,
unfortunately.
Trump.
so.
Right, so you get rid of Trump, you got Biden, and Biden's
Sleep. Isn't he?
yeah,
Biden's half dead, so yeah.
yeah. It's
I mean,
sort of like
Kamala
practically
Harris seems all right
animatronics,
if she ever
isn't
gets a chance.
yeah. But I mean, because they were saying, oh yeah, well, Labour will get in next. And I go, yeah, Keir Starmer.
I have a I mean, I'm an ex-member of the Labour Party, and I have a problem with the Keir Starmer.
Yeah.
I just don't think he's the right person to be.
Can he finally run for leadership of a conservative party?
Sorry, could he or should he?
He could. He'd be great.
He
Yeah.
probably would be great, actually.
Yeah, I mean, Keir Starmer, it strikes me, he's just a dildo in a suit.
Yeah. Well, his biggest
But he's got no
problem,
batteries. He's useless.
his biggest problem is what's before his name, which is Sir.
The great thing is that Monty Python Election Night episode is more prescient than ever. I mean, I love that episode.
Well,
extremely silly candidate with his feet sticking out of the box.
It's spelt Surian, but it's pronounced Oi. Oi, Kustama, go fuck.
Yeah.
No, because he's kind of quite right, isn't he? For a Labour leader.
For Labour unit,
Yeah. He's quoting Mein Kampf all the time. He's a bit of a giveaway.
That was kind of like the only way Labour managed to get in before was by being
Blair, wasn't
more
it?
right. Yeah,
And he should be in jail.
Oh, he should. Absolutely.
And I voted for him
for war crimes.
Talk about being shafted.
Yeah.
You know. But he should be in jail.
Yeah. Yeah, he's got blood on his hands.
You have to blame the quality of the intelligence.
Yeah, we get the government we deserve, I guess.
Well, that's why Musk could be a good politician. He duped everybody, right? So.
And then again, I mean, there's Trump. Different story.
Yeah.
Well, the great thing is Trump's been a shithead since the early 80s, and everyone knew it, but oh well. They don't learn.
That's the thing. Everybody knew it. Still, it happened. It's like Justin Trudeau here.
It proves what you can get away with. I don't know much about Trudeau, really.
Well, I mean, he's not a bad. Seriously, he's not bad. He's a woke little bitch.
Right.
That's fine. I mean, he did some very good things, and he did some things that were just like weak. But in the end, of all the people possible here for prime minister, he's the he's the least worst choice.
So best of a bad bunch.
Well, not best.
I mean,
No.
at least he
But
actually...
his father was prime minister before.
All right.
Right?
Yeah.
And I mean, he was so fucking popular that they called it Trudeau mania. Sure, thanks, Jim.
Sorry.
Is that you?
So Jim wanted to say,
Accidentally hit my
"Shut the
keyboard."
fuck up, you French Canadian fucking asshole! I have something to say. Go ahead, Jim."
That bolted went right through Jim, didn't it?
I think it was a mistake.
That was Freudian keyboard playing.
No, I think what we all need is a little bit more centrist. I think now.
Yeah, absolutely. I totally agree. That's
either
where I'm at.
It's like you know, it's like let's open the concentration camps on one side, and the other side's going, oh, you know, we've got to.
I can't connect to your Wi-Fi.
I know. You told me this before.
Mom, stop
I
fighting
know.
me.
I should have never renamed you centrist. You bitch. Yeah, and then
Do you realise you're talking to a camera though?
Yeah, well.
And the
So on one side, open a concentration camps. On the other side,
it's like I don't know, free dresses for
Amazon stuff
and Mad Git, and we need more centrist stuff. So you can have like just the sensible stuff, please.
I totally agree.
I think we actually need more
totally agree.
socialist policy to try and redress the balance of all the starvation from the, public services that we've had in this country for decades.
Yeah.
I mean, but instead of doing it the Labour way, where it would go too far,
what?
Just keep it
There is an
kind.
assumption that Labour are a socialist
Fix
party.
it, but do it sensibly.
And they're not really.
You're assuming there's a leftist party in the UK. There isn't.
Yeah.
No, that's right.
Would you have like a Green Party?
More
Green Party
left
equivalent?
than Labour.
Yeah, they've got
right
no
now.
policies, the Greens, sadly.
Yeah.
And then there's the Liberal Democrats who are
very centrist.
Sort of going, where are we?
Yeah.
Where are we?
Neoliberals, they should just die in a fire.
I mean, I hate to say you do need both sides for checks and balances, but
neoliberals have been the downfall of society over the past 25 years. So I wouldn't put any faith in them.
Let's face it, we're doomed then. Thank God we're here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Enjoy it while you can.
Yeah.
Yeah, smoke them if you got them.
Yeah.
Can we start a revolution? In our
Hell
bedroom?
Well,
I'm
do you know
too
what?
old.
If there was
Just
ever
turn
a
around.
party, if there was ever a party in power that was going to find out what the line is between order and revolution, this might be the one.
Yeah.
If they keep pushing it the way they are.
Yeah.
Because you know that they, because they're saying, what was that thing they've done now where they want to make it illegal now to strike?
Oh, they're trying, aren't they?
Yeah. And it's, okay, so you go, well, if you don't work, if you're a nurse and you don't turn up for work at the NHS, we're going to sack you. And well, who's replacing her then?
Yeah.
Exactly.
Because they
And
can't
they go,
get
oh,
anyone.
we'll have to shut
as it
down the
is.
NHS and we'll have to sell it off to private
they've
companies.
they've already sold most
Yeah.
of it off, sadly.
Yeah.
Well, forget about all that. We push Putin too far. We will have World War III. So
I
worry about.
don't know.
Let's look on the bright side. It might have been a problem.
Yeah.
it might not be, but
Yeah,
he
complete
is unstable.
He is
complete
very
nuclear
unstable.
annihilation. We have nothing to worry about anymore.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We don't have to worry about the NHS.
So it's kind of happy then, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
happy and
similar.
So in that case, then they should just pay the paramedics, pay the nurses.
It's like the
Don't
mushroom cloud with a smiley face on it.
Yeah. What's it matter?
Yeah, well.
Yeah, but
I mean,
it won't happen.
Putin's fetish with long tables as well. Isn't it?
God, yeah.
Doesn't he? He likes a long table, that guy.
Does, yeah.
Because they have the photographs.
It's trying to
You know.
fit his imaginary cock underneath it.
Yeah, the guy's reading him the daily reports and he's at the head of the table. But if they videoed it, it'd be going, yes, and we've now moved forward another 200 meters. What? I said we have now moved forward another 400 meters. What?
Yeah.
Fucking ridiculous.
Biggest dicketh.
Yes.
Intercontinental buttocks.
Yeah. He's got a wife, you know.
What is so funny about the name? Because
So will we swatcher?
Because.
We swatch it. Brilliant.
Oh, man.
Well, I think I just signed my own death warrant.
Yeah.
So if I start to look a bit pasty and like radioactive,
Yeah, you've
Just,
been.
you
It's
know.
polonium, mate.
Yeah. A nice
there's
cup
a
of
cure for
green
it.
crackling tea.
I thought it was polony.
thorium does the job nearly
It's
as
a little
well.
bit of a radioactive animal.
And it's a bit easier to get by.
Just a little prussic acid. That's all.
You said it was a pepperami sandwich.
No, it was a polonium sandwich.
Yeah.
But I didn't eat. Moose. But I didn't eat anything of a salmon moose. And now it's too late. And Mr. Death, we were just talking about you.
You Americans with you. Well, I just gotta say. Well, you can't now because you're dead.
It's great too as they're walking. He's just being harassed the whole time by them. It's just
Yeah.
I have to say one of my favorite sketches is the awful family wards with the bloody jaw drills. And the family that doesn't win is the guy wiping his cat shit on the bread from his feet, and the cat's a doorbell where they pull the tail and the cat goes. Meow. And the father's eating Ano wheat cereal on the commode.
God.
Great stuff.
Oh, man.
They would be canceled immediately these days.
Yeah, well, that's what they say, but...
They would.
Yeah, I suppose
Too
they
many
would,
sensitive assholes out there.
Yeah.
Yeah. Justin Trudeau, but sorry. Oh, he would totally cancel.
Well, even the people here who bitch all the time on the other side, the Fox News guys, they're as sensitive as you can get.
Oh, fuck yeah.
They're so thin-skinned, it's unbelievable.
Yeah.
They freak out one week about M&M's doing the feminist stuff and the trans stuff, and another week about Mr. Potato Head It's like you realize these are not issues, right?
Exactly. Yeah.
But there's a slow news week, so they have to go crazy.
What was that about Mr. Potato Head?
There was some. They don't want to call it Mister anymore. They want to make it just Potato Head, so it could be any gender.
But there was a Mrs. Potato
There was a long
Head as
time ago,
well.
yeah. But they wanted to make a new one. They had all the parts, and you can kind of make it whatever you want. You weren't just buying Mr. Potato Head.
They should call it Zer Potato Head.
Non-binary Potato Head.
Whatever you
No,
called it,
no,
they were
no.
mad. They didn't want to
Yeah.
change anything. They,
Yeah.
you could have
It's a
you could
fucking
have a
potato, who gives a
blackface
shit?
doll. If they could still sell it these days, they would want to keep selling it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
Like those gollywog things. You know about the gollywogs?
Yeah.
We used to have them on jam jars.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's another great. I think that was another Black Mirror episode, wasn't it? Gollywog something. Oh, there might have been. Tales from the Hood. I think it was Tales from the Hood. Making fun of the. It's like a super racist like attraction. You drive by in a small town, and they show you about Black history and all this horrible stuff, and then all of a sudden these racist people show up and they think it's funny, and then this giant gollywog thing just attacks them, and kills them. It's kind of funny, actually.
Do you know it's funny? It was you were saying about the Robinsons logo.
Yeah.
When they decided that it was no longer appropriate and to remove the gollywog from the jam jars, was the moment that I made the association.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Up
What you mean,
until
yes,
then,
yes.
I was blissfully innocent of that.
I mean, so was I.
Weirdly.
Yeah. I mean, I remember as a kid, you used to be able to collect the little gollies, and then you'd get a metal badge.
Yeah.
You know, as a kid. So it was,
Yeah, it was just another character.
Yeah.
Yeah. They didn't know about the association.
But we were, you could argue that through the sort of 70s and 80s,
we could argue we
were
were
insensitive
ignorant.
to
And
to
ignorant.
how offensive it is.
Yeah.
But you're right, I mean, my mother, who at 92, still and she's not been racist, but she's never got out of the habit of calling people coloured. That coloured lad.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
And it's that generation.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's my relatives down south are like that. If they're a mixed company, they say colored. Otherwise, they
And
say
no matter
worse
how
stuff.
many times you say, well, you shouldn't say that anymore. It's a black person, it's an Asian person. She doesn't mean anything by it. She's not been racist, but it's just that's what she's always said. No,
and she's just not moved with the time.
She can't.
But it's that same mentality that says, "Oh, it's okay." Like my dad's mom, they lived in, like Norwegian exports. A couple generations removed, living in Wisconsin. Never saw any black people. And one time she went shopping with my mom, and she goes, "Little black girl." She goes, "Oh, look at the little pickaninny." And it's like, holy shit! My mom was mortified. And that's not just, it's just the time. It's just fucking ignorant and racist and just ugh.
The worst racist thing I ever saw, personally, was when I first set up what was called the audio clinic, which is a hi-fi shop. But we first set it up as we were looking for some offices. So I go around, and obviously this is in very white York. There's no real black or Asian community in York. But my partner is Asian. So I go around the offices, the lady says, "Oh, yeah, here we are," and then... So then I said, "Well, I've got to bring my partner along because it's a joint decision." So I bring Lionel in, and and it's the instant that she saw Lionel and the fact he was Asian, she was being racist. She didn't want to rent the offices to us.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And this
Sounds like my mom, actually.
This was early 80s. Yeah. And I mean, I was absolutely furious, But Lionel, bless him, said, I get it all the day, every day, Ian, so I can't get angry all the time. And I'm there, to some extent being righteous, saying, but we, So, yeah, I mean, that's probably the worst thing. It stayed with me all these years, The fact that this woman, just because of my friend and my partner's skin colour, wouldn't rent us the offices. I mean, the minute she did that, I didn't want to rent them anyway because you know, who the hell wants to
You
rent
don't want to be
a
dealing
landlord?
with someone like that. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, exactly.
It says what sort of absolute
Yeah.
CEO Tuesday they are.
No, and Ian, seriously, my mother, and I mean, she passed away 27 years ago. But she did something like that. She was a store owner. She owned a store, grocery store.
Yeah.
And there were some Vietnamese people who just moved into our city because coming in from Vietnam after the war. And we had, some Chinese or Asian products. And when she saw that they came back to buy it, she just stopped selling it.
Yeah,
And I'm like,
it's exactly
what
that same
the fuck
mentality,
are
isn't it?
you? Who I came out of you? No, I didn't. I because I mean, I've been to Vietnam, which is my favorite country in all the world, and I've seen the least racist people there. I mean, and they would have all the reasons in the world to be racist, to not want strangers to be there, because of hundreds of years of occupation from Chinese, Japanese, Americans, or whoever.
Yeah.
But I've been there. I'm walking on a street in a little village, and there's a kindergarten. I mean, there's a school, and their kids are outside, and they see me. I'm the white guy they've ever seen.
Yeah.
They come to me and they go, "Hi, hello," and they speak to me. They try to speak in English, and I'm like, "Oh my God, I'm in heaven right now." Not because they're kids, but because I mean, they're just like, wow, they just see someone who's different and they want to know that difference.
Yeah.
And I mean, racism is that, right? It's not wanting to know that difference because I don't fucking know why, but
They're afraid. It's fear. It's all fear-based thinking.
it is fear-based, and it's generations and generations of fears.
Yeah.
And I mean, I'm second generation Irish here, and I don't identify as Irish because I know nothing of that Irish culture, which I would love to know. But I mean, I have a very English name, and I grew up in a very, very French part of Canada where nobody spoke a word of English. And I mean, because of my name, I've known what somewhat being discriminated against, because I mean, teachers would want to. My name is Jeffrey, and teachers would want to call me Frederick. And I say, okay, I'll call you Clarice.
Yeah.
And whoever, and then there's no cat purring. Oh, thank you, Jim.
Yeah.
But it's like, I mean, it's just I don't understand racism. I don't, and that and what I said about my mother is true. And I told her, I came out of you. No, I didn't, because I'm not like that. I'm not like you. I mean, just no. Don't ever say or do things like that again. She said worse than that. I won't even say it now because this is on for the end of the universe. And but I mean, she said worse things about. Yeah. So I'm kind of glad that Vietnam is my favorite country because she hated Vietnamese people. I'm like, I wish she was still alive. I'm kidding. But it's just like, fuck, man. Racism there's no place for it.
No, absolutely. But I mean, certainly, I would tend to say that we haven't got there yet because
because we're all
it's also, I mean,
we're all white on this screen.
Yeah, we are. I mean, and we don't know what it's like.
That's
for a
right.
Black or an Asian person to live with that amount of racism on a daily basis, because it does still go on.
Yeah.
Yeah, it does.
A lot of it's sort of slightly underground to some
Oh
extent.
no! I mean, I live in Montreal. I live in the most multicultural neighborhood because I want to live here. I want to walk on the street and hear languages I don't understand. I want that because it makes me feel part of the world. I'm here with you guys because you're not here, right? And you kind of accept me because even though you don't understand what I'm saying, that French accent, you still accept me. And you go, okay, well,
Well,
he's white, so
you think we accept you, but actually,
Yeah.
yeah,
It's all
just
bruised,
because
yeah.
I'm white, right? Yeah, I know. That's right.
Except
Yeah.
outrageous
I mean,
French
that's
accent.
that's one of the main reasons I still live here. It's too expensive in the Bay Area, and you know I grew up here, but it's a melting pot of all kinds of cultures, and I can go anywhere and get any kind of food, hear any kind of language, talk to
There you
people
go.
from all over the world. It's really cool, actually. Some people hate that and they left the area.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's like in the last 20 odd years, I mean, Surrey has been slowly becoming a melting pot with people from Pakistan, India, Angola, and just recently Hong Kong. Quite a lot of people have been coming up. Our next door neighbours now are from Hong Kong.
I mean, we have areas that are hardcore, like a given group, like Cupertino, which is where Apple is pretty much all Chinese. Fremont is almost all Indian now. So, and Daly City is Filipino, but they have all these like other areas that are all blended with different groups. But there are some hard partitioned areas that people just kind of gravitated to their own areas because they want to be together. You know,
yeah. I mean,
kind of like the neighborhoods in New York City.
Yeah, I mean, York's not got. There's no real black community. I don't even think there's a real Asian community, and there is quite a lot of Chinese because of the university. So a lot of Chinese students come to York, and then some of them stay and they end up living here. You know, but there isn't. We don't have any sort of Chinatown or any of that sort of business.
Not even a small area, right?
No, I mean, around the university is where most of the sort of Chinese students live. You know, and I mean, I've been to Hong Kong twice and loved the place, and it breaks my heart to see what the mainland China are doing to Hong Kong.
Or as they call it out there, the other country. Yeah,
we have to call it Chinese Taipei now. You can't call Hong Kong anymore. That's the Olympics, right?
Jen and I think we'll probably never. We like I say, we've been twice. First time we went out there, we went and stayed with some friends out there, and we had a great time. We're out in the New Territories, so we know the area pretty well. Yes, you know, but I don't think we'll ever probably go back now. You know, which is really sad because the people out there are just lovely, but they're oppressed.
Sure.
You know?
Yeah.
I've got a friend out there.
Yeah. And it's really sad.
Well, the sad thing is, everyone knew it was going to happen.
Oh
as soon
God,
as they
yeah. We
cut over.
didn't do enough. No, we are partly responsible. Our government are partly responsible for.
Oh, we
for
handed
the
it over.
situation. Yeah, we did.
We handed it over.
You know, thank you, Mrs. Thatcher.
Yeah.
Thanks. That's a real legacy. You know.
So what the hell was on the Falklands?
Sorry.
What the hell was on the Falklands then?
Well, they talked about oil.
Bragging
didn't
rights.
they? That was
Not really
bollocks.
big enough, is it?
No.
Yeah, it went down there in a
Submarine
hurry.
port?
Let everywhere else go under.
Well, guess General Britain, the British Empire, still
It was
having
the
a port
Empire
down
thing,
there.
I think probably is what she's ending
Yeah.
up. Yeah.
Sorry, I said something stupid there. It's not Chinese Taipei. That was Taiwan. I fucked up. Wagyu got me.
Right. Yeah.
But Hong Kong's also a mess. So.
Well,
It's a real mess now. Yeah.
although it's
sadly.
like I say, it's becoming quite a bit of a melting pot around here now. Just on the other side of the M25, where all the MPs and all the rich people live, they are losing their shit.
Are they?
Yeah. Healthy invasion, they're coming.
Oh, those people. You know, I mean, people from Hong Kong have the right to come here, but the reality is they would probably want to stay. You know, in the New Territories and around the island. You know, stay in their home, but actually, you know, to some extent they've been forced out. And I mean, when we went I think we first went in 2008, and even then, the mainland China were busing people from mainland China into Hong Kong. You know, so they were they were already sort of trying to infiltrate, you know, and make it less westernized then. you know, and it's really sad, you know. Like I said, I've met some of the nicest people out there. You know, it's great. So that was a bit of a mood killer, wasn't it?
I'm just really flagging now.
Yeah,
I need to hit the set.
It's 1:36.
1:36.
24 minutes to 2. No.
Yeah.
6 minutes over.
Yeah. All right, yeah. Well, we can't. Yeah, we have to stay now.
But we've done 6 hours. That's a good time.
Just
Yeah.
waiting for somebody else to turn up now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There we go. Bye.
Another
So
cat or
I just
something will
got
show
back.
up.
I just got back in time to say goodbye. Is that what it is?
Yeah, pretty
Because I
much,
had to
yeah.
take a weekend leak. I mean, sorry, but
Yeah.
so let's to sum up the evening, the worst things in the world, like so Jeremy, Elon Musk, Jim,
no,
and then racism. Well,
No,
that's-
Jeremy. I
Neoliberalism.
don't think we can have Jeremy on that list.
No,
sorry?
no.
No, I don't think. No,
No, they-
Elon Musk,
The others are quite high achieved.
Elon's
Rishi,
pretty on the
Rishi
list. Yeah.
Sunak, Boris
Fishy
Johnson,
ballsack.
Fishy
racism.
ballsack.
Yes.
Fishy ballsack. Remember now.
Neoliberalism.
Donald Trump. He's in there.
Yeah.
Justin Trudeau.
We'll take your word for that because we don't really, you know.
No, I mean he's not that bad, but he's not.
Is it-
I would,
is
I would
he at
take
the
Justin
bottom then?
Trudeau any day
Yeah.
compared to anyone we've had
Yeah, that's
since,
true. Yeah.
Since
God knows
Boris.
when. No,
Well,
for
including
like
Boris,
15
before
years.
Boris, yeah. No.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah,
We had
Boris.
David Cameron. He was
Oh,
all his
Cameron,
fault.
yeah,
Yeah.
fuck yeah.
Basically,
Yeah.
anyone since Gordon Brown. Yeah.
Actually,
Who-
I didn't
who-
really
who
rate
was
Gordon
the-
Brown, but that's a whole different story.
Yeah.
Who's the Iron
Oh,
Lady?
he did a
of
lot
the-
of
Oh,
good,
that's
Gordon Brown.
the Iron Lady's Margaret Thatcher.
Oh,
yeah.
Margaret Thatcher.
Yeah, Margaret Thatcher.
That was
There
the
you go.
80s.
Yeah.
Well,
Although for
I didn't
Trudeau,
go
I
back.
did enjoy Melania checking out Trudeau when Trump was in power.
Oh
Really?
fuck, that
Kind
was.
of cooking him in front of him.
Oh yeah, no, that was fantastic. Yeah,
Yeah.
because I mean, they could have fucked on screen. I mean,
Sure.
seriously.
We could
And I
still
would have
have
paid
Maggie,
to see it.
we could still have Maggie Thatcher back if anybody ever actually removed the wooden stake out of the heart.
Oh,
That's true.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then
Yeah.
she's back, mate.
Yeah.
Yeah, so let's not hope that
Thatcher,
with
Thatcher,
with
milk
with
statue,
Ronald
yeah.
Reagan.
Forgot about
I
that.
don't know. But anyway, so
Or we could have had John Major again.
Mr. Grey.
Our grey period, yeah.
More peas, Norma.
Oh, hello. Hello.
That's a spitting image.
Can we have Edward Heath back?
Mm, God.
Good
You
old
see,
Ted.
that's the thing. I love Britain. I don't know enough about the politics of Britain. I know
You don't
some.
want to be
No one
honest.
here
Well,
does.
no,
It
but
would
I know
make
you want to because there's.
Yeah, I
oh, I'm
know,
like,
but it
what
would
is
make
this?
you
this-
really angry.
Yeah.
It's
Well,
just
no,
like-
yeah, well, that's the thing, right? But I mean, because
we just got a lot of crooks.
Yeah.
well,
our
but
government,
the
sadly.
Canadian Parliament is based on the British Parliament.
Yeah.
So
thing-
I mean,
the thing is,
we have a
Trudeau-
bunch of crooks too.
I think it's
Trudeau at least
separated at some
actually
point.
put some people in departments where they actually had some experience.
That's true. That is.
That
Yeah, no,
that
he-
doesn't
I mean,
happen here.
Yeah, it doesn't
You
happen
see-
here anymore.
Right,
Yeah.
right.
Yeah.
So I mean that's
How much
that's
you
the
got
part that
is
he's
more.
not that bad, right? I mean the guy he put in charge of the environment is actually someone who was, yeah. I mean, he was a leader in yelling against the government, the federal government, for against
Yeah.
the environment. So now he's there and he goes on TV and he goes, "I know I'm not doing enough, but I'm doing as much as I can."
Whereas in this country, they'd put somebody who used to be in charge of a petroleum company
Yeah.
as
Yeah, the head
They
of
would.
BP. Hey,
Yeah.
come on in. Yeah, yeah.
Ran an
Per-
explosives
perfectly
factory.
qualified.
Oh fucking! I wonder why I drink. But that's
I think a start.
But anyway, if that's my only last word of life, you guys,
Cheers.
thanks.
Yeah.
it's
And
like
you
an
know
airplane.
what? You're my
I
tribe.
picked the wrong week to stop sniffing glue, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Exactly. One of the
Yeah, it's-
best movie
'cause
ever.
It's got to the point now where we could have a broom with a hat on in power tomorrow, and we'd actually be better off.
We would vote. We would vote for it though.
We
wouldn't
would vote-
Let's face
vote
it, we would
broom.
vote for it. Yeah, vote broom. Yeah.
Brewing
Make a
brew
clean
face.
sweep.
Because
Yeah, all the
at
rest
least
of
it
it,
wouldn't
yeah.
be corrupt.
Yeah.
Oh fuck! Vote broom, make a clean sweep. Yeah, that would work actually. That it would.
Yeah.
Yeah, write it on a bus, Kent.
Yeah. That's all you got to do is write it on the side of a fucking bus, mate.
But you know what? No, seriously. I mean, I'd put money behind that camping. You put a broom and Kent's head on the top.
Yeah. Well, we did have, you know, when this Truss was Prime Minister, we had a lettuce beater.
Yeah.
A lettuce outlasted her.
Outlasted her premiership, which is just one of the best things ever. You know, it's still shortest Prime Minister in the.
Oh yeah, the one that lasted like
Yeah.
you know. Just had
With
time
the-
to shake the Queen's hand and then that. And
that was
then
it.
I missed the lettuce thing. What was the lettuce part? What was that all about?
The
Well,
lettuce, it was.
There's a thing, wasn't it, where they're saying,
Yeah.
you know, which would go first? Would the lettuce,
with
A head of lettuce?
Lettuce rot.
the lettuce
Rot.
rot, or
funny.
she
Yeah.
wouldn't be
Yeah.
prime minister anymore?
And they put glasses on it, and it,
Yeah.
Oh, that's
was
great.
just
Seen that.
brilliant. It
And
was
it
I've
outlasted
seen
her.
They had a camera on it 24/7, so you can literally go on the internet and see how the lettuce was
Oh, that's
doing.
good. I like that.
yeah, I've
was
seen that. The
brilliant.
lettuce lasted longer. Oh yeah,
Yeah,
that
Yeah.
was
it did. Yeah.
Wow.
phenomenal. You know.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm sorry for you guys in Britain. So.
Yeah, thank you. We need it.
Come on to
We need
Canada.
We all have our
Yeah,
issues,
It's
you know.
too cold in Canada.
Blame Canada.
Well, but we have snow. That's the
We
worst
don't
part
want
of it.
snow.
We've had snow here.
Yeah,
It
I know,
melts.
but-
It
oh,
melts.
That's the
You
crap
know.
for ages.
We have snow for 6 months, and then
Oh.
it's too hot for 6 months, and then it's too cold for 6 months, and then it's too
Vancouver's
hot
not
for
bad.
6 months.
Vancouver's
Right.
pretty low.
Vancouver is great weather.
Yeah.
You have to be Elon Musk to live there.
All right.
You need that kind of money to have the lifestyle I have here, and I'm a fucking pagan. I beg on the street. I mean,
Come on, you got a D50 and a JD800. Not doing so bad.
yeah, but I paid $750 for the JD800
Yeah.
back in 2002. So yeah, but hey, man, hey, you want to buy it?
There's actually a local D50 in the
Canadian
store right for
money.
$650, I think, right now.
I'm sorry.
There's a local D50 for $650 in a local
You
store.
know,
right?
the D50 will never go.
Yeah.
Because it's Saga's D50. The JD800, I see it for sale for $2,200.
That's crazy, yeah.
It's stupid money. It's a great synth. It's not worth $2,200.
It's not. Mine was
not.
$450 mint about 10 years ago.
Well, there you go. See, I paid $715 in 21 years ago, and I thought it's a bit expensive, but I love the synth.
Yeah.
And if someone loves it for $2,200, you know
Crazy.
what?
Yeah.
It's yours. Anyway, so you want it? No.
No, I still have to fix my
Anybody
red
want to
glue
make-
problem.
Well, you
want
see,
to make
I
an offer
don't.
for
You see,
Andromeda?
mine doesn't have that.
You
red
will,
glue
though. Trust
problem.
me. I didn't think mine would have it, and it did eventually.
Yeah, but mine doesn't have it right now.
I know as soon as you buy it, it'll get
Yeah.
Yeah.
As soon as you move it into the warm.
it's stuck in the box. Yeah.
Got a new
Well,
owner.
that's the problem. Yeah, it's stored at minus 15 degrees centigrade.
Yeah.
So-
Oh, the glue's frozen.
no, it plays great, and it's
Take it down to California and just everywhere.
Yeah. 'Cause mine was
just-
fine
yeah,
for
yeah,
years,
fine.
and then just one day, boom, there it was.
Yeah.
And I know you said that the other day, and
fun.
I'm just I've been dreading that day. But then Kent went and gave me the solution. And it was like, oh, all right, so you just spew some jizz on it, and it works. Hey, great. Was that what you said, Kent?
I think it was, yes.
Well, that's before you take it apart to clean it.
I think what you said, just wank on it.
That's it. Yeah,
It'll be fine.
yeah.
Because you're going,
Uh,
I'm
so-
not playing that. And then it won't matter that the glue's everywhere, will it?
It's a different kind of glue, yeah.
So I mean, it's ready
Depends
to
on the
ship.
person.
Yeah,
It's
buy
gonna be ready
carbonate
to
of
ship
soda
to
in a bucket,
California.
mate. That's all you need to get the jizz off. Yeah.
No, don't be taking
I'm
it
going.
more
Oh,
essence
too.
because
Sorry,
Right on
Jim.
it. It'll be
Sorry,
alright.
Jim. Love you, man.
Next week I'll show you how to mod a spunk and spell.
It's spank and spell.
Is it? Spunky spank and spell. Yeah. Ironically, I couldn't spell that.
Oh my god, I think I made Jim leave.
You did, yeah. That's
Yeah.
I did. All right, I'm so
Yeah.
fucking proud.
No.
I think his bolty's reached his arse now, and I've got to go, guys.
Yeah. No, guys. See you later.
Take care, everyone,
Bye,
and look after
everyone.
yourselves.
Bye.
Yeah, bye.
Bye, chatties.
Bye-bye.
Uh,